This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Children of Ruin, written by Adrian Tchaikovsky, read by Mel Hudson.
If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not. William Shakespeare, Macbeth. Part 1. Just another Genesis. 1. So many stories start with a waking. Dizra Senkovi had been asleep for decades. Something like a lifetime passed back home while he slumbered. A fraction of a lifetime passed around his oblivious form, the time span squeezed down the relativity gradient by his proximity to the speed of light. For him, though, there was no time, nothing but the oblivion of the cold sleep chamber. They knew how to build them back in those days. Senkovi chose the manner of his waking. Some of his colleagues, those he thought of as less imaginative, would let themselves be fed crucial mission information, news from home, metrics from the ship, so they could spring from cold sleep with a mind full of data, ready to leap to their stations and steal a march on the day. Ludicrous, given the work they had ahead of them would take decades. Senkovi had always been unimpressed by most of his colleagues. Instead, paradoxically, he woke himself with a dream. He hung in the water of a warm, clean coral sea that hadn't existed in that virgin state since long before his birth. The sun filtered down through the waters like an embarrassment of sapphires. Below him, his best-guess reconstruction of the vanished Great Barrier Reef extended in multicoloured profusion, reds, purples and greens as far as the eye could see, like an alien city. Life whirled about the coral metropolis in a riot of motion, swimming, jetting, drifting, crawling. He turned gently, casting a benign and godlike gaze over his creation, half sleeping, half knowing, so that he felt the joy of having brought this into being, yet not the pain of knowing the original had long predeceased him. At last, one of his special friends signalled its presence, squirming its malleable body from a crevice within the rocks and undulating cautiously towards him. Eyes like and unlike his own regarded him with the sort of ersatz wisdom nature otherwise gave only to owls. Determining the gender of an octopus was not a task easily performed at this remove, reached an arm towards him. Adam to his divinity, and he let his hand drift outwards slowly to accept that touch. It was a good dream. He'd programmed it himself, creating a complex sequence of mental stimulation that drew on his specific memories and jumbled them into something semi-novel. It was still dreamlike, unreal, but that was what he was aiming for, so fine. He also had to hack the ship computers with considerable ingenuity to make it happen, given that encounters with marine fauna were not on the a la carte menu when choosing a wake-up sequence. The hard part had not been inserting the neurological sequence into the ship's database, but erasing all sign of his meddling. By then, he'd been in and out of the mission systems quite a lot without anyone noticing, though. Senkovi had come to the conclusion that the Terraform initiative back home was very, very lax in its digital security, and then shrugged idly and carried on with his own personal tinkering. What, after all, was the worst that could happen? Amongst his travels within the virtual architecture of the mission protocols, Dizra Senkovi had also come face-to-face with Dizra Senkovi, or at least the crew profile and assessment record of that name. While extreme technical expertise was a given with all crew, he was interested to see the results of his personality assessments. There were two main poles for a multi-decade mission like this, and they pulled in opposite directions. One related to how well a crew member could cope working in isolation for long periods of time, and how they might tolerate being severed from the great mass of humanity and the course of human history. He aced that one. The other related to working in close confinement alongside other human beings you simply could not escape from, and he was dismayed to see how close he had come to rejection on that ground alone. Senkovi felt himself an affable, outgoing man. From the age of 9, he had been working on constructing pseudo-intelligences to have conversations with, And hadn't he, more than anyone else in the crew, surrounded himself with pets back home? What better indication of a warm and loving human nature was there? He'd owned 19 aquariums, 3 large enough to dive in. Many of the aquatic denizens were like close personal friends to him. How could anyone think him antisocial, let alone make all those unfair and hurtful comments? He was being tongue-in-cheek, of course. They meant human friends, and that had never been his strong suit. Still, he had a few, and he worked well in a task-focused environment where everyone was fixed on a common goal. And when it came to R&R, well, if he wasn't the life and soul of the party, at least he didn't step on anybody else's toes. And there was, in his humble opinion, not a human being alive who enjoyed jokes more than he did. It was just that nobody else found his funny. Anyway, his general social inoffensiveness was just sufficient, when added to his undeniable competence, to get him on the crew. And then some combination of evaluations and computer subroutines kicked him up to be head of the terraforming team, one below overall command, because if you had a slightly deranged genius on the team, it was probably better to let him cox than row. That was the actual comment of the psychologist who recommended the promotion, and Senkovi, having got into that file as well, treasured the perceived compliment. But they needed him awake now. In that unreal ocean he strained, but the touch of the tentacle never quite reached his finger. And all his pets were long dead and gone, on an Earth more than 30 light-years away. Dizra Senkovi opened his eyes, aware that his beatific smile had crossed over from his dream and was still on his face. He felt refreshed and ready to start his day. A quick interrogation of the ship's systems assured him they had arrived, their long, cold journey done, the deceleration over. He sat up, stretching, more for the form of it than from any need, but he was used to doing all sorts of things because people do them, as a sop to the sensibilities of his fellows. He was neither alone in his sleeping compartment, nor surrounded by the bustle of a woken crew. Instead, his performance had an audience of one. Yusuf Baltil, overall command. "Boss," Senkovi acknowledged. The lack of context to Baltil watching him wake was disconcerting. Senkovi liked to have a handle on cause and effect, and was usually smart enough to avoid surprises. He queried the ship again and found a weight of data embargoed, blocked from him, blocked from everyone except Baltil himself. That's not good. "I need a second opinion," Baltil told him. "Let me guess, the planet's not there?" It had been the joke with the very first exoprobes. Sometimes the data said there was an Earth-type planet, but the indicators were just a bunch of other factors conspiring to give that impression. Of course, a probe had actually been shot out here, accelerating far faster than a manned ship could manage, checked that an actual terraformable planet was present, and reported back. They wouldn't just send a manned mission off on a whim now, would they? Senkovi really didn't want to have to turn around and go home. "There's a planet." Only now did Senkovi notice the curious tension to Baltil, a man generally in complete command of himself. He was practically vibrating like a plucked string. "There's a planet," he repeated, "but there's a problem. I'm keeping it hush for now, but it's too big for me to make the call. I need you to see." Because of the embargo, which Senkovi felt was a childish way to go about things, they actually had to walk to overall command to see the thing Baltil was so agitated about. Everyone else was still peacefully on ice. Who, then, was all this cloak and dagger supposed to thwart? He kept throwing queries at the system to find out what he could and couldn't know, because the computer wasn't able to tell him what was off-limits until he hit a nerve and it clammed up on him. Actual walking from one place to another was, in Senkovi's book, something the future should have done away with long before, and his legs were having difficulty with the rotational gravity so that he bandy-kneed his way around the edge of the crew ring behind Baltil's brisk stride. Baltil was blocking transmission back home, he discovered uneasily, despite the fact that any urgent cry for help Senkovi might make would take 30 years and change to arrive. It wasn't like he'd be able to hold a murderous Baltil off for that long, or indeed at all. "Just tell me, boss," he complained to the man's back. Baltil stopped, turned. There was a kind of fervour in his face that made Senkovi flinch. He's found God, was his instant thought, which was all sorts of extra not good, especially considering the most recent news from home. He had idly sifted through the updates while walking. All of it was decades out of date, but it looked like Earth had gone through a spot of trouble a while back, with anti-science terrorism and all sorts. Makes you glad you're in space, man. I need you to see. It wasn't just mystery for the sake of it. Boltil had drawn himself up to deliver the revelation, and failed. 100 more rubbery steps, and they arrived at Overall Command, where the large screens displayed solar and planetary data and a visual representation of the destination system they had at last achieved. Known as TESS 834, after the long-ago Earth-orbiting satellite that had first picked it out of the firmament. Senkovi started with the big stuff, making sure the star wasn't about to go nova, looking for major disruptions or absences among TESS's 834 B, C and D, the three colossal gas giants that filled out the waste of the virtual orrery and had the privilege of the first few letters because their mass had them detected first by Earth's instruments. 2 of them were not much shy of Jupiter for size, one of them quite a bit bigger. Nice meteor screen for our inner worlds, he thought. E and F were further out, rock and ice monsters carving lonely paths in the reaches where the system's sun was little more than one star among many. Of inner worlds there were 3, one of them virtually rolling through the star's upper atmosphere, the other 2 close neighbours in the broad habitable zone, but as different as siblings could be. Senkovi pulled up more data, still looking for the problem. The outermost of the pair, TESS 834G, was a little smaller than Earth, shining with an icy albedo through a thin atmosphere shorn of greenhouse gases. Any heat thrown its way just bounced right back off and was lost to space. Goldilocks zone or no, any fair-haired visitor was going to find her porridge inedibly frozen, save at high summer around the equator. The other, their target, TESS 834H, was warmer than Earth, slightly larger, its atmosphere muggy and heat-retaining, jealously hoarding everything the sun threw its way. There was a moon large enough for its gravity to make tides and keep its spin axis stable, and initial scans showed the presence of most elements human life would find useful. All in all, it would be a good match for human habitation once they'd let the terraformers loose on it. They could install a working ecology with a minimum of fuss, and then maybe someday people would come and live on it. Or else that crazy lady Kern would arrive and do unspeakable things in the name of science. A lot of the terraforming team were frustrated with their glorious champion and leader, Avrana Kern, because her priorities did not seem to actually match the mission statement, while Senkovi was frustrated with her because she was doing all the fun stuff he would have preferred to do. This all looked good, except it all looked a bit too good, now he mentioned it. Oxygen content on TESS 834H in particular was higher than he would expect. What am I? This was one of the late surveys, Boltil said over his shoulder. By then they were very focused. They'd given up looking for the other stuff, the left-field stuff. The real stuff. He hadn't said it, but Senkovi heard the ghost of the thought in the other man's words. The ship had performed its own survey as it closed in with the TESS 834 system, its instruments far in advance of the old exoprobes, drawing up a detailed picture of the terraforming challenge ahead. The ship itself had not blinked at the data, nor considered that it was making a discovery. Just like the exoprobe, it could only see what it was looking for. Senkovi was having a similar difficulty. He even pulled up the best visual image of the planet, taken by the ship as it zipped past on its way to break around the red-orange sun. A single brown megacontinent, a great ink-coloured sea, spiralling wisps of cloud. This looks ideal terraforming territory, to be honest. But Boltil just said nothing, and eventually every sound in the room, every shuffle and rustle, fell into the cavernous void of his silence, as he waited for Senkovi to flip the data like an optical illusion, to see the other side of the story. And eventually, Senkovi stopped looking at the readings like the exoprobe and read them like a human being. And he fell still and silent too. They had come as far from Earth as any human ever had, travelled for a generation, left behind a planet fragmenting into political disarray to gift this distant desert orb with life. But they were too late. Life was already there. 2. The terraforming vessel had been named the Aegean, which everyone except Senkovi and Bolteel assumed was just one more name from the long electronic list that some computer kept for giving ships inoffensive monikers. Senkovi happened to have hacked the vulnerable part of the data chain and changed the Maratha to the Aegean because he preferred it, but no point letting that become public knowledge, not with so much on everybody's minds. The Aegean had a crew of 13, and every one of them was awake now. The ship's datasphere was busy with 11 men and women trying to work out what was going on. Senkovi's preference would be to either just post the information up or not tell them at all. But Bolteel was a showman at heart, and moreover he was about to propose a rather radical departure from their mission. Senkovi, forewarned, was already working on his own counter-proposals, because he had come out here for a reason and didn't much like people messing with his routines, even routines planned out decades in advance. He and Bolteel had been busy prior to waking the others. The Aegean was in stable orbit around TESS 834H, although the data embargo extended to the view screens that otherwise would have given a window-like view of the world below. The two early risers had fabricated a long-range, in-atmosphere scout remote for a special mission. Honestly, the most complex part had been thoroughly disinfecting the thing. There were Earth microbes that could survive vacuum and the burn of re-entry, and a century of space industry had created a bizarre new habitat that bacteria and fungi had evolved to inhabit. It wasn't usually a concern of terraformers, whose job was, after all, to seed new planets with as much new life as possible. Bolteel was taking no chances, though. There was a living world out there, and the last thing he wanted was to unleash some microbial apocalypse. So they had printed the thing off, built it from the ground up in sterile conditions, coated it with foam, and then vented it out into space, its rubbery armour ablating away until the pristine remote was all that was left, untouched by human hands. Then they had sent it into the planet's atmosphere to take a look. Senkovi's imagination was full of algal pools, bacterial mats, stromatolites. The history of life on Earth was one of a long age of primitive single cells, alone or clinging together in makeshift unorganised colonies. Complex life was merely the recent froth over a great vat of prokaryotes, feeding and dividing and dying. That was what they expected to find, a scum of undifferentiated life clinging to the coastlines of that one great continent. Then the remote had gone low enough to start recording images, and they had watched and watched, revising their impressions, glancing at one another. Senkovi had twined his fingers at the implications for his work. Bolteel had been stock still, a man given a destiny. They put the remote into its own orbit and told the ship to wake the others, and here they were, gathered together so Bolteel could draw aside the curtain and show them the magic. "You're probably wondering if I've gone mad," he addressed them. In fact, he had been keeping tabs on just what inquiries they had made of the ship's systems, using overall command access to eavesdrop on the conversations flitting between their implants. Some of them did indeed think he'd suffered some breakdown as a result of the cold sleep process, even though that was supposedly impossible with the modern units. Others had been picking up the news from Earth, sifting through all the signals that had chased after the Aegean, and coming to the uncomfortable conclusion that the Earth, as it had been 31 years ago, was in the grip of war, in all but name. Was Bolteel about to declare for one side or another? Was he about to accuse some of them of being anti-science quislings? The conflict brewing back home, the conflict that had been brewing way back when, anyway, went further than science versus conservatism, but as they were all scientists, their takes on it were naturally skewed. A number of them had tried to circumvent his embargo, either to glean more information or, in the case of Dr. Irma Lante, to send a report home. Senkovi, now Bolteel's willing co-conspirator, had been able to thwart them all for the same reasons that poachers make the best gamekeepers. And what Lante felt a report home would accomplish at this remove was anybody's guess. They were their own little state with 13 citizens, cut off from human progress, marooned on a desert island in a sea the size of the universe. "Just watch," Bolteel told them, when he had gathered them all in one of the Aegean's briefing rooms and called up his selected excerpts from the remote's travelogue. Coming down from a cloudy, mackerel-striped sky, below was a great reddish-brown bowl, crossed by a couple of mountain chains like half-buried lines of vertebrae, sutures holding the megacontinent together. This was the hot, dry heart of the tropical latitudes, the drone coursing steadily over a dust bowl the size of Asia. At this remove, without magnification, it seemed almost featureless. The point of view dropped, though, as the remote made its controlled descent. Data on altitude, temperature, and the like flickered in constantly shifting footnotes. For a moment it could have been old Mars down there, save for the lack of craters. The world was a desert, terrible, inhospitable, ripe for humanity to build a new Eden. The remote dropped lower, skimming on towards this world's north and east. Ahead there was a line of darkness where night began, and the footage was catching up on it. The view shifted, magnified, jerking to the right. This was Bolteel's post-flight editing, a little clumsy because he was a dreamer but not necessarily an artist. There were lakes in the desert, though of what was unclear. They leapt at the eye from the dull brown expanse, yellow, ferrous red, the blue-green of copper compounds, often concentric rings of one unlikely, toxic-looking colour within another, and then another. They looked like waste pools from some factory about to be shut down by the environmental lobby, their shores crusted with glittering crystals. The sight was beautiful, yet a poster child for something inimical to human life. The display recorded a temperature of 61 degrees centigrade. The remote descended further. There was no sound, and indeed the only sound would have been the wind and the rattle of grit and the roar of the machine's air scoops as it fought to stop itself overheating. Someone had been drawing in the dirt around the pools and drawing in the poisonous water too. There were complex radial designs like dark snowflakes that branched and met each other. Bolteel believed these were something like bacterial colonies. Senkovi said they could just as easily be inorganic. But these were the least exciting of the images he wanted the crew to see. A showman, after all. However, he had guessed his audience might be getting slightly restless after looking at an alien desert for almost 30 minutes. The remote's view switched again, looking off towards the marching teeth of one of the mountain ranges, magnifying, zooming until there was a dot there, moving past the face of that red rock. Even with the remote giving them its all, it was hard to see what they were looking at. Something pale moved in the air, and the human eye tried to recast it as a bird, a machine. The remote was closing as fast as it could, chasing the thing down. Now it resembled nothing so much as a filmy plastic bag caught on the wind, dipping and rising. Where the desert met the mountains, the winds were strong. They'd had the run of the place, after all, and now these rising shelves of rock came to thwart them. The remote recorded gusting clouds of brown-red grit, dust devils, a great complex of thermals whirling upwards and carrying all sorts of fine debris into the higher atmosphere. The camera had lost sight of the plastic bag. Now it veered back into view, far closer. The remote was rising, above the peaks now, looking down. The thing, the indisputably living thing, lazily undulated its way along the line of the mountains. "We think it's more than 10 metres across," Bolteel's voice broke in, because the remote gave little indication of scale. It was like a jellyfish, a thing of absurdly thin layers, radial in layout, riding the winds and trailing filaments barely visible save where they shimmered in the sunlight. Following it for a long time, Bolteel pointed out that it was not simply airborne flotsam at the mercy of the elements. Some structure within it constantly trimmed its shape and dimensions, as though a crew of sailors was taking in and letting out sails. The mood in the audience was that perhaps Bolteel was seeing what he wanted to see, but everyone was seeing a gigantic airborne Snidarian. Everyone saw the alien. Whatever they thought of Bolteel's individual conclusions, the mood of the audience was forever changed, as were they. They were the first humans to set eyes on something that had evolved on another world and owed nothing to Earth. "This is nothing," Bolteel told them, and switched to the next item in his extraterrestrial playlist. This was one of his favourites for pure artistry. The remote drifted through a night sky, and below the land seemed barren, rugged yet flat. This was more of the desert, but temperate uplands, a plateau approximately the size, and by pure chance shape, of Texas. The planet's moon was a crescent sliver in the sky. The remote's cameras did their best to amplify the light. The ground below had a curious texture to it, walled with knotted clusters like closed fists, each sitting in a span of empty space away from its neighbours. The timing was utter serendipity. The remote, under Bolteel's guidance, was still trying to work out what it was looking at when dawn crested the edge of the world and threw out its red light. As day brightened over the plateau, the fists unclenched spirally, throwing out 5 branching arms, whose inner surfaces were dark like pools. Not the green of chlorophyll nor any other colour, they seemed more like solar cells than plants, and yet surely they were drinking in the sunlight in some exchange analogous to photosynthesis. And to do what? Their world was bounded by the plateau top that they carpeted. Or perhaps this sessile form was merely the adult, and their larvae rode the winds to be captured and consumed by vast jellyfish. Perhaps. And here, the best guesses of Bolteel or any of them were just spitting into the hurricane of the unknown. Now the remote drifted over the sea, but that was a medium it was unsuited for, and the water was almost completely opaque. There was something wallowing just below the surface, though. Some huge round thing like a pale shadow glimmering within the inky ocean. Unable to make out more of it, the remote coasted on. Now they saw little nodules bobbing on the waves, little meaning larger than human size, but the dark ocean was so vast that anything was dwarfed in comparison. They were translucent, veined. Bolteel thought they were immature sky jellyfish. Perhaps. He showed them the poles, too. There was no land, no ice, but instead a weird sargassum of tendrils and coils and flowers extending for hundreds of square kilometres. Everything was organised in hubs and spokes, a bizarre tessellating pattern when seen from above. The tangle seemed living but inanimate, and yet there was a constant sense of motion from beneath. By now, nobody queried the computer or tried to get round the embargo. He had them, and who can blame them? And yet he had saved the best until last. This last sequence was where the sea met the land, shielded from the baked interior by mountains that broke the moist air and shook it down for all the rain it had to offer. Here they were on the high latitudes, still hot by Earth standards, but a breath of cool air compared to the murderous tropics. The remote's eye view soared over a flat landscape of pools and creeks and mud, a salt marsh as far as its view could take it. Everywhere there was life opening petals or leaves or some other alien organs to the sun, digging down roots to drag the seaborne minerals from the salt-saturated ground, or perhaps doing something else, some alien process without an Earth equivalent. Everything was low and stunted. The biology of this world had not produced anything that could keep a tall tree standing. Everything was blackish, with iridescent hints of blue-green or rust-red. The remote drifted lower, lenses hunting movement. Something flitted past, between it and the ground. Something winged, and definitely not a jellyfish. Pale and swift. Moving quite unlike a bird, a series of staccato lunges through the air. In its wake, movement began on the ground again, the narrative of prey and aerial predator impossible to resist. There were things like spiny stones rocking into motion, making slow progress as they grazed the edge of the pools. Bolteel ended his presentation there. They'd seen enough to know how much more there must be to see. Oh, perhaps 1 or 2 were harbouring some sneaking disappointment, brought up on a certain kind of story, because when you went to an alien world and met the aliens were supposed to be able to greet you. Advance science as far as you like, the human mind continued to place itself at the centre of the universe. If not to create intelligence, what was it all for? Where were the cities, the spaceports, even the abandoned ruins of an elder civilization? And yet this was all the alien life ever discovered, that the human eye could make out unaided. A miracle that it had broken out of bacteria analogues in the first place. A miracle that the result was something they could even recognise as life. Then Baltiel called up their mission statement, which was, of course, and entirely incidentally, to destroy all this and replace it with something more like home. Senkovi watched the reactions of the crew with interest. There was no guarantee that they would see things from Baltiel's perspective. After all, like the old films say, we came 31 light-years from Earth to terraform planets and chew gum, and we're all out of gum. Actually, there was gum, or at least the means to manufacture it, but that wasn't the point. What, after all, was the type for a terraformer? They were hardy frontiers people, surely, tough engineers come out to carve a home for themselves in the far reaches of humanity's sphere of influence, like the railroad builders of old. Except that was bunk, of course. Nobody here was eking out a desperate, dangerous living to send back pennies for their families. Nor were they the colonists, destined to tough it out under an alien sky until either they or the planet surrendered to the other. When the accelerated terraforming procedures took, the terraformers themselves would be on the first ship out, leaving the planet virgin for someone else to live on. Unless they grew so in love with their handiwork that they decided to stay, against all policy and orders. And speaking of that, "This has given me something of a quandary," Baltiel was saying, showing his working, even though he'd already found his answer to the sum. "This is an unprecedented situation. Our mission briefing doesn't cover it." A grimace, more calling up of records on their mind's eye displays, or the ship's screens for them to peruse. "The very first terraforming expeditions did, the in-solar ones, and the first ever out-system mission. Everyone was hopped up about extraterrestrial life, and they didn't find even a microbe, and they were spending a whole lot of money and resources, and so it fell by the wayside for later missions. Nobody puts it in the manual anymore, and it's not as if we can call Earth for clarification and then wait 62 years for their thoughts on the matter. The decision's ours." By which, of course, he meant mine. Senkovi considered that they could actually just go back to sleep for 6 decades and change, and have the ship wake them when Earth had made up its mind, but that smacked of a slavish devotion to authority that he'd never espoused. He was surprised at this crusading flame in Baltiel, though, who was apparently a less orthodox character than Senkovi had taken him for. "I hope you'll support me in the command decision I'm making here. We can't just go to work on this planet," Baltiel told them all. "It will be a crime. A genocide of something we may never find again in the lifespan of our species." And he was preaching to the choir, mostly. What made a terraformer? Apparently a willingness not to terraform if there was something more interesting around, as though they'd all come down with ADHD. Seeing him frown, Baltiel sent over a direct message. "Do you blame them?" "No, and I'm broadly supportive of your decision," Senkovi threw back, letting the "but" hang there unspoken. And there were a handful who would obviously rather be terraforming. They'd come out here to do a job, and though they weren't unmoved by the marvels they'd been shown, they weren't ready to just sit on their hands. "I propose we change our mission," Baltiel told everyone. "Our suite of technology here is designed to cope with a wide range of investigatory tasks, as well as the actual rewriting of planets, after all. We have a duty to study what we found here, to report on it for Earth. We won't be the last here. This planet will become the jewel of the galaxy for scientists. But we can be first, and do a good job of laying the groundwork. We can be in the history books, all of us." All of us meaning me, but probably there would be other names in footnotes, or immortalised as geographical features. Mount Senkovi, or maybe not. Sounds like an instruction to a taxidermist. And again, Baltiel had most of them, but a few more were unhappy with this turn of events now. They were, after all, experts chosen for a particular task, and this wasn't it. Senkovi counted 4. Malem, Han, Lortice, Pulister. The other 7 were right with Baltiel about what they should be doing. Senkovi decided this was his moment, and flagged up a request to speak. Boltiel gave him the side-eye and asked for a little more context than that, and in return Senkovi just data-dumped the entire plan on him. Let's see if he's as clever as he thinks he is. Boltiel blinked twice. That momentary pause was all the others saw, and then nodded briskly. "Mr. Senkovi, you have the floor." Senkovi blinked too, licked dry lips, preferring to be the scorer than the scoree when points were being dished out. All eyes on him, he coughed to buy a little time, then said, "It's not like they'd just leave us alone, after all." He didn't have Boltiel's grandiloquence. It was all he could do not to mumble into his chest. "You know what they were calling the terraforming initiative when we left Earth orbit? The Forever Project. Because this is it. This is when the human race becomes immortal. You get me? We're off Earth. We're making new homes amongst the stars, whether the stars want us or not. We have godlike power. People will come here expecting to find a home. They'll be properly impressed by the jellyfish and the moving rocks and thing what. But then they'll start asking awkward questions like, which house is mine then? I mean, you know people. We all do. Moan, demand. We came 30 light years and you're showing us pictures of tidal marshland." He essayed a small smile, saw a couple of people return it. Boltiel was expressionless, waiting. How the hell did he digest all of that? Did he get the ship to pass it for him? Did he hack my files and read it before the meeting? "But Yusuf's right," he went on, making a nervous, fidgety gesture in Boltiel's direction. "We can't do the mission, not like we're supposed to. But we can do it anyway. Look." And he began bringing up his diagrams and data, which he could hide behind enough that his voice gained strength as he soldiered on. "The next planet out, Tess 834G. It's mostly an ice ball, right on the very limit of the liquid water zone, but it's geologically active, and Terraforming 101 says we can precision bomb the fault lines to set it all off at once, and then it won't be an ice ball for long, and the gas we get out of that will kill off the albedo, and after that it'll be warm enough for the water to stay water. And there's a little land, just a little, and there'll be more once the ice has slimmed down to liquid." "Not much more," Han pointed out. "I get 2.1% of total surface area, all small island chains." She threw her own scratch calculations into the communal virtual display for everyone to look at. Leah Han was the oldest of them, Boltiel's senior by 2 years, and her maths was faultless at very short notice. Nobody was heckling the other guy, Senkovi thought, but Han was at least playing the game. "So the colonists live on boats," he suggested. "Is that, or they go live alongside your aliens? And how's that going to go in 3 or 4 generations? You think everyone's going to be a responsible neighbour?" "That's a very pessimistic appraisal of the human spirit," objected someone. Senkovi chased down the name and got Spark, and an assessment record that spoke of reliable competence without brilliance. "One I happen to agree with." Boltiel killed off the topic effortlessly. "We don't know what the political milieu will be amongst any colonists." And people's faces showed that the old news they'd had from Earth was front and centre in most minds. Any new arrivals could be a wave of ideological maniacs come to practice their mania out of the reach of their foes on Earth. "We don't know what their priorities will be," Boltiel went on. "Mine is to conserve what we've discovered here, and to study it. I will be taking an independent module from the Aegean to remain in orbit around 834H. I'm looking for volunteers for that team. Mr. Senkovi has my support to attempt a terraforming of Tess 834G, and he'll retain the lion's share of the ship's resources to do so. He will likewise be looking for volunteers, and I can guarantee that when we do finally get word to or from Earth, it'll be his team that has a future in the terraforming business." Still not as interesting as studying flying medusae, though, Senkovi concluded, but he couldn't say Boltiel hadn't given him a fair crack of the whip. For himself, he was already considering the technical challenges of bringing the ice world to life. In the end, he got Malem, Pulister and Han, with Lortice defying Senkovi's assessment of him to join Team Alien. 3 co-workers was, by his estimation, probably 2 more than he really needed. The machines would be doing the heavy lifting, after all. "One question," Bright Spark piped up, just as everything had been decided. "What if you find life under the ice on 834G?" Senkovi shrugged. Then unless it has radio capacity and is a very quick learner, it's probably fucked, he said. 3. There might have been life. That was what he had to live with. Actually, there might still be life. Initial probes on Damascus, Senkoby had taken the liberty of installing his pet name like a squatter and daring Bolteel to evict, had picked up complex chemistry along deep-sea vents, but precious little beyond. The water column itself was barren. That chemistry was still there in places, and in fact 2 decades of colossally accelerated volcanism had perhaps even benefited it, spreading its habitat across the sea floor. Was it life? Results were inconclusive. Whatever was going on there seemed to be more about clay matrices than cell membranes, and relied on a toxic balance of chemicals that would be anathema to natives both of Earth and Tess 834H, which Senkoby had privately named Nod, because it was notionally east, or at least sunward, of the Eden that he himself was creating. He had downplayed the possible biochemistry aspect in his reports to Bolteel, while simultaneously knowing that the man would not be fooled. It created a convenient fiction between them that they could show to later auditors. Bolteel was sharper than Senkoby had initially thought. After his big presentation about 834G, Senkoby had asked the man, "How did you get through all that fast enough to make the decision?" And Bolteel had just said, "I've seen your appraisals and tolerances. You wouldn't stake your career on a bad bet. All I needed to see was that you were staying the hell off my planet." And he had smiled blandly, and Senkoby had learned a lot about his boss from that expression. An inclination to play God was part and parcel of wanting to go out and terraform other worlds, but good practice was to at least play nicely with the rest of the pantheon. Senkoby had met Avrana Kern once. It had been hard to avoid her, and there was a woman who was her own Zeus, Odin and Yahweh all in one. Bolteel's role had only ever been intended as a subordinate Vulcan, but now he had found a new lease of divinity, a project Kern could not reach across the abyss to dictate. All very wearying, Senkoby thought. He had been out of storage for 6 months this time round, because after a couple of years of targeted bombardment, the primary volcanic phase was reaching completion, and he and his people needed to set the next set of wheels in motion. Han was skimming drones over the surface of Damascus right now, mapping the new borders of the ice, which was confined to around a quarter of the surface and split between the poles. Still pretty damn cold by Earth standards, but the greenhouse gases were building nicely, and they'd installed a set of solar collectors to funnel even more heat in. The atmosphere of Damascus was fairly dense and mostly inert. The vast quantities of water had gifted the place with a little oxygen, even without anything actively metabolizing it, which was a huge time-saving for Senkoby, as it allowed him to install more complex oxygenators, which needed a bit of the O2 already present to bootstrap them. He was about to turn the seas green, clogging them with the sort of algal slick that would horrify a beach full of tourists. That would set the oxygen meter creeping upwards, but of course that in itself would be robbing the planet of heat-retaining CO2, meaning the whole volcanism and greenhouse gassery would need to be kicked up a notch, and the equilibrium of the atmosphere kept balanced like a spun plate that couldn't be allowed to so much as wobble for year upon year. And then there would come some more waiting, and he'd sleep out most of it, except the current bout of watch and wait had tested his patience enough to set him on some side projects, and now they were sufficiently advanced that he was contemplating spending another year of his life on them, rather than saving it for the actual terraforming. He glanced at his companion, who had come out to stare through the glass at him. "Hungry yet?" he asked, but he didn't think so. Paul was just curious. Curiosity was something Senkoby had bred into him, building on his work back on Earth. Really, this had been no more than a hobby, no more out of order than Hans' painting or Pulister's tedious logic puzzles, except it had turned into a sufficient sink of mission resources that Senkoby had begun to think of ways to make it work for him. Just about on time, Bolteel checked in, the signal coming at a staggered delay from the relay satellite orbiting Nod. Senkoby judged the time apt for revelation and opened a visual channel. Bolteel had been taking things slowly on Nod, They were still flying carefully disinfected drones over the planet, trying to inventory the biomes and their contents, sleeping on ice while the systems generated hypothetical taxonomies. Senkovi looked it over every month or so, impressed with the man's restraint. He knew that boots on the ground was the plan, in a hermetically sealed biodome. Bolteel would be the first man to walk with aliens, but only with a heavy-duty hazard suit between him and them, for everyone's protection. "Hola, boss." Senkovi composed his best smile. "We're seeding now. Algal Spring comes to Damascus." "I saw," because obviously Bolteel returned the courtesy and checked Senkovi's working on a regular basis. "You're ahead of schedule, even." "You're behind," Senkovi couldn't stop himself saying. To his surprise, Bolteel grimaced. And of course, some of the given reasons for the man dragging his feet had been that he wanted Senkovi's operation established and stable, so that the crew remaining on the Aegean could charge over to mount a rescue if something went wrong, or vice versa. Senkovi had already dismantled that logic and decided there were deeper and more personal bonds holding Bolteel back. The man's face now confirmed it. "You want to make a good first impression," Senkovi completed, "and you only get the one chance." "That's it." A gentler smile than any expression Senkovi had seen on Bolteel's face before. "We're going down there. It's all planned. But I check and check again. I've had samples in the lab up here exposed to every microbe in the human body, to every Earth molecule. And vice versa, I hope." "It should be safe," Bolteel said, surely for his own benefit as much as anyone's. "There's some negative interaction at the molecular level, and there's more arsenic down there than we'd normally like. But biological interaction? None. They don't have our DNA, our cell chemistry, any of it. Nothing's going to get killed by the common cold. Nobody's going to catch the Martian flu. And we'll still be suited up, sealed away." He sounded like someone looking for a second opinion, so Senkovi nodded amiably. "I've given your proposal the once-over. I don't see any gaps." He might have said more, but Paul chose that point to detach from the corner of his tank and come forward to goggle out at the screen. "What the hell is that?" Bolteel demanded. "Yusuf, meet Paul. Say hi, Paul." Understandably, Paul said nothing. "What is it?" Senkovi frowned. "He's a Pacific striped octopus." He sent over a data dump of files on cephalopods of all kinds, in case Bolteel was criminally underinformed on the subject. "But you must be way off seeding complex life." Bolteel's brief eye twitch showed him searching through the mission plan. "Well, yes, but—" "Dizra, is this a pet? Have you been using mission resources to breed domestic octopodes?" Another brief twitch, and Senkovi knew his superior had been looking up the plural and settled on the most awkward-sounding one. Time for the long con. "It's like this. We have an unprecedented level of underwater work on this project, because, obviously, the planet is almost all underwater. Now, while we have drones and remotes and the like, it won't be enough if we want to keep to schedule." "So you won't be ahead of schedule for long?" Senkovi decided he could throw his past self under the bus for the benefit of his future self. "Sure, I was optimistic. However, I've got a solution. Paul can help." Bolteel raised an eyebrow, a reaction sent over minutes between planets, but Senkovi felt it was worth waiting for. "Do you know the work Khalifi and Roos were doing for Dr. Kern?" Bolteel's eyebrow ratcheted up further, because right now everyone knew about that work. Certainly everyone back on Earth had an opinion about it 31 years ago, and the most recently received opinions were extremely vocal. It had been a cause célèbre for the reactionaries, a justification for terrorism, bombed-out labs and brutalised monkeys. "The viral work," he said flatly. "It wasn't finished when we set out, not quite, but I have a lot of their research. I was even co-author for one of the papers." Senkovi was not looking Bolteel in the eye now, his attention shifting to Paul instead. "I mean, I'm not talking actual uplift. Not like they did it, but a little tweaking, a little acceleration. Not to mention improving lifespan and post-egg-laying survival, but I'm not saying that because you'd want to know why. So that when the sea is sufficiently habitable, we could have a workforce to help us." Boltiel said nothing for a long time, enough that Senkovi checked twice to ensure the link was still open. What's he going to do? He's on a different planet. He has his own obsessions. Is he calling Han to tell her to replace me? So, I bred a better octopus. Is that so wrong? Submit a proper plan, at least, before you start meddling with them. The words jolted Senkovi into eye contact again, and for a moment the two of them just stared at each other across the thousands of kilometres. We are both off our briefs, Senkovi realised. We're rebel angels, and by the time God, meaning a Verona Kern, realises what we're up to, it'll be too late. I will, he promised, blithely sidestepping the fact that he'd already started. From his tank, Paul watched him with one slit-pupilled eye, tentacles curling in elaborate arabesques. 4. Terraforming gave them all time to think. Yes, they were hurrying the planet's changes along at a ludicrous rate compared to geological time, from iceball to ocean within a small slice of a human lifetime. Still, humans had evolved to live with days and months and seasons. The waiting was hard. Nobody wanted to just fall back into cold sleep the moment the opportunity arose, telling the Aegean to wake them in a decade. They wanted to see the world below them start to germinate before they closed their eyes. And so they practiced art, music, read the ship's stored library front to back, played procedurally generated strategy games advertised never to repeat themselves, and almost everyone became obsessive now and then. The Earth link was what got most of them. Pulister, Han, Malem, they had all spent time trying to discuss what was happening back home. People were fighting. There were localised war zones, mostly the traditional sort where the big players' soldiers got to go play in the backyards of their neighbours to minimise the property damage of friendly allies. Proxy wars, and keeping it clean so far, but everyone knew that there were stocks of chemical and biological agents just sitting around waiting for someone to lose patience with polite and limited wars. And the news was old, of course, over 3 decades. They were out here on the edge of humanity's sphere of influence, their ability to communicate with home crippled by the insuperable laws of relativity. Senkovi had heard Pulister and Malem in full-blown argument, one of those pointless rows where both of them were effectively arguing the same case, where the argument itself was the point, not the winning of it. He hadn't realised before then just how riled up everyone was about Earth and the growing conflict they were hearing about, a generation late. And probably it was all settled now, peace and harmony, but that old demon relativity brought an end to any difference in acceleration between good news and bad, truth and rumour. None of it could get to them faster than the light of their home world's distant sun, leaving them to endlessly speculate about how bad things might have got. Senkovi himself kept out of the discussion and kept out of their way. He was already obsessive, a trait he had proudly smuggled onto the Aegean long before it had become de rigueur, and he was using the waiting time to indulge in his own personal schemes. When Han came to see him, this was months after his brittle détente with Boltiel over Paul, her first comment was, "You're supposed to be in the freezer by now." "Don't wanna," Senkovi told her, sticking out his bottom lip because he'd learned that with some people a veneer of feigned childishness could transform his peculiarities from obnoxiously antisocial to charming. "Busy." "Busy keeping us out of here," she noted. "This was payload Bay 7, wasn't it? Only none of this looks like payload, Dizra." "It is payload, of a sort." He was already being defensive, and he'd hoped to keep that in reserve when charmingly childish wore thin. "I filed a plan with Boltiel. He's all over this like a rash, believe me." "Dizra, I saw the plan you filed. It was thin, and you must have pushed past its parameters an age ago. Preliminary testing, it said." "And it went very well, so I made an executive decision. Boltiel will back me." Han was a tall, slender woman who looked as though she should be an aesthete, all impromptu haiku and abstract paintings. In fact, her paintings were all of robots, fantastical, impractical metal humanoids lit by industrial fires or explosions, as though she had a window onto a world where cybernetics had gone in very different directions. On top of that, perhaps despite that, she was the best engineer on the terraforming team, a genius mathematician, and a pilot. And all of that, Senkovi had thought, should have been enough to keep her busy and not send her snooping around here. He felt like a boy caught doing something untoward after lights out, sitting on the floor of Bay 7 with a half-gutted virtual console, lit by the azure radiance of the big tank he'd had constructed. Han put a hand to the transparent plastic, seeing the occupants detach from the fake coral and rocks he'd given them, drifting towards her fingers to see if they would give any entertainment value. "I'm guessing you're not sending them planetside any time soon," she noted. "Unless you've engineered the fuck out of them to not need oxygen or Earth-style temperatures or pH." "As it happens, they aren't ready for deployment, no," Senkovi told her shortly, wishing she'd just go away and, if possible, forget everything she was currently looking at. "I'm still very much in the R&D phase of the project, as you must know if you've read—" "Why squid?" "Not squid. Octopi. Octopuses, if you want to be a slave to the dictionary." "And why not? What's wrong with them?" Han glanced down at him. "You've got a genetic library that's a good slice of Earth biodiversity, Dizra. You've got the kit here to hatch out anything, unextinct it. Pullister was talking about making a dog." Dizra, not much of a dog person, shrugged. "Why not? I mean, what would you do? Let me guess, you had a cat back home? Fish?" He decided Han probably had owned a cat, or had wanted to own a cat but hadn't lived somewhere she could get a pet permit. Maybe she'd had a robot cat, one of those good little machines that purred and sat on your lap and then its ears fell off the moment its warranty expired. "I'd make a tiger," Han said. Senkovi was speechless for a long time, enough that his console began lighting up with frustrated red error messages as his fellow game player got annoyed with his inaction. "Huh," he managed eventually. Han grinned down at him. It was the first time he had ever seen her smile, perhaps. He suddenly found his opinion of her completely revised. She wanted to recreate a tiger, here on the Aegean, where the narrow corridors and enclosed workspaces would lead to an interesting work-life balance for the humans having to share the ship with a large carnivore. And of course she'd never go ahead and actually do it. Senkovi was frankly the only person on the ship who would just live the dream and to hell with the opinions or even permissions of others. But the thought was there, and Senkovi decided he liked Han a lot better for it. "I had a tiger when I was a kid," she said candidly, and he wondered if that meant a stuffed toy or if she came from an income bracket considerably above even his own rather privileged one. "But you've got a whole load of these octopi, and no tigers." "Ah, well, the key failing with tigers is that their performance drops off sharply when you get them to mend coolant pipes a kilometre below the surface of the ocean." Han stared at him for long enough to make him uncomfortable. Then the grin was back. "That's not what this is about," she pointed out. Senkovi thought about keeping up the pretense, but decided she was too sharp for it. "Oh, well, it is. I mean, that's the end goal. But I had an octopus when I was a kid." Rather more than one, but the narrative was simpler that way. Then his console beeped sharply at him and he hurriedly made a move to keep it quiet. Too late, though, for Han was crouching down beside him. "Who are you playing against? Is that Pullister? He can't play worth a damn." The console was displaying a tile-laying game, a little idealised landscape half-constructed from squares, linking roads, rivers, cities. And it was a mess. Pieces all over, roads spiralling to nowhere, the spiky walls of towns clustering like sea urchins. "It's not Pullister, no." Han's eyes were following where the cables from the console led. And yes, he could have just run the whole thing in virtual space on the Aegean's system, and that was the logical next step. Right now, he was trying to keep his games private, because the others would mock. Han wasn't mocking, though. He could see the wheels of her mind turning. "You're Paul," Senkovi explained. "Well, Paul 5. He's the most successfully modified. He likes the console and experiencing virtual space, and I thought, well, there are humans who never really take to a virtuality, but the octopi are all about manipulating space. There's no tactile element for them yet, and I thought that would be the sticking point, but they get it very quickly, Paul 5 especially. So I'm trying some simple games, with debatable success. He makes moves, and he's understood the limits the game places on when he can move and what moves can be made. But as far as strategy or points or winning, that seems to be outside his range at the moment. Tell him he doesn't get fed if he loses, Han suggested, staring into the tank. Senkovi had tried that. Pavlovian motivation wasn't terribly useful for training an octopus. Once they were fed, food became a lesser motivator than curiosity. Also, when Senkovi had contrived to communicate that the game hid a shrimp inside it somehow, Paul too had broken the game trying to take it apart. "We're going to need this space back for payload sooner rather than later," Han remarked eventually, even somewhat regretfully. "Firstly, this is payload, albeit highly experimental. Secondly, we don't. Look, I've reorganised. We can get by on the other bays. I've even gained us some space." He sent over his changes, which were in fact just as advertised, to the virtual space their mind's eyes shared. The designers of the Aegean had been slacking somewhat, leaning on their large budget. Senkovi had improved on their work to provide the ship with improved economy of space and movement of materiel, the sort of thing that someone might have achieved genuine commendations for. The entire elaborate operation looked good on paper to anyone who didn't suspect he'd gone through it solely because he wanted more space for fish tanks. After Han had gone, he finished the game and fed his pets, hoping that the rest of the ship wasn't already tittering behind his back about crazy Senkovi and his performing mollusks. The console was already flashing, though, despite Paul being busy dismantling a crab. It was one of the others, Salome. She had been watching Paul, and now she had used her own newly implanted connection to break into the game system. She had moved as much as she could, but now needed him to take his own turn before she could continue playing. Senkovi suspected he should probably get away from the tanks and go have human contact or something healthy like that. On the other hand, he'd just had an actual conversation, which was quite wearying, and he could hardly disappoint such a keen experimental subject. He sat down again, dropping a tile into the virtual space, and waiting to see what Salome would do. 5. Ciri Sky would be in charge of the orbiting module in Bolteel's absence. She and 4 others would have relatively little to do, except continue to round off the rough edges of the database the computer was assembling on the Nod biosphere, Senkovi's joke name having gradually infiltrated the collective consciousness. Of course, technically, Bolteel himself should be staying up top and delegating the ground party, but he was damned if he was going to. This was the day he had been waiting for, in and out of sleep over the years since their arrival here. He would not only be on the shuttle down, he would be the first damned human being to set foot on this world. Nobody was taking that from him. Remotes had been down there for a long time now, setting things up. There was a habitat ready to receive them, filled with an atmosphere not vastly different to that outside, a little lower pressure, a little more oxygen. An Earth-ish atmosphere, though, and the gravity would be real, even if a little stronger than they were used to. He had been living in space, sometimes in rotational gravity, sometimes in none, for too long. Of course, the plan was purely to run a research mission, the research mission he had invented to replace what they were actually supposed to be up to, out on Nod. He shouldn't be thinking about the place as home. It would be a pokey little series of interconnected domes, barely more personal space than on the module they'd separated from the Aegean and left in orbit when the rest of the ship went off on the road to Damascus. Senkovi and his damn fool names. But they always seemed to stick. No doubt the colonists would have their own sanitised monikers for both planets when they arrived, or maybe not. That depended on just how badly things actually went back home. Senkovi said they'd get boatloads of desperate refugees turning up at every terraforming station, clamouring to be housed and fed. The great human diaspora, but not how anyone had envisaged it. Bolteel had sat down to a meal with all his crew, not long ago. He'd tweaked the rotors especially so that everyone would be awake and ready for the historic launch. The mood had been cautiously optimistic. Earth was very far away after all, and everyone was sure that things there would sort themselves out. The mysteries of Nod were far more immediate for them. Sky had even wondered about harvesting something edible from the planet, because Senkovi was a long way from commercial fisheries over on Damascus. Sky was a geologist, though, and tended not to read the monograms of other specialities. 90% of Nod proteins were indigestible to humans, not immediately poisonous, but just inert stuff that would clog up your gut and probably kill you eventually, from the levels of arsenic and mercury the planet seemed to thrive on. The remaining 10% were not economical to separate out. Bolteal had expected to be the great expert on the land of Nod by now. Instead, he felt as though their accumulated knowledge of the planet was to the mind what the alien flesh would be to the stomach, almost impossible to assimilate. It wasn't that the automated survey had turned up blank, quite the opposite. They had a vast wealth of information about the planet, and no way to readily put it together in any kind of order. He felt like a school kid taught history as a list of dates and names of kings, without context to let him draw meaning from the information. Noddan organisms were organised into cells, just like Earth creatures, although the cells themselves were very different. They were smaller, for one thing, no bigger than an E. coli bacterium on average. There was no nucleus, but some manner of transmissible organisation, incredibly dense, was implanted in the membrane. Lante, wearing her biochemist hat, was talking about atomic-level information storage, more compact than DNA, but perhaps more energy-intensive to produce. Every cell seemed to react to light, even the ones buried deep in the bodies of creatures. Why? Nobody had a good theory. Plenty of the organisms they had looked at appeared to be metabolizing sunlight, some sessile-like plants, others highly mobile, suggesting that their mechanism, as yet unknown but there were some fascinating suggestions, was far more efficient than plant photosynthesis, and there appeared to be no hard plant-slash-animal divide on Nod. Almost every organism was radially symmetrical, top and bottom, but no front or back, save where evolution had twisted them round to let them flap through the sky's dorsal side first. Oh, and many of them were only partially cellular, with large portions of their bodies composed of a plasticky tissue that seemed almost inanimate and which was manipulated and deformed by contracting fibres. The jellyfish, which comprised a significant phylum of Noddan life, were all sail and hardly any actual ship. Bolteal wasn't someone whose mind leapt instantly to thoughts of commercial exploitation, but Nod had already shown him forms of information storage, energy conversion, and super-strong, super-light materials that Earth technology could not currently replicate. And yet at the same time, the Noddan ecosystem felt young. Aside from some truly colossal medusy forms, nothing on land seemed bigger than a medium-sized dog. There was nothing like a forest, nothing like wood, nothing much like an internal skeleton. Everything sprawled outwards rather than fighting for height. He wondered if this was what Earth would have felt like back in the Devonian era, or some such, when life was just encroaching on land. What might they become? But he would never know, and he had a bitter certainty that human presence in this solar system meant that nobody would, that the future of life on Nod was going to be brutally curtailed. He had not sent anything home about their discoveries. As far as he knew, everyone had respected his orders on that front. But it wouldn't matter as soon as the next wave of Earthlings arrived, ready to wash away all these fragile marks in the sand prior to building some prime beachfront property on any habitable planet they found. He had daydreamed about putting plague beacons in orbit all over the planet, warning off the future. So instead, he was indulging himself. He and his crew would do what they could to curate this riot of weirdly unambitious-seeming life while they were still able to. There would be a record for later generations, even if there would be nothing else. He sent a call to Sky over the module's network, and she confirmed her readiness, highlighting the green system readouts. He checked to ensure that his ground team had reached the shuttle. Irma Lante, biologist and medic, and Gav Lortis, geothermal engineer and general technician, were there, and Calvine Rani, meteorologist and pilot, was just on her way. She had a message pending, and he checked it anxiously, expecting something to have arisen to delay his destiny, faults, storms, something. Instead, she was recommending he speak to Senkovi. He had some meteorological data for me to analyse, but when it came through it was nonsense. He may be having problems. Bolteal felt he had plenty of his own problems, to which he really didn't want to add Senkovi. The man was supposed to be so damn self-sufficient after all. He set his feet on the brief path to the shuttle bay, and a sudden rush of excitement seized him, like a child about to go on a much-dreamt-of holiday. He'd been living in this tin can for too long, subjectively for years, objectively, meaning by the ship's clock, for decades. Like a child again, but one who'd been staring at the presents under the tree for a generation, not forbidden to open them, but exercising inhuman self-restraint. Like a child. Nobody on his team would describe him so. He was the man who was always calm, who always had an answer, who could even, miracle of miracles, talk Senkovi up or down or sideways from wherever the man's thought processes had led him. And yet, inside, Bolteel felt a bubbling, innocent glee. The timing of the mission, however well accounted for in the records, was more to do with him having finally exhausted his iron reserves of patience. Today was Christmas, and he was about to tear off the wrapping paper. Still, he was overall command, and Senkovi's little fiefdom was still part of overall, at least nominally, so he had the module signal its other self, the Aegean. "Hi, boss," came the delayed response, by which time Bolteel was in the shuttle double-checking Lortice and Rani as they double-checked each other's pre-flight checks, belt and braces all the way down. "Siri's chasing up some met data from you," Bolteel prodded. "Oh, yes. No, not a priority right now." By which time everyone on the ground crew had checked everyone else's sums, and Siri Sky had confirmed their launch window, and the excited child taking up space in Bolteel's head was virtually blocking out everything else. And Senkovi sounded off balance, which should have been a huge worry given how the man kept his insides inside, but surely it couldn't be now that things went catastrophically wrong. Not on the very edge of departure. And yet... "Dizra, what's up?" "We're just having a few system glitches, boss. Nothing to worry about." Senkovi's tone, when it finally came back, was transparent. "He's screwed up somehow, and he doesn't want me to check up." And Bolteel could check up, of course. He could query the Aegean with his command access, and then doubtless cut through all the baffles and screens Senkovi had festooned the problem data with, or he could just let Senkovi get on with it and deny the man the chance to rain on Bolteel's greatest ever parade. He made a command decision that even then he knew was on the wrong side of cautious. He'd been cautious for 20 years, though. Time for one glorious, reckless act. Cutting the connection, he decided to let Senkovi scoop his own crap without supervision, this one time, and hoped that the man didn't end up finger-painting it all over the walls. He refused to lose the launch window. He couldn't know, at the time, just what was riding on the decision. "Sky?" "When you are." Sky and the rest of the module crew were already settled in to continue the data gathering. Most of them would be back in cold sleep as soon as the shuttle was safely down. He was surprised there hadn't been more jostling for a place on the ground, but going to live with the jellyfish didn't appeal to everyone. The shuttle bay was evacuated around them, the air jealously grabbed back before it could be wasted. The bay doors opened, the clamps released, and the rotation of the module gently released the shuttle out into space, along a perfectly plotted pitch. Bolteel had chosen the salt marsh biome for his base because it was more hospitable than the searing inland deserts. Not that their suits didn't have temperature control, but the less the technology had to work, the longer it would last without maintenance. Of the land biomes, it seemed the most populous too, where an anthropocentric eye could perhaps see evolution striving to produce something more. And that was an illusion, surely. Probably the great fonts of evolutionary activity were elsewhere, and left to their own devices there would have been some great new wave of development from the deep sea or the floating creatures of the upper atmosphere. But moot now. We can only observe the present before we go on to destroy the future. The thought made Bolteel so angry, but unless the commander of the next ship along was also a radical conservationist, how could any of this life have long-term prospects? Oh, surely individual species would survive alongside humans or be relegated to reserves and zoos, but the ecological history of Earth showed how pitiful such measures were. One of the terraforming programme's great triumphs was being able to reconstruct whole Earth ecosystems, systems that didn't exist as anything other than deathbed wounded back on their original planet. Because in a very real way, the ecosystem was the basic unit of life, species creating, by their very presence, an environment for other species to work in. We wrecked it all back home, Bolteel thought. and by the time we understand Nod, we'll have wrecked it here as well. For a moment, he'd had a mad dream of an Earth-mimic Damascus and an alien Nod side by side, coexisting. The spiralling bad news from home had ground down that dream into a kind of bleak nihilism. We will learn what we can and record it. I will be able to say, I walked there. They can't take that from me, no matter who comes. Even the thought of Earth, the political rants, the casualty figures, the spiralling insanity, made his gut clench, but he consciously banished the images and medicated the gut reaction, just like they were all doing these days. I will not let a little global war ruin my moment, and it's all history anyway, by the time it reaches us. The shuttle was falling into its pre-planned descent, Rani keeping a close eye in case she needed to intervene. Lortice had a presence in the shuttle performance system, but it was more out of habit than genuine worry. Lante appeared to be dozing, even as they came into contact with the upper atmosphere. Baltiel himself was staring at the images, views of Nod from the module, from the shuttle, a world of brown, black and red, far from the green-blue jewel of a terraformed new Earth. A transmission came in from the Aegean, and he looked at it despite everything. What now? But it was gibberish, just strings of alphanumeric characters chopped up to look like language but devoid of meaning. A practical joke? Because that was something on Senkovi's file, one of his ways of impressing on lesser people just how clever he was, although this didn't seem up to his usual standard. He sent a query back. They were going for a shallow descent to save wear and tear on the shuttle as much as possible, but also so Baltiel could use the ventral cameras to get a new flyby view of his domain. Below them was the obsidian expanse of the ocean, the wine-dark sea. Too high right now to see anything more, but they would get a good skim over the waves before they crossed past the coast. Hey boss, no, all fine. 8JSGJG R JG81 UFWYT MV /I9RF. All under control here, all fine. How's the flight? KKSN HU9 D I99T K. Dizra, what the hell? Abruptly, there was a very uneasy feeling in the pit of Baltiel's stomach because he was getting a lot of ghosting nonsense from the Aegean around Senkovi's signal, multiple separate transmissions from the ship that manifested as sudden intrusions of nonsense audio shutting out the man's voice channel. It's, look, boss, don't panic, I'm going to have to turn it off and on again. I made the wrong call. He was in the Nord Orbital's only shuttle, and it was committed to the approach now. There was no way he could go and help Senkovi. Although even if we were still sitting back up there in orbit, it'd take the best part of a year with the positions the planets are in right now. Explain, he demanded curtly. I'm having some system infiltration issues, came Senkovi's voice, trying and failing to be casual about it. HHS, I4, GK, semicolon, GG, 8, LUB, J2. I need to restart the ship's systems from scratch, boss. I'm really sorry. It's a bit N83, full stop, LJSG, full stop N, HGIKKKD. Screwed up. Baltiel's insides were screwing themselves up, partly in worry, partly furious that somehow Senkovi had managed to piss on his moment of glory. Explain, he repeated, and then looking at an initial analysis of the nonsense transmissions. Are you being hacked? No. Yes. Senkovi's delayed response sounded as though it was somehow funny, whilst simultaneously being horribly serious. Look, I'm sending the others off on the shuttle, just in case things... 9 WKS, RJ, I934, MMG, PPPP, HHHH. Hello, what? Just in case things go really badly, which they won't, but it's all a bit... What, 95MG, semicolon, who, query. You know, kind of... I've said that if things go really badly, they should skip over to Nod and throw themselves on your mercy. Not their fault. All mine, okay? Dizra, just tell me what the hell! Baltiel had already shouted over the man's babble. The increasingly organised nature of the other signals was prickling the hairs on his neck. Has he kick-started the ship into full AI or something? Victim of my own success. came Senkovi into a sudden silence as the other transmissions cut off. "I've clamped down on bandwidth, but I can't keep them bottled up. I'm taking it all offline. All you need to know, normal service will resume shortly." "That is not all I need to know!" Boltil was trying to interrogate the Aegean, but between Senkovi trying to cover himself and whatever chaos was actually going on over there, he wasn't getting a coherent picture. On the screens in front of him, the Nodden seascape was lost in the shuttle's rushing progress, and now there was red desert below. According to his diagnostics, there were 6 net presences in the Aegean's system. Weird, undirected processes lurching around, trying to access ship systems. He'd thought his demand must have come too late, but Senkovi obviously caught it before flipping the switch. "All right, boss. Here's the lowdown," came the reply. "I may have failed to contain my experimental subjects properly." "Explain." "I've been training them up, teaching them basic communications so they could interact with the equipment on Damascus. They'll be useful. We'll need them. Only they're curious, right? It's inbuilt with them, and I've been using the Rus Khalifi viral catalyst to select for that, only I didn't realise how quickly they'd catch on." In the midst of all the man's justifications, Boltil suddenly understood what Senkovi meant. "Dizra, are you talking about your damned octopodes?" "Boss, I am." He sounded partly embarrassed, but also impressed with himself too, or at least with his pets. "I taught them to access the system, play games, basic teaching stuff, and now they're past my security and just, poking around. Curious, like I said, only I can't stop them and they're screwing everything up. It's all innocent, but I made a bit of a monster, boss. Look, I'm suited up and everyone else is getting the fuck out on the shuttle. I'll fix this." "Why aren't you on the shuttle, Dizra?" "Boss, it's my bad. I can sort it better from in here. There's always something you have to go do by hand." "Use a remote. Dizra, do you hear me?" Boltil's own shuttle was beginning its landing approach now. They were over the black and grey mottling of the salt marsh, and a flash of white in the distance was the habitat. "I'm suited up. I have independent power. All set, boss. Gotta go." Senkovi's voice cracked at the end, and Boltil suddenly understood. His pets. Shutting the ship down was a death sentence for his precious octopodes, and he wanted to be there for them, or maybe even save some of them. And probably he'd get killed, and Han and the rest would have to finish the terraforming without either Senkovi's brilliance or his goddamn mollusks. With that, Boltil forced himself to let go. Senkovi had finally found a way to get out from overall command, and now neither Boltil nor any other human agency could help him. "It isn't my problem," he decided. "Not for want of trying, but he's going to have to get out of it himself." He imagined the Aegean as if the ship was literally crawling with Senkovi's rebellious progeny, monstrous cephalopods blobbering through the compartments, waving angry tentacles. Of course, they would be in tanks somewhere, their intrusion purely virtual, and yet irresistible, circumventing everything Senkovi could throw up to keep them out. But then when you're designing an interface to let mollusks play computer games, you probably don't build in that much security. Boltil had a moment to consider how that was a sequence of words he'd never expected to be relevant in his life, and then they were landing. Rani hovering over the controls like a hawk in case the shuttle's onboard got it wrong, and Boltil already had a hand up to release his straps because, god damn it, he was going to be first on the ground. Amazing. How quiet. Almost worth it just for this. But Senkovi didn't really believe that. He couldn't know about Boltil's inner child thoughts, but he himself was making a very similar comparison. Only for him, his inner child had done a very bad thing indeed, and unlike all the other times, hadn't been able to cover the evidence before being found out. Boltil's going to have my hide as soon as he's done playing Lewis and Clark. Also, like a child, some part of him was desperately casting about for some superior authority to blame. Someone should have told me not to. Except that he had worked very hard to abstract himself from any kind of oversight, even the distant watch that Boltil could have kept over him. Senkovi had been absolutely convinced of the rightness of his own actions, and it had all been wholly amusing until it had become utterly fucked up. It struck him, in a moment of wry self-reflection, that he was the whole terraforming programme in miniature, Kern and Bolteel and all of them. We get them to throw money and resources at us so we can go and be gods somewhere else, because when you were 30 light years from Earth, who was going to tell you to stop? And now he was standing in a vast silent tomb of a ship, wearing a cumbersome spacesuit, and knowing he had a remarkably long time before the computer system cleansed itself and bootstrapped itself back into being. Han, Poolister and Malum were kicking back in the shuttle, anxiously waiting to hear from him. If he had been playing it by the book, insofar as this particular book existed, he should have been with them, doing everything remotely. By hand was better, though, especially as Salome had somehow accessed the remote channels and begun to use the machines as bonus limbs in her spirited attempts to dismantle the Aegean to find out what it was and whether she could eat it. Paul had always been Senkovi's favourite student, meaning he had entirely missed how destructively smart Salome was. And that was not to mention Saul, Ruth, Methuselah, renamed from Peter after he got to 10 years without showing signs of ageing, Jezebel, and, well, Senkovi had worked quite hard to ensure that casual scrutiny from a distracted Bolteel did not pick up that he now had 43 octopi on the staff register, all of them of biblical nomenclature, because of the original Paul, and because once he had Damascus and Nod past the censors, he might as well stick with a theme. And because it would have annoyed some of the irritating fundamentalists back home had they ever heard about it, and Senkovi loved nothing more than amusing himself. 43 octopodes, as Bolteel would say, but Senkovi preferred the feel of the even more incorrect octopi on the tongue, and he was used to pleasing himself first and foremost. And now he was learning just precisely why he had been considered a good second, but only when careful Bolteel was there to hold his leash, because he had royally screwed up. He had known from long before, from his pets back home, that octopi responded very badly to rigid Pavlovian training. They weren't like rats or pigeons or dogs, who would do the same thing over and over until they had more food than they could eat. Instead, they were curious in a way even dogs weren't, because evolution had gifted them with a profoundly complex toolkit for taking the world apart, to see if there was a crab hiding under it. As I am bloody well now having cause to regret. Senkovi had charged up every portable battery he could find, and now had a trolley of devices to get to the centre of the Aegean. The centre was where the gravity wasn't, of course, and he had set up his labs there because the octopi got used to not caring much about up and down quickly enough. The Pacific striped octopus had always been his preferred test subject, just as it was his preferred pet. Unlike most of their relatives, they were passably social and long-lived, the two major deficiencies that in Senkovi's opinion octopus kind had been cursed with. They were intellectually agile too, but that was true across the octopus board. Senkovi's personal theory was that the pressure of being in the middle of the food chain was an essential prerequisite for complex intelligence. Like humans, and like poor-tiered spiders, had he only known, octopuses had developed in a world where they were both hunter and hunted. Top predators, in Senkovi's assessment, were an intellectual dead end. He had bred several generations, each one further mediated by limited intervention by the Rus Khalifi virus. That had been hard, but mostly because he had needed to be ruthless, and Senkovi was soft at heart, especially when it came to the objects of his obsession. The later generations had been markedly better at interacting with abstract devices and operating machinery, and then his lax experimental procedures had borne unexpected fruit. Most of the previous generation had still been around and in contact with his new enfant terrible, and they had started picking up the same behaviours, less directed, but still determinedly exploring the virtual space he gave them access to. The major challenge had been developing cephalopod-friendly interface devices, and Senkovi was aware that his own imagination had been the primary constraint with that. For creatures that were a boneless, infinitely mutable hand, with independently sensing and thinking fingers, his pitiful controls were wasting most of their potential. One day they'll design their own. But that was taking things too far, or rather, it was stable door after bolting horse, because things had already gone too far. One of his pets had almost opened one of the airlocks before he had jumped in to stop it. Paul had been fighting him for control of the communications suite. Salome had flown wobbling drones through the compartments of the Aegean, opening and closing doors and attacking walls with the cutting torches. All just harmless fun, he assured himself, and yet they had reacted swiftly to his attempts to cut them off. He closed one virtual opening, and they squeezed through another, multitasking in a way that he, and eventually the entire human crew, couldn't match. In order for them to do the jobs he would need them for, he had been trying to get them to understand the idea of a virtual environment, somewhere that would be workspace, communications suite, and interface, if they could only perceive it as they did the physical space around them. He had watched generations simply fail, reacting to light and touch and changes of temperature, but stubbornly refusing to make the leap to that abstract level. And then, without him doing anything in particular, without any obvious prompt or warning, Salome was in the system. And the rest all followed, tank after tank of them teaching each other somehow. Abruptly, they could all do the virtual exercises, but they weren't content with that. They expanded their virtual presence as they would their physical one, reaching out to see where the space went, and there they encountered the ship's systems. And the ship's systems, of course, connected to the rest of the ship, the air-filled bit that he and the other humans lived in. He hadn't considered that the bulk of the Aegean would be just a further extension of their online playground. Senkovi and the others had worked for hours at damage control, finding that the invertebrate test subjects had grasped certain principles of the computer system with sufficient force that they could not be pried loose. A running battle between mammal and mollusk had raged, but the Aegean was a vast and complex beast, and there were no convenient bottlenecks to stave off the invaders from inner space. The octopi had the same untethered access as the human crew, and they were playfully pulling everything apart. He lowered his crate of toys towards the ship's centerline until it was just drifting, then he followed after it. The readouts from his HUD told him that the temperature here was dropping, but he had evacuated the space around the tanks so that their heat would take longer to diffuse outwards. This, of course, was the main reason he had stayed behind, out of contact with the human race. He was going to try and save his pets, and he didn't want Han and the others to laugh at him, to recast him from eccentric to pathetic. But just like the dog lover who goes back into the burning building to save little fluffums, he was going to try and keep some of his experimental subjects alive until the ship came back online. Balteal will want them all dead, he knew, but he could handle Balteal. He would go against Balteal if he had to, a full-on war in heaven of angry messages cast across the void. The nearest tank had shattered, as had the next two. The denizens had, like Senkovi, been too clever for their own good, and found some physical egress, and now he'd killed them by evacuating the chamber. He hardened his heart and pushed on until he found one that was intact. His suit lamps shone in, and he saw motion inside, not fleeing the light but approaching it, because the octopi had learned to associate light with entertainment, and the sudden dark and quiet must be profoundly disconcerting for them. "Hi, Salome." His voice was loud in his own ears. An alien eye stared at him from within the tank, the skin around it ruffled into angry spikes, awash with red and black pigment, as Salome told him precisely what she felt about being denied net access. Senkovi manhandled the heating unit out of the crate and attached it to the tank side. With luck, it would keep the water viable until the system was back up. Then he went to the water pump and fumblingly installed a battery unit to keep circulation going, independent of the ship's own mechanisms. Again, it was a stopgap measure. He went on to the next tank. He wished he could talk to Han, but he'd cut himself off entirely from their shuttle. He hadn't wanted to be bothered by their constant inquiries after his safety. He was Dizra Senkovi, the man who was an island. Right now, he felt his shores eroding. He wanted them to ask, so that he could be aloof and not answer. Floating in the dark in the bowels of a dead ship, surrounded by the living and the dead of his mollusk pets, it was a terrible time for self-knowledge to kick in. There was nobody but the octopi, though, and he felt they were judging him. He was their higher power, after all, who should have ensured they didn't steal so much fire from heaven that they ended up burning everything to the ground. He went from tank to tank, restoring warmth and circulation wherever he found live contents. At least a third were already non-viable, either because of the fatal ingenuity of the occupants or because he was too slow. He had thought of the ship as a tomb before, and now it was. And still the ship was restoring its system. The naive curiosity of the octopi purged from it, and he had hours yet before he could even get a progress report. His own suit was still toasty, but eventually the ship's warmth would start to leach away, and he would learn if he had enough batteries to overcome his own hubris. He settled down beside Paul's tank, anchored himself there, and turned off his lamps to conserve power. Baltiel waited for the alienness to strike him, stepping from the shuttle's airlock onto the surface of Nod. They could have jockeyed down close enough for the automatics to line up a tunnel between ship and habitat, and Baltiel had nixed the idea because of the slim chance that a slip might have damaged one or the other. In truth, though, he had wanted this: the first foot put down onto another living world, the feel of the atmosphere clenching about him, the gravity, the colour of the sunlight. And he stood there at the foot of the ramp, and there was nothing, almost nothing. So, it wasn't Earth. Neither had the artificial gravity of the Aegean been, or the orbiting module which had never quite matched its parent ship for no reason they could ever find. The orange-red of the sun was compensated for by the visor display of his helmet. He could look across the flat expanse of the great salt marsh, all its rivulets and pools and rocky ridges, out to the great darkness of the sea, and he might just be at a somewhat unattractive beach back home. The suit was insulating him from everything, not just a potentially hazardous atmosphere and the radiation of an alien star, but the smells, the sounds, the unalloyed sights that would make it all real. It might just be an underwhelming simulation. But we're here. And perhaps it will come yet, waking to a new rhythm, seeing the life firsthand. The others were backing up behind him, so he set off, a proud stride no matter how he was feeling about it, or as proud a stride as the cumbersome suit would allow. Even with its servos smoothing his movements, he felt he was lumbering like some antique movie monster. Lante, Lortice and Rani followed him, a little shambling convoy over the rocks. The going was slippery and uneven. Their boots were constantly locking in place, soles moulding to fit the terrain. It was an undignified first parade for humanity, but at least the onlooking aliens were unlikely to take much notice. Baltiel stopped short of the habitat, waving Lante to enter and check that internal conditions matched up to the installation's readouts. He would be last in, he decided. He would stand out here and take in the landscape, and hope for that feeling to hit him. Nothing between him and the sea rose past his waist. There were slimy, muddy humps, and there were rocks worn down by the constant patience of the tides. Between them was a vast network of hollows and channels, a single body of water at high tide, 1,000 separate ponds at low. It was a complex environment, transformed from moment to moment, the ambassador between the ecologies of the depths and those of the dry interior. If there was anywhere Nod and life might have become complex, then surely it was here. There were flyers overhead, like gulls. Perhaps they would be the seeds of intelligence. They were active predators. He'd seen footage of them swooping down on luckless marsh dwellers. They had a hydrostatic skeleton, like most life on Nod, and flew by rapid inflation and deflation of their broad veins, a process that looked like stop-motion photography, and like they shouldn't have any business in the air. They were the most aggressively active things on the planet, the airborne lords of Nod. On the ground, there were plenty of things for them to eat, which would likely be the main subject of Baltiel's studies for the years to come. Hundreds of different lineages of radially organised creeping and swimming things called the marsh home, from the microscopic to the tortoises that could reach 3 feet high. Not actual tortoises, of course, or even much like them, but they secreted stony shells and lumbered about on tubular feet, placidly grazing, and the name had stuck. The flyers obviously liked the taste of them, when they could winkle parts of them from their mobile fortresses. Baltiel watched one now, mindlessly plodding over the path he'd taken from the shuttle. It had 6 legs, exuded and retracted in turn, and 6 tentacle limbs it used to scrape and gather its harvest of sessile plant-like creatures. As he watched, the thing slowly let out an arm to touch the very ground Baltiel had trodden. Was some part of its limited sensorium encountering an alien chemical? The residue of his boot soles, perhaps? The tortoise seemed to spend a lot of time considering the possibility, but then it set off again, sloping down into the next pool in search of sustenance it could understand. He turned and followed the others into the habitat. They didn't seem to feel the same sense of anticlimax. The air was full of their chatter as they checked in with Skye. Baltiel called up the latest on the Aegean and Senkovy's idiot games. The ship was still dark. Senkovy's crew were exchanging anxious communiques with Skye's people about what happened if it didn't light back up on schedule. "We go in and salvage what's left," was the obvious answer to that. "We find Dizra's body." Nobody was saying it. Everyone was thinking it. Lante gave him a grin. She was a heavy-set woman, her hair cropped almost to her skull, her skin ashen in the artificial light. Rani was shorter and darker, always slightly dishevelled. Even standing there in her suit, it showed in the cant of her helmet. Lortis was a tall man, half a head over his commander, with a dark beard held back by a net to stop it fritzing with his HUD controls. These were Baltiel's people, his disciples. Their names would appear in the history books, under his own. Then Rani was frowning. The expression made it look as though she'd just remembered something she meant to pack. Too late to go back for it now. He sent her a query over their local net, and she linked him into a transmission from Skye. "Repeat," he instructed, rather than having to replay and catch up. "I said we've been getting the strangest signal from Earth. It was only on the news channels first, but now it's on all of them, every frequency." Skye's voice was glitchy with static. "One moment it was the usual war stuff, then it's just this." Her image in their HUD froze, the expression of mild puzzlement on her face drawn out and out until it became unsettling. "Skye?" Baltiel pinged her, sending a request to connect, and received a scatter of contradictory responses from the network. The others were casting sidelong glances, trying their own diagnostics and getting nowhere. For a moment, Skye's image was alive again, skipping straight from mild puzzlement to mid-panic. "But the system, it—" stutter, freeze. "Contact with the shuttle. Han, do you—" A staccato pattern of flashes that hurt the eye, as though some message was being beamed through their pupils to scratch madly at their retinas. "Coming down! Life support! Someone! He's—" They had no visuals now, just that one woman's voice torn up by static, far away and getting further. In the background was interference and feedback, and if Baltiel stretched his imagination, terrified screaming. "Anyone!" Skye shouted. "Anyone!" But there was no one, and a moment later, not even her. Baltiel and his crew stared at each other, not quite processing what had happened. Each of them kept trying to connect to the module, receiving nothing but static, white noise they couldn't pass. "The hell?" Lante's was the first human voice to break the quiet. Everything they heard via their comms implants, which should have kept them all one happy family even at this distance. "Is this one of Senkovy's jokes or something?" Lortis added. He didn't like Senkovy much. Rani was tweaking the parameters of their instruments to try and get past whatever was blocking transmissions. Right then, nobody really thought anything had gone wrong, not with anything save communications. Baltiel took a deep breath, knowing he had to make a command decision, but too short of information to know what it should be. The lights died. First the lambent illumination around them, then the dull red emergency lamps, and then, last of all, the purple glow of the screen Rani was looking into. They were left with a residual amber radiance from everywhere and nowhere, the sunlight from outside leaking a little through the fabric of the habitat. Baltiel pinged Rani, or tried to. He had no sense of signal sent, certainly no confirmation it had been received. He queried his suit. Nothing. He moved, feeling the full weight of all that cumbersome protection. The servos ground at the joints, refusing to assist him. A white beam flicked on. Rani had an emergency torch and was flashing it around. Baltiel saw her mouth moving and lurched closer. "Suit's dead!" He read her lips as much as anything in the shaking light. "How much air?" Lortis must be half-deafening himself. His voice sounded like someone in another room with the door closed. "Can't tell," Rani yelled distantly back. "All dead." Baltiel went to signal that they should have at least 8 hours each, but of course there were no comms. In-suit exposure to the outside had only been planned for the few steps between shuttle and habitat, but he was diligent, as were they all. The suits had been topped up, that much he remembered. Except he was feeling dreadfully short of breath already, which was impossible. The pumps should have their own power, should be independent of any failure of the suit's systems. Unless they had been explicitly told to shut down. It was theoretically possible, as part of a maintenance cycle. Everything's shut down. An attack. Nothing's working, except us. "Shuttle!" Lortice shouted, lurching for the habitat airlock, which stayed resolutely closed. He fumbled for the manual release, winching the near door open, shuddering and gasping until he fell to his knees. Grimly, Baltiel took a leaden step over and found the emergency release on the man's helmet, cracking it open so that Lortice exchanged the dying air in his helmet for the slowly dying air of the habitat. He followed by removing his own, gasping at the rubber-smelling pocket of atmosphere he suddenly had access to, and soon enough they'd all done the same. "The hell?" Lante repeated, clearly audible now they'd all decided to do the dumb thing together. The other two looked as though they'd already got it, Baltiel decided. Rani, definitely. Lortice just piecing it together now. "We will shut down," because it needed to be said, and he was in charge. "An attack. From home. An attack from 30 years ago. The war. We need to get comms back," Rani said. "The module." "We need to survive." Baltiel was already taking inventory. They had food here. They had water, though they couldn't reprocess waste until they were able to restart that part of the system. They had limited air. Could they get the scrubbers and the pumps online? Could they get access to the suit tanks? Again, he tried to link to the others, to throw the problem to them and have their minds work on it in that virtual space between them. Denied. Again denied. "Air first, comms second," he decided. "Perhaps the shuttle comms survived, if they weren't being used." Except the sanest, grimmest part of his mind was pointing out that the comms on the shuttle were open all the time. Of course they were. Why wouldn't they be? What's the worst that could happen? "Why us?" Lante moaned. Maybe it wasn't just us. But there was time for that kind of speculation later. In the end, they were able to jury-rig the suits to get the tanks pumping again, which was fine except they could barely communicate unless they touched faceplates. The habitat's pumps remained stubbornly silent. Rani reckoned she could get them working, circumvent all the parts of the system that had clenched and died at Earth's faraway command, but perhaps not in a time frame that would be useful. Baltiel had volunteered to go out and try the shuttle. They lost a roomful of atmosphere letting him out, and he was wondering whether he would ask to be let back in. The shuttle was as dead as everything else, he discovered with no surprise. The airlock was locked down. Even the manual release wouldn't shift it. He hammered on the metal of the door, indulging his fury on the inanimate so he could go back and be reasonable for his fellow human beings. When he was done ranting for the sole audience of his own ears, he looked round to see several of the tortoises watching this spectacle, this doomed alien invader come to their world to die. They had simple eyes at the lower edge of their shells, his memory reminded him, but complex stalked eyes that emerged from the blowhole in the apex of their shell, because they needed to watch out for the flyers. Now those eyes were goggling at him, making him feel that he was letting the side down. Just moved in, and what would the neighbours say? So he marched laboriously back to the habitat and banged on the airlock until they let him in. By then, Rani had performed miracles with her suit battery and an antenna array, and had what she claimed was a working transmitter-receiver. Except nobody out there was transmitting, or acknowledging receipt of anything they were sending. The module was silent. The Aegean was silent. The shuttle Senkovi had sent his colleagues off in was silent. The non-functional habitat was a ticking clock on their lives, but they were on a planet within atmospheric pressure. If the module's systems had shut down, how long would Sky have? Baltiel was acutely aware that every single part of their life in space was mediated by computers. Keep trying, he told Rani. The rest of us, let's get the habitat air up. How much later was it then? No clocks, an alien world, the day-night cycle ran to just short of 34 hours and 17 minutes, Baltiel recalled. No suit gauges either, and so he made the command decision that they'd run out of air soon, as though it was a choice, a thing he could mandate. They hadn't managed to unfreeze the air system. One emergency tank had been hauled inside, tapped, used up. Lortice's frustrated, brute-force efforts had resulted in another tank venting its contents into the heedless alien atmosphere beyond. Without the scrubbers and recyclers online, none of it would matter. It wasn't as though the habitat just had huge reserves of air. It was supposed to keep churning through it, turning CO2 into O2 with a side of C. As they hadn't managed to, Lante's desperate pun, breathe life into that system, none of the rest of it really mattered. And so Baltiel had made his command decision. He would take the plunge, be the guinea pig. Partly he was responsible. His ship, he'd go down with it. Partly, though, he would be first. His penance, but also his privilege. Here he was then, another airlock full of stale, used-up air vented by the crude manual levers. His suit, smelling of sour Baltiel even to him now, smelling of sweat and even more of the urine it no longer recycled. The interior of the habitat smelled a whole lot worse. They'd all used the facilities, but whatever psychotic electronic weapon had been unleashed hadn't spared the plumbing. His suit was hot and cumbersome, servos fighting his every movement, designed to protect him but now just a tomb in waiting. He looked towards the orange sun as it sank towards the mountains, in what had just been another direction once, but now humans were here, would forever be west. Or maybe not forever, just as long as we're here. So not that long, most likely. The others were watching him, not through screens and cameras with complex readouts of his health, but through the darkened glass of a porthole they'd wrestled the cover from. He took a deep breath, regretted it, reached up and unlatched his helmet. The lack of warning alarms was a curious relief. One dead system he wouldn't miss. He lifted the helmet off and placed it with groaning effort on the ground. That done, he stared up at the dimming orange sky and took a deep breath. Salt, ammonia, ozone. But beyond all of these, a mélange of smells he had no names for. Things decaying by unfamiliar biological pathways, sharp, living perfumes, hot smells, red and black smells. He wished more than anything in the world to be synesthetic right then, so he would have some extra way to process the information his senses were giving him. He had expected the alien air to be pungent, ghastly. Instead, it was heady with odours his body could do nothing with. They smelled like something, like nothing. They were cocktails of molecules his nose had never needed to identify before. He heard peeping like minuscule baby birds from around his feet. A flyer flailed overhead, clacking angrily at him. Something keened shrilly from far off. The tortoises gurgled as they moved, as though their innards were churning wet rocks together. He had not known. The drones and remotes had never heard these songs, smelled these weird odours. The atmosphere was heavy, dense and humid and hot like the tropics, save when the wind gusted from seawards, and the acrid salt reek enveloped him and cooled him and stung his eyes. His breathing was speeding up. He felt the panic point of hyperventilation at his shoulder and forced himself to slow. There was less oxygen, but there should be enough, according to the numbers on the dead computers. A human from Earth could breathe unaided. Long exposure would result in a build-up of various chemicals the human body couldn't process, but better than suffocating, eh? And he could detox later when he got back to the... Well, there was nowhere to get back to, was there? He fought his lungs again, as they grasped for more sustenance than the Nodden atmosphere had to offer. His muscles were aching too, working with that just too strong gravity. But he lived. He breathed in alien air, the same air that all these myriad little monsters depended on for their own incompatible metabolisms. He turned back to the others, or to the porthole behind which he must trust they still were. It was hard even to make a thumbs-up signal in the suit, but he did it. They must have been able to see his grin. He was going to die, but he'd done it now. He was Nod's first citizen castaway. He felt a crazy streak of hilarity rush through him, and then panic, because what if that was the atmosphere getting to him? Yusuf Boltil was not a man given to sudden attacks of irrational joy. And yet he owned it, claimed it as his own. He had found the aliens. He had saved them from the depredations of his own mission, and now he would die amongst them, now or later or in 100 years, a mad hermit at the end of the human universe, talking to the tortoises and the little peeping things that lived in the black sand. He lumbered back and entered the airlock, which he'd left open because, well, why not exactly? He'd left his helmet outside. Perhaps some alien crab would creep out and claim it as a home. He wished the hypothetical creature well. The others looked in through the airlock hatch with no expression he could name. They would watch him, like a hawk now, to see if something poisoned him, or if there was a planet-wide plague that could somehow jump not just species but entire evolutionary trees. Working slowly, feeling the gravity twisting his joints, he stripped off his suit entire, letting the dead weight of the thing fold to the ground, as though he was shedding a cocoon and entering a new stage of his life cycle. He was going to try to sleep, there in the airlock and open to the elements, but then Lortice was banging on the window, miming a winch. They wanted him to close the outer door. He couldn't see why, but apparently they were going to let him in early, and that was a clear breach of his orders. Something else had obviously gone wrong. Boltil didn't want to be commander just then. He wanted to be a castaway without any hopes or cares at all, and just enjoy the alienness of the air. A spark lit in his mind at the banging, though. He was responsible, after all. It was his mission, even in defeat. He signalled his understanding and laboured away at the little winch until the outer door was shut and sealed, then stood there as they pumped earth air in and Nod air out. The earth air smelt worse, filled with bad odours his body was all too ready to identify. "What?" he demanded. The others all had their helmets off, suit tanks empty, the last of the emergency supply slowly going stale between them. He didn't need to ask any more. He heard it. Rani's makeshift radio had a signal. It was tinny and crimped by static, but there was a human voice out there. "Hello? Someone say something, won't you? I know I screwed up, but come on!" A tiny, far-off Dizra Senkovi, coming to them from one planet away on a ship he had only now brought back to life. "Hey, boss! What the hell? Han, you can come back now? Hello?" There were other shuttles on the Aegean, not close enough that the earth air would last, but Boltil had taken his life in his hands to prove that wasn't the end of the world. He held on a moment longer, trying to do the maths, but eventually he just smiled and shunted Rani out of her seat so he could speak to the expedition's prodigal son. 6. We have sampled strange molecules. These of we taste stuff never known. Break it down. Build it up. Nothing like anything. Toxic. Energy-rich. Fascinating. These of we recreate these stimuli for others of we as we meet, interchanging ideas and selves. None of we have encountered any such, not anywhere. Something new has come into the world. Present 1. Road to Damascus. 1. Once upon a time, there was a civilization on a distant planet. The people of this civilization knew many things, including how to travel to other stars and remake the planets they found there, within tolerance, into places where they could walk and breathe the air. But they were fractious, and just as they had reached up to seize the stars, they fell upon one another, and all their work was destroyed. Almost all. One of their scientists, the greatest mind of her age, or so she says. She does, and I'm not in the mood to measure legs with her over it. You have decades enough, but portiered life is too short. She was named Avrana Kern, and she had a plan to exalt the beasts of her world so that they would know and adore their creator. She made a world for them and released a virus that would expedite their evolution towards such a state of adulation. And she had a consignment of monkeys. And of all these things, that last failed in its delivery, for the wicked who made war on their fellows on her home also brought the war to her. So Kern was left in her tiny capsule, awaiting the call from the world below, which was devoid of monkeys, but rich in many other forms of life. For many thousands of years she orbited, so that what was left was not, deny it as she might, much of Vrana Kern at all, as opposed to the computer systems she had bargained with for eternal life. And when the call came, it came from that world's new mistresses, the most intelligent, the most emotionally sophisticated, the most elegant of all its many beings. Now you're just bragging. We must assume that any life we meet will value sophistication, intelligence, and elegance, or what is life for? Anyway, I continue. Unknown to the Portiids, for as such they would come to be known, visitors were coming to their world. The civilization that had given rise to them had fallen and risen again, and at last, on the brink of extinction from their own vices, I'm going to put my foot down. And if you do, it will only prove my point. It will sound like 100,000 ants in confusion. And I continue. Will you at least preserve some dignity for the human species? A small fiddling of the palps to express resignation, like a sigh. Those who could set out in a desperate vessel chasing their knowledge of the places their ancestors had walked so very long ago. And so they came to the world under the stewardship of Vrana Kern, or what was left of her. At first they came in need, and at last they came in war, for they could not understand the Portiids and saw them as monsters, and neither side could communicate with each other. And the remnant of Vrana Kern was mistrustful, and remembered only how her great project had been betrayed. That is a very diplomatic way of putting it. I count diplomacy amongst my many understandings. The Portiids took the virus that had aided their evolution, which had allowed them to know one another and come together rather than living out their lives as single hunters, and introduced it to their creators, who were also the virus's creators, gifting them with the understanding that here, too, were minds who looked out and sought to know the universe. And so it was that peace was made between the humans and the Portiids, and a new golden age dawned, and the humans would forever after be not just humans, but humans with a capital H, which is a far better thing. And so it was, later, that the combined knowledge of these peoples would lead to a vessel setting out from Vrana Kern's world to voyage to other distant places where once humans had set foot and remade worlds, for faint signals had been detected from such places, and they were eager to know new intelligences and meet with them in peace. Helena Holston Lane regards her companion, now crouching in an attitude Helena knows to read as expectant. Portiid spider communications, being a combination of 8 stamping feet and the waving of 2 fuzzy palps, are always something of a performance. Helena feels quite mute in comparison, her body language coarse and huge, her lone voice lacking nuance. She was born into a civilization where her people were a tiny minority, a curiosity, surrounded by a vast population of spiders who speak to senses humans barely even have. She was a mere child when she began working on that barrier between the intelligent species of Kern's world, to overcome it in a way that the mere sharing of an engineered virus could not. The journey has a few more steps in it, true, but she has just listened to Portia tell an imaginative, biased account of their world's history, and her gloves and optical and cerebral implants translated most of it in real time, complete with subtext, personality, and humour. Possibly a fair chunk of what she received was best guesses and gaps filled with human equivalents that were square pegs for round holes, but it was leaps and bounds beyond anything she had grown up with. Still, she says. "You're going to have to find some way to not make us sound so awful." She sub-vocalizes into her own implants, her fingers resting ever so lightly on the deck, and her gloves patter out what she hopes is a good approximation of her meaning, direct to the listening feet of her colleague. "But you are awful," comes the translated response, and Helena feels a leap of triumph, because even if some meaning is lost along the way, she's talking, even chatting, with a portiered spider in a way no human has ever been able to, save the sainted, and mostly artificial, Avrana Kern herself. There is an itch at the back of his head. Not the itch of the surgical scars, which an interesting cocktail of medication is keeping at a respectable distance, but something inside his skull. Meshner concentrates on it, trying to draw it out, his own eyes sightless and dark, because seeing actual real things is too much of a distraction, and his eyelid discipline suffers when he's distracted. "Not coming," he announces. "Give me a clue." He hears the tinny little sound of his lab assistant relaying his words to his partner in experimentation, and then that unique exhalation which is Fabian, said partner, going into a spectacular arachnid convulsion for the specific purpose of telling his human confederate, Meshner, just how frustrated he is right now. Portiered spiders are a long way from their ancestral state, both in size and biology. The original diminutive jumping spider did not engage in active respiration, whereas the current model funds its life by expanding its abdomen to drag air in over the elegant filigree of its book lungs. What they don't do, as a rule, is sigh. By dint of great effort, however, Fabian has learned how to breathe in precisely such a way as to convey a human emotion. Fabian and Meshner have been partners in crime, scientifically speaking, for a very long time. Despite the barriers to communication, they have developed an idiolect of their own, mostly devoted to complaining. Then comes the rustle-shuffle of Fabian's response to the translating lab assistant, and the assistant's uncanny valley voice saying, "Picture the ocean." The assistant was designed and embodied as part of Avrana Kern's experiments in relating more closely to her chosen people, the Portieds. Coded to act as a spider male, it also speaks to Meshner in a male version of Kern's usual tones, which he continues to find disconcerting. The ocean. The idea passes deeper into Meshner's mind in search of that spectral itch, and for a moment he has it. Sunlight. Dawn? Gleaming on water. He gets the impression of structure, wood and webbing, perhaps a pier? Shadows loom at the brink of his vision, hard-edged. A faint rustle comes to him, Fabian making notes on Meshner's brain activity and the data transfer from the ugly, blocky implants that now make up a band around the back of Meshner's head. The brief moment of vision is gone, and Meshner knows his own excitement and then frustration conspired to drive it away. There is information waiting to feed into his brain, but his mind is an unruly mess, and so it cannot find a way to its proper neurological targets. Ocean, ocean. Images are there, but he knows them for his own memories, and clears his mind again, using mindfulness techniques developed from scratch. What if I suppressed my own memory-accessing ability? He wonders. Could that work? There will be drugs that could render him an amnesiac for the duration, surely. Perhaps in that void, the alien impressions will come more naturally. Couldn't you give me something more individual? He murmurs. I don't know if I'm getting anything through of yours. Again Fabian skitters in terse communication, and their assistant's off-male voice reports, I wanted you to have something that would fit naturally with human experience, to make it easy. It's not working. But even as he says it, his mind whirling with annoyance and resentment and the thought of another session wasted, he has a clear sight. A sea of a million blues. No, not even blues, a whole spectrum of colours that simply do not plug into the visual range he is familiar with. A sky that shimmers with the sun's radiation. A ground beneath his feet that breathes softly with the traffic of a whole city at his back. Except his feet were in all directions. His back, his eyes. His eyes! Meshna feels a sudden wave of nausea. The image, the sensory feedback, is gone in an instant, and yet his regular body has not come back to him. His proprioception goes haywire, all sense of where his body is, what shape it is, utterly deserting him. He opens his mouth to speak, and his limbs spasm with palsy, sending him toppling backwards. Had he been sitting, standing, thrashing on the ground? His teeth snap, and a sharp jolt of pain shoots through him as he bites his tongue. Then a sudden rush of flattening artificial calm bullies its way into his mind like a thug, beating down the rush of panic and cooling his blood. Meshna opens his eyes, knowing that he'll have a killer headache when the drugs wear off, and also that he might just have irreparably damaged his brain. His colleagues regard him anxiously, or at least the fidget of Fabian's palps conveys anxiety in a manner even a human can understand. Fabian is a brindled black and grey spider with a body about the size of Meshna's head, currently hunched over a spindle-shaped console, with 4 legs making jerky adjustments to the programme as he tries to mitigate whatever damage has just been done to Meshna's mind. Beside him is the lab assistant he has taken to calling Artifabian. It has the general shape of a small port-eared spider, much like Fabian himself, but constructed entirely out of plastic, alternatively russet, transparent and iridescent. It is a robot of sorts, with a dumbed-down copy of Avrana Kern's personality inside it, splintered off from the ship's. If it is genuinely concerned, there is no way of knowing. Meshna stares at them, waiting for his eyes to focus properly. The headaches are starting now, the ones the medication never seems to touch. He suspects it's all psychosomatic, his mind deciding that he damn well should be in pain given the stunt he just pulled. That doesn't make it better. It only means he can't actually use anything to get the pain to stop. "How's my head?" he asks, and Artifabian translates for him. They could just use the ship, but having this one servitor dedicated to their partnership means it learns their figures of speech and mannerisms, its approximations closer and closer to conveying the complexities of each other's language. Meshna is fascinated by the way the device mimics port-eared attitudes. With Fabian, it is plainly one rung down on the ladder, its stance polite without being quite deferential. When a female port-eared turns up, it is instantly obsequious, more so than Fabian, who is something of a boundary pusher as far as his gender is concerned. Meshna has read simplified children's histories of the spider civilization, vocal in explaining that these days everything is fine and male spiders are allowed to play a full role in society. In practice, even human eyes can see it isn't quite as advertised. He has no doubt today's Fabian has far better prospects than the Fabian of a century ago, but the playing field still needs some rolling before it is level. "I'm seeing inflammation along the neural pathways, some small swelling around the occipital lobe," come the relayed conclusions of Fabian. "Not good, Meshna." His name becomes a cavalier little flick of the spider's left palp, as though the creature is tossing a hat at a peg without looking at it. Port-eared communications are short on those distinct meaning-to-movement correspondences, but names are an exception. Explains why I still can't see straight," Meshna complains. "There was something there, though. I had a sniff of it." He eyes the spider. He recognizes the gesture Fabian makes, because it is the spider imitating him biting his knuckles, a piece of human body language the port-eared had picked up on. It means that he, Meshna, is obfuscating, and Fabian knows it. "We'll go again next dawn," he decides stubbornly. Dawn is a ship-wide fiction, of course, but port-eareds like their day-night cycles even more than humans do. "I saw the sea," he adds, although he can't say in his heart of hearts whether the sea had been truly from Fabian's memories. "Can you give me something more port-eared? Something I'll know is definitely yours." Fabian taps his palps together with an audible tock, a gesture Meshna has seen no other spiders make. It means he's thinking. The ship's archives have a whole library of what the best translation renders as understandings, a cornerstone of the port-eared civilization. They are genetic memories, Meshna knows, rendered into something that can be inherited, copied and implanted by a fluke of the pervasive nanovirus that guided the spider's evolution. If Fabian needs knowledge or a skill, he can simply have it introduced to his brain, and very shortly be an expert. Meshner covets the facility, both for the way it could make any individual into a polymath, and for the bridge it could build between humanity and their new best friends. He knows that Helena and the linguistics crowd are going about the same task by very different and non-invasive means, but his way is better. If he can only get it to work, if he doesn't scramble his brains trying. He is lucky to have a lab partner like Fabian who isn't averse to risk-taking. But then Fabian covets whatever academic success looks like to a spider, and as he's a male, that means he has to go twice as far on half the support. Fabian is doubtless delighted he found such an obliging test subject. Then Artifabian's meek pose changes to something bold and dominant, so that Fabian himself instinctively gives ground. The spirit of a Vrana Kern, or at least the dominant facet that inhabits the ship's complex computer system, has seized control of this errant splinter in order to interact with its crew. "The ship's mistress has sent out a general alarm," comes that female voice from Artifabian's speakers, even as the machine's feet tap out an analogous message to Fabian. "All crew to the bridge, apparently. We have made a discovery." Waking the crew had begun in measured stages after the Voyager passed by the barren outer planets of the new system, homing in on the busy buzz of the signals coming from closer to the star. It had begun with Kern, or the semi-biological computer system that identified as Kern, bootstrapping herself up from basic functions into her full and acerbic personality, then progressed through the crew roster based on the ship's requirements: maintenance, medical, command, then everyone else. Both Helena Holston Lane and Meshner Austin Oslam should have been in this last category, but both had employed special pleading to be woken early to work on their personal projects, while the Voyager decelerated. The Voyager has changed since they left their mutual home in search of a voice among the stars. Unlike the ancestral ships humans had travelled in, it has a fluid structure, forged from materials that can stretch and grow at Kern's whim. On departure, it had still mimicked what Kern remembered spaceships looking like, long and dynamic with a ring section for the crew's waking moments. Now it is something more like a manta ray, its delicate wings extended and fitted out as organic solar panels for when they near the star. The crew assembles in a set of bolus-like structures Kern grew for them, that whirl in an orbit just ahead of the wingspan, as though they are specimens in a centrifuge. Despite the best human portiered medical tech, everyone is finding the resumed gravity onerous. Helena and Portia arrive just in time for the ship's commander to address them. The Voyager's leader is old now. Portieds don't live more than about 3 decades, and Helena knows the commander kept herself awake longer than was her due in order to watch over her crew. She is an angular spider, with great tufted plumes over her main eyes that give her an owlish look. She is also a Portia, or at least her name is so similar to Helena's friend that a mere human has difficulty in distinguishing between them. A lot of the other humans there are looking more than a little groggy, woken more recently or slower to recover. Helena remembers her grandfather complaining about coming out of cold sleep on the old Gilgamesh that had brought humans to Kern's world. To hear him tell it, it had all been waking up and then mad chaos and then going back to sleep again. Duly cautioned, Helena put more time into modifying her biochemistry and training her body, and practically bounced out of cold storage the moment they woke her. Portia herself confessed that waking for the spiders was a profoundly uncomfortable process. She was only able to work with Helena because Kern had given them a head start and only come to the humans later. The understandings that the Portieds rely on so heavily became disconnected during long periods of sleep, to return haphazardly days after waking. It was, Portia tried to explain, like constantly forgetting who you were, forever reaching for knowledge that was not there. Helena shuffles to her place, sure-footed in the padded socks all the human crew use because shod footsteps on the springy floors sound like shouting to the Portied's vibrational hearing. She wears the standard crew uniform that Kern fabricated, a shirt and trousers of pale green, the cloth filmy and thin because the ship is warm and humid, just like the planet they left behind. Portia is already signalling and chatting with a pair of spiders on the receiving team, who have been up longer than anyone, cataloguing the rich signals from within the system and trying to make sense of them, whilst keeping a few eyes on the active and passive sensors to ensure that the locals don't sneak up on anybody. The literal translation of their department is alarmed feet, which still makes Helena giggle. It is also a salutary lesson that there are different layers of translation, and literal is not always the most useful. She crouches and puts her hands to the floor, letting her gloves intercept the vibrational chatter between the portieres, and her implants turn that into something resembling speech. Portia asks the two operators what's up. They are bursting with the knowledge that they have detected an approaching object, almost certainly artificial. They are about to get their first look at the handiwork of the locals. By then, old Portia, the ship's mistress, is speaking. "I'm sure you've all been waiting for a gathering such as this. Anyone with any curiosity will understand that this is a heavily active, populated system. The volume and complexity of signals demonstrates that there is an advanced civilization based here, and the character of them shows a great many hallmarks of pre-collapse Earth technology and protocols. We may have here the second most direct line of descent from our founding culture." That is the spoken translation of the captain's message, as relayed by the artificial ghost of Avrana Kern. With her fingers touching the floor, however, and her eyes on the flicking palps of the captain, Helena simultaneously receives the original. Her cybernetics and her organic brain provide her with, "What this is, we have contact, as you will have all expected. Signal traffic from in-system is dense and diverse enough to suggest a spacefaring civilization that is still using old empire structure for the basis of its communications." Kern is both wordier and considerably free in how she passes on the concepts, and that sort of thing is exactly why Helena is working on her pet project. She feels a stab of annoyance at the coda the computer decided to add for its human audience, to remind them just who was the first line of descent, in Kern's own view, whilst feeling some bleak amusement that the utterly inaccurate phrase "old empire" that her ancestors used to describe their own lost ancestors survives as a spider term of reference even after Kern hunted it to extinction amongst humans. "We are about to have our first look at an artifact of this inner world's culture," old Portia continues crisply. "Our instruments have detected a fellow traveller in these reaches, an artificial body moving outwards at a considerable rate." Around them, tightly furled plastic roses open up into screens showing enhanced views of the interplanetary traveller they are closing on. There is notation in the neat letters of Imperial C, which is the written lingua franca amongst the colonists, and in the slipshod and chaotic-looking spider notation, but the floor also buzzes with technical data for those members of the crew with the feet to receive it, and for Helena. Perhaps because they had their understandings to lean on, portiered writing systems are considerably less efficient than human. For new information, they prefer directly informative interfaces where possible. Helena assumes at first she has mistranslated what she is receiving, and double-checks against the screens. "How big?" Portia scratches out, soft enough that it is for Helena's hands only. "An error, do you think?" The Voyager has made quite a sharp diversion to get closer to the oncoming object's trajectory, ever since initial readings showed something other than a mere errant asteroid. Kern has husbanded their energy and fuel all the way through the cold dark between solar systems, but the ship's scoops have replenished their stores from the rich cloud of ice, gas and dust that formed the edge of their destination system's orbiting disk, allowing all manner of costly manoeuvres. She constructed remote probes in her internal factories and sent them ahead on one-way journeys, each with a tiny splinter of herself copied into their cores. Now the data comes back, and nobody can quite understand what they are looking at. The approaching artifact is mostly spherical, with one very obvious exception. The outer surface is studded with a regular set of nodes that might have been sensors or engines or even weapons once, but are now little more than scarred, ice-frosted stumps and pits. One side of it has ruptured, and the innards have come out in a vast, jagged spray that flowers into fantastical spines and curling tentacles, as though some unthinkable oceanic horror has been killed halfway through hatching out of an egg 27 kilometres across. Ice, the probes confirm. Its eruption from the interior of the object might be the result of a fissure in the unknown surface material, or else the freezing of a liquid centre might have burst the membrane open with its expansion. Either way, the colossal frozen eruption threw the entire object's centre of gravity so that the sphere and its miles-long plume now spin about one another with ponderous grace. The ice is opaque white over most of its surface, but the keen eyes of the probes find shadows within. Under magnification, some seem to be recognisably fish. Others are of a more uncertain shape, although that might also be the work of the expansion. An artificial moon. A moon of water, Portia suggests. Ornamental, perhaps? And is that damage we see from after it was flung into space? Or the cause of it? Helena lets her palms touch the deck and sub-vocalises, "Don't let speculation run away with you," letting the mechanisms in her gloves make their best translation in precisely calibrated touch-speak, while the white dots on her thumbs add pulp emphasis. It is halting at best, and Portia says she sounds as though she is giddy with sweet sap. But progress is progress. The probes get the best look they can at the whirling planetoid, but they lack the ability to reverse their course and follow it, and soon it is on its endless way, heading along the plane of the solar system on a course that will one day see it vanish forever in the great beyond. "Curious," says one of the alarmed fleet operators. "Uninformative," the other complains, with a twitch of her palps that conveyed the subtext, "and I had better things to be doing with my time." The captain calls up the relevant figures, wavering over whether to pursue the ruined object or let it vanish away. Relative momentum, energy consumption. Probably these quotidian elements don't sway her as much as the clear radio evidence that there is a great deal more of interest further into the system. Her very silence and stillness is her decision, as physics whisks the object beyond their reach. They're going onwards. And yet, "If we push on, we will pluck so many strings we can expect a response by the locals," she addresses them. "Analysis of energy signatures leaves open the possibility that they may be more technologically advanced, and also that they may either be fighting a war amongst themselves or be naturally exuberant and wasteful in the way they burn energy." Helena is having difficulty keeping up with the rapid speech of the captain, and words from Kern's version keep creeping in. She fights to concentrate. "Caution dictates we not risk the entire mission by proceeding further as a whole, or broadcasting our position. I'm having us move into the shadow of the closest outer planet." The screens begin to display the relevant telemetry. "However, we cannot come all this way and not make contact. I've ordered a segment of the ship be prepared as an independent scout, fitted for a small crew. I prefer a crew made up entirely of Portiids." The captain is using the Portiids' own name for themselves, of course, meaning something like, "we who know best," and Kern's translation omits this digression entirely. "However, there is a small chance that the civilization is both human and unaugmented by the Unity infection, in which case human ambassadors will be essential." "Small chance," Helena throws in, through her palms. One of the sensor operators cocks a cephalothorax to eye her sidelong. "There are no human representations within the decoded visual data that forms a large part of the signals we have intercepted," she explains. "Mostly, it is just rapidly changing colours and irregular 3D shapes. Very fascinating." The captain continues. "The scout will have a facet of the Avrana-Kern construct, but this will have necessarily fewer resources to draw upon. I am selecting crew and human companions who have demonstrated their ability to interact with each other independently. This will be high risk. No guarantee that we will be able to assist if things go wrong. Participation is therefore voluntary." This is said with a brief, rearing motion, the captain's first 2 pairs of legs held high for just a second. It suggests that anyone backing out will lose status with the captain, hence with the mission as a whole. Portiids place great value on boldness, an archetypal female trait for them, with a whole dictionary of social expectations spilling out from it. The captain probably didn't mean to qualify her words like that, but some mannerisms are too deeply ingrained to shake. Helena's name tops the list of humans, but then this is exactly the sort of opportunity she has worked so hard to open up. The others are Zain Alpash Vanix and Meshna Osten Oslam, also working on human-Portiid relations. Portia is the next chosen, not just Helena's closest liaison, but exactly the sort of overbold all-rounder that a female Portiid is supposed to be. Also on the crew are two other females, Bianca and Viola, who have been working with Zain for years, plus Fabian, a male, with Bianca having overall authority. Helena listens to the susurrus of those around her, happy or unhappy to be out of the running. Unsurprisingly, nobody turns the honour down. Meshna had very much wanted to turn the honour down. Being part of a scouting mission will not keep him from his research, but it is hardly conducive. The captain's announcement fills him with a peevish annoyance he is entirely too prone to. He had assumed that Fabian was all for the posting, and only when they are installed in the outgrowth of the Voyager that will become the scout ship do the two of them have a chance to discuss it. Fabian, too, is not keen, the Spider explains through the medium of Artifabian. For his part, it is the potential danger of the business that he objects to. "Let them leap into the fire," Artifabian translates, them meaning female Portiids in general. "This is not a good use of my talents, or your talents." That last tacked on awkwardly afterwards, because Fabian, being a creature of easily bruised ego, recognises Meshna as a kindred spirit. "Well, we work closely together," Meshna points out weakly. The walls of the chamber around them deform as Kern, the chief Kern of the Voyager, manipulates the tensions in the ship's hull fabric to create the appropriate structure for the scout. "So, if they were looking for that—" "Tcha," the drone articulates, its reading of a little stamping tantrum Fabian has just indulged in. "This is a punishment detail." "Punishment? Our research is not approved of," Fabian declares. He crouches with his abdomen on the ground, tapping with his front legs only as he faces Meshna, so that his words will not spread to the others filing in. "Nobody told us to stop," Meshna points out. Fabian's palps strike each other, tock. "Well, no, but you've been spoken to, and so have I." In actual fact, there were quite a few words from humans and Portiids, both about the accelerated pace of their work and just what it might be doing to Meshna's brain, but nobody took their toys away. He explains this, and Fabian scuttles closer, rapping out a hard little rhythm. "But that's how it is. Isn't it the same for humans? That's how it is for social species. The disapproval." The drone gives the word a peculiar emphasis, like a maiden aunt being vulgar. Meshna knows that Portiid society is far less formally structured than humans had been, but then pre-human humans had been the crew of a ship in emergency conditions. And humans were always more sensitive to their children getting killed doing stupid things, whilst the Spider Society seems to thrive on a kind of harsh Darwinism, because they have a lot of young and no real parenting instincts. He hadn't considered it before, but the spiders don't really force each other to do or not do things. They just express, as Fabian says, disapproval. "We can still continue the work," he says, now feeling very rebellious. "I mean, we'll have at least a year in transit to the inner solar system. We don't have to spend it all on ice. We can refine the experiment." "We will." Fabian rears up, legs high in a threat pose as though daring the universe to stop him. A moment later, a couple of female Portiids come in with the lean woman, Zain, and Fabian is instantly all humility and submissive body language, just in case they feel punchy. Males have the chance to excel in Portiid society, Meshna knows, but they have to work damned hard at it. Scientific advancement is one proven route, a path cut through the social thickets by Fabian's past. Oh, female Portiids still comprise the majority of their great thinkers, but the precedent is at least there. And will make it happen, he knows. His eyes flick over to where Helena Lane is coming in with her research confederate, Portia. The pair are also working on the final closure of the gap between spider and monkey at a very procedural, unimaginative level. They use technology to simply understand and translate signals and impulses, little more than having an artifabian in your skull. Meshner and Fabian's approach is bolder by a factor of 10. Bring the Portiid understandings to humans. Find a way to translate them so that the anthropoid brain can grasp what it is like to be a spider, learn the skills, absorb all that stored knowledge. Outside the chamber, the superstructure of the scout ship is being moved into position and connected up, cables and flexible struts writhing their way across the taut hull like strange writing. A seething movement signifies the controlling computer's biological element being decanted. A ball of ants, rapidly spreading out to explore and master their new environment. They carry with them, between them and as the sum of their parts, another copy of Avrana Kern, who has made herself a third species in this strange partnership. The scout vessel is duly christened Lightfoot, to represent the first tentative contact between the peoples of Kern's world and whoever calls this new system home. Their first stop will be the next planet in, the biggest gas giant, because long-range investigation has detected activity around its moons. 2. My interpretation of inner system signal traffic and activity supports the hypothesis that they are at war. Avrana Kern's precise, always slightly disapproving voice informs them. The Lightfoot's control system isn't all of her, of course, only a pared-down version, but Avrana Kern tends to expand to fit the computational space available. Helena wonders if she possessed similar qualities when alive and in her human body. Portia beside her scrapes and shuffles, the words coming through Helena's gloves as, "What are we even looking at here? War with what?" Another waking, this, after the long step in system, and Portia is irritable and restless at the enforced inactivity. The Lightfoot has come in towards one of the gas giant's larger moons to find it under deconstruction, is the only way Helena can think about it. The ball of ice and rock had once been about 40% of the size of Kern's world, and therefore of old Earth as well, but has lost at least 3% of its initial mass. Closer drone viewing shows its outer surface riddled with holes and grooves. Burrows. It is crawling with life. All the more remarkable because it has no atmosphere to speak of, any appropriate gas-forming elements either making up part of its frozen surface or having long ago evaporated into space. Surface temperature is, by Kern's scale, 250 below zero at the very sunniest, and yet it lives, and apparently makes war on its inner system neighbours. The drone moves closer, dangerously close, save that the locals do not react to its presence in any way. They are creatures of varying size, up to about 1/2 kilometre in length, with the majority of them somewhere near that larger demographic. They have the form of something grub-like, but with dozens of stubby legs ending in hooked claws, with which they make a slow but sure progress about the moon. Their heads, or at least the truncated business at the anterior end of their bodies, end in a bizarre, machine-looking assemblage that is plainly more than able to chew up whatever they run into. Helena watches them just grind their way into the ground, barely slowing from their waddle on the surface, their fleshy segments bulging and heaving as they work. "Producing no signals at all," Kern remarks, "on any wavelength. Their interaction with others in the system is restricted to their bombardment." Helena can hear her Portiid report, too, which is as close to identical as it can be. Kern is concentrating on what the drones and the ship are doing, meaning she has less computing power to devote to personality. One of the lumbering monsters emerges from the earth, its grinding mouthparts breaching in a shower of dust and rock shards that tumble and fall silently back through the vacuum to the surface. It seems to stare out into the blackness of the sky, past the curved wall of the gas giant itself, and then tucks its head in, claws digging into the substrate beneath it. Its whole body contracts, shortening by almost 1/3, and then by half again in recoil as it spits a huge bolus of rock towards some distant point, enough to clear the planet's gravity well, flashing away at such a ludicrous velocity that Helena reckons some kind of magnetic acceleration must be involved. its siblings are doing the same, tunnelling, devouring more of the moon's structure, and then launching what they have mined at their far-off foes, whoever they are. From the state of the moon's surface, this has been going on for some time. The targets are locations within the asteroid belt that lies between this planet and the inner worlds of the system, especially the world from which the bulk of detected signals originate. Kern pauses over the word, playing with the end of it to show she is reconsidering. Targeting signals, Bianca announces. There are signals from the belts that the missiles are being directed towards, compensating for celestial movement. Quite some complex maths these mining beasts are capable of. The signals are being directed here specifically, tracking the moon. Bianca throws the telemetry and a string of intricate diagrams up for general consumption on the screens, and Helena reads the Portiad representations from long experience. Spider diagrams tend to be four-dimensional and place as much emphasis on non-physical connection as actual structure, so understanding them is something of an art. It's not a war. The voice is Meshner's, and the automaton beside him translates for the Portiads. It's too far away. These missiles, by the time they arrive, their targets have had ample opportunity to dodge, unless they don't want to. I think that they're miners, just like you said, and rather than having someone come over here, dig up the stuff and take it back, they've seeded the moon with these things to mine for them and to spit the stuff home for their use. Says Kern, somewhat frostily, but then, agreed. Helena wonders how much of her presupposition of war was based on the belief that the inhabitants of this system might be human-descended, and on Kern's low opinion of her own species. Then Meshner's companion adds something, a little tip-tapping that makes a single word Helena can't place, a name for something, given without context. Her puzzlement is mirrored in most of the rest until Kern calls up some images of what he means. Helena sees a view, much magnified according to the notation, of a podgy, soft-bodied caterpillar-looking creature with a bizarre telescoping head/mouth. But that's just a water bear, a tardigrade, she says, the words slowing as they come out. The resemblance to the colossal moon miners is persuasive. Fabian, Meshner's colleague, expounds, now that he has everyone's attention, in that slightly nervous, always ready-to-retreat manner that Portiad males have when speaking publicly. They are notably resilient. They can survive hard vacuum in their native state, though not like this, only in a cryptobiotic form. But if you wanted base stock to manipulate towards this end, you could do worse. For the next half hour or so, everyone pores over the data collected by the drones, until at last Kern sends one in for a tissue sample. As the distant robot darts in to cut a strip from one labouring monstrosity, Helena holds her breath and waits for the angry retaliation. There is nothing, though. The creature seems not to notice, just grinding and spitting in an endless round. They must use some of what they mine to make body mass, she thinks. They must breed, probably parthenogenetically, to have this many of them. By then, cursory inspection of other moons around the gas giant has shown similar infestations. The civilization further in is greedy for ice and metal, and even just rock. The biopsy confirms Fabian's guess, though Kern has to send data up to her larger self in the Voyager to cross-check against the DNA banks there. They are looking at a piece of bioengineering, simultaneously incredibly sophisticated and brutally functional. Zayn asks the question most of them must already be thinking. Could we do this? Bianca and Portia are both insistent that Portiad technology would be more than capable if such a recourse ever became necessary. The others are less strident. Meshner and Fabian bend close to their automaton to discuss, and Helena puts a palm down next to Portia and buzzes out, "Really?" "I'm not a biotech specialist, of course." Portia shuffles with a hesitancy that speaks of evasion. There is Portiad optimism and recklessness, and then there are the hard limits of human Portiad science. Helena decides that what they're looking at here, a self-renewing project that must have been ongoing for generations, is far beyond their ability to replicate. And more, it speaks to a frightening sense of purpose in the culture that developed it. purpose, or desperation. Meshner has Artifabian enclose a section of the scout ship so that he and Fabian can get back to their work. The facilities they have brought over are limited compared to what the Voyager offered, but he is determined not to let it stop him, and equally determined not to let the collective disapproval of the ship's high-ups slow him down. Fabian is of a like mind. The pair of them have been awake longer than most, and he is resolved to keep further cold sleep periods to an absolute minimum. The whole scout mission promises all manner of unpleasantness, but until they actually enter a first contact situation, the one resource they will have is plenty of time. "I've isolated a selection of new understandings," the Spider explains through his artificial namesake. "These are from my personal store." Fabian means those he inherited as part of his genome, or that he took into himself from the Voyager's library before boarding the Lightfoot. The mark of a Portier genius is not in what one knows or the mechanical skills one can deploy. All of these are part of the common currency of the species, copied, traded, and absorbed with ridiculous ease. Genius, to one of the Spiders, is either a superior ability to think on their feet, a particularly apt human figure of speech, or else the ability to take on a large number of understandings at once, and thus find new synergies between multiple skills and memories. Fabian is an understanding polymath, something that was supposed to be rare in males, but probably isn't. He has a good list of active understandings he can distill for Meshner to sample. "The challenge is," Fabian goes on, "to find something that you will know to be other, but isn't so other that you simply cannot process the experience. We want to keep estrangement to a minimum." He pauses, confers with the automaton over just how his meaning had been communicated, and then adds, "By which, I mean—" "You don't want to fry my brain," Meshner confirms. "Delicious as that concept is to the imagination," Fabian agrees, and Meshner can only wonder if this is some peculiar Portiered saying he's never encountered, or if Fabian is making another venture into human humour. "Take what precautions you can, but we're going to do this," he tells his colleague. "We're not going to let them stop us." "Of course." Fabian skitters over behind Meshner and begins checking over the node of the ship's computer currently linked to the human's cranial implant. "Ants in my brain?" Meshner thinks, though of course it is nothing of the sort. The ants don't leave the confines of the ship's network, but their calculations create electrical inputs that feed into the chambers of his cybernetics and thence to his brain. Human and Portiered technologies mesh more readily than their cultures or languages. And it seems the technologies of these locals follow a similar pattern. The old empire is at the root of it all, meaning some common ground at least. If we had met something genuinely alien, we wouldn't know where to start. Right now, in fact, the Lightfoot is waiting on word from the Voyager, where the language teams have made some sort of breakthrough with the inner system signals. Perhaps everyone will be talking to everyone else any moment, one big interstellar community. All the comms are between Bianca on the Scout and the command crew on the mothership, mediated by the various instances of Kern. The crew of the Lightfoot has nothing to do but wait for the news, which is why Meshner is getting on with his own work, rather than just twiddling his thumbs. Theoretically, Artifabian could just have patched back into the network and spilled everything, being an instance of Kern. Meshner has discovered, to his surprise, that this is something the automaton is resistant to. It is its own little fragment of artificial intelligence, and to come too close to the intellectual pull of a larger instance like the Lightfoot's operating system could see it merged and stripped of its individuality. It values being itself, and what it has become working with Fabian and himself, a unique intelligence, which sounds terribly rebellious and impressive until Meshner considers that this drive to become separate is part of the initial programming trajectory Kern gave it. "All ready," Artifabian informs him, and a moment later he connects that with the tapping on his lower back that is Fabian himself giving the all-clear. "Go," he confirms, but at the same time the automaton says, "Wait. Receiving new information." Fabian raps irritably against Meshner's back, and he says, "Just go. Start the process." The automaton raises its front legs part way, as though about to go into a threat display, but then freezes, apparently weighing its priorities. Meshner feels the familiar uncomfortable prickle at the inside of his skull as his implants begin parsing information. He has gone through their architecture since the last time, streamlining everything he could and adjusting the connections with his various sensory nodes. Now he finds a strange taste in his mouth, sharp and sweet, as though he is about to vomit. He clenches his stomach experimentally, but there is no other symptom. Abruptly, his fingers feel gritty, their skin coarse as he rubs them against his thumbs. "The Voyager has instructions. Bianca is addressing us," Artifabian says, momentarily nothing more than a mouthpiece for the wider nation of Kern. "Let her," Meshner grumbles. He hears Fabian's palps talk behind him. A glance shows the spider keeping 3 feet and a couple of eyes on the instrumentation, even as he cants his body to listen. "Avrana Kern has made a major breakthrough in respect of the communications from the inner system," the automaton says, translating the jittering of their mission commander. "Concealed within the visual data, which remains impenetrable, there is a second channel of mathematical information based solidly upon old human notation. This has now been at least partially decoded so that we can understand information such as coordinates, flight paths, and some technical data, with more waiting to be interpreted. Armed with this knowledge and commonality, Joint Command sees fit to send us to make initial contact with the local civilization." Meshner tries to concentrate on the words, but there is a lot of white noise intruding on them, and it seems to carry its own burden of impenetrable meaning. His skin strobes with stripes of heat and cold that pass up and down his spine. "How are my readings?" he croaks. Fabian sends over a brief report to a subscreen. There is a riot of new information in Meshner's sensory foci, especially the olfactory and gustatory regions of his brain. Curiously, Meshner isn't tasting or smelling much of anything right now, but phantom touches jab at him all over his body. He hears a great ebb and flow like waves of the sea, and bright motes cluster around the edges of his vision. "This is no good," he tells Fabian. "It's runaway synesthesia. We've not synced the information." He feels frustration, because this is the core of the problem. Are spider experience and human experience intrinsically incompatible? It is proving a hurdle that grows with each attempt to leap it. "Terminating," comes the acknowledgement on the subscreen, even as Artifabian continues to relay the mission brief. The Voyager is going into hiding, and the Lightfoot is going to say hello to the warring natives, Meshner blearily gathers. It seems like a terrible idea to him. The scout vessel will be utterly without support, but then the locals might be so advanced that all the Voyager would be able to achieve would be to die on the same hill. "Given the reliance on bare technical detail, Avrana Kern believes there is a strong chance that this is a machine civilization that has outlived its creators," the automaton explains crisply. Meshner is having trouble processing the idea, but he feels strongly that any such artificial survivors would be less than delighted to find humans on their doorstep after so long. "Perhaps they'll think we're a travelling museum," he gets out, the physical sensation of lemons and sunlight and blue suffusing his skin, spider life trying to force itself down all the wrong channels in his brain. Fabian skitters out some sort of message, but before Meshner can read or hear any translation, he feels himself slide sideways and loses consciousness. Zayn takes it on herself to upbraid Meshner when he is finally back with them. Helena watches her tear into the man, while the spider crew members stand back and either ignore their human fellows or badger the ship for translations. He'd been out for a couple of hours, the chief reason being informational overload. Helena knows what he is trying to achieve, and even supports the idea in principle. But Meshner is weirdly competitive, determined to make a breakthrough before some hypothetical rival eclipses him. He doesn't want assistance from her or Portia. He wants to win, or that is how it comes across. Zayn's own portiered liaison work is practical, working in narrow task-focused situations and building a gestural code to communicate swift, limited chunks of information. That is as far as she cares to take matters, and Bianca and Viola, who work with her, seem equally happy to leave human-spider relations to the field of just getting things done. Meshner wants to get inside their heads, or vice versa. Despite his prickly arrogance, Helena feels she's more on his side of the argument. "I didn't ask for this posting," Meshner mutters sullenly. "You could have said no,"
Zayn tells him. You can never say no. Fabian couldn't. He needs to show he's useful or he'll get passed over. For what? For everything. And I need him, so here I am. Meshna's eyes are bloodshot, and the skin about his boxy cranial implant is red and puffy. Why were you even on the Voyager? Zayn demands. Helena glances round at the spiders, but of course they don't hear like humans do. Speech is barely perceived by their vibrational sense, even human shouting, keyed as they are to other frequencies, a world in which the spoken word is irrelevant. Time, Meshna spits. Time, in transit. We were awake a lot longer than you, getting this set up. He jabs a thumb at his own head. We knew we'd get more done than stuck at home dancing to everyone else's tune. Zayn opens her mouth to lay into him again, but then Kern's voice breaks in from all around them. Contact! Bianca responds immediately. Helena has her gloves to the wall in time to catch the trailing end of her questions, with Kern thrumming back that she has established a connection with an entity located within the asteroid belt that lies beyond the gas giant. An alien vessel? A machine? Bianca taps out. I am unable to say, Kern replies through the walls, human words echoing after for the benefit of those without Helena's advantages. But it is responding to the basic queries I have sent in, and not merely in the manner of an automated beacon or similar mindless system. I am receiving a battery of inquiries, most of which I lack the familiarity to answer. I believe we have contacted a real intelligence, machine or organic. I am responding as best I can. Kern makes a rapid tapping sound to indicate annoyance, mirroring her exasperated human sigh, artfully reproduced over her speakers. I'm still receiving a vast preponderance of visual data. The comprehensible segment of the signal comprises less than 5% of the information load. She displays some of what they are receiving. The same bright-patterned, constantly shifting, abstract shapes Helena saw in signals previously intercepted. They are hypnotic, lacking a recognizable rhythm, heedless of geometry, just broad swathes of flowing, shifting patterns, or rapidly shifting non-Euclidean objects, whose dimensions, textures, and arrangements change apparently at random, in bewildering non-repeating sequences. Viola suggests that perhaps it is art, mere aesthetic adornment to garnish the functional message. The amount of bandwidth it takes up makes that unlikely, but that is a human portiered judgment. Who knows what the locals believe important? Speculative discussion breaks out, even Meshna making a contribution, but Helena just stares at the patterns, their weird complexity speaking to her with a seductive promise of meaning, of familiarity. She has worked all her life to break out of her own skull, not by drilling holes in it like Meshna, but by expanding her viewpoint. She feels that if she could only push that envelope a little further, but no, nothing. Whatever the message is, she is missing it. Soon after, everyone is in their acceleration couches as the Lightfoot shifts its angle of approach towards the belt. Kern believes she has arranged a rendezvous through exchange of coordinates in the locals' notation. They are going to meet the aliens. 3. Portia feels herself at the hub of a network of threads, stretched taut and vibrating with alarm and excitement. Alarm and excitement would probably be the human translation of her answer if someone asked her why she had volunteered for the Voyager crew. Of all those on the scout mission, she had no qualms whatsoever at being chosen. Not just because she works very well with humans, well, with Helena, who in her mind is not a particularly representative human, but good enough, but because the thought of the unknown, of cosmic mystery, of things to discover, motivates her even more than most portieres. Her lineage is one of explorers and pioneers. An ancestress of hers stole the sacred eye of the messenger from the ants, back when the ants were the great power in the world, and not merely a convenient operating system to run a Vrana Kern on. Amongst the myriad contributors to her genetic code are aviatrixes, warriors, astronauts, and others, of course, more commonplace. But Portia's genetic inheritance skews far more to the daring and the groundbreaking. This is not simply a matter of a predisposition to certain personality types, of course, a trait observed in certain social spiders long ago on Earth, but a curation of understandings all the way back to the days when those skills and memories could only be passed down by the natural union of sperm and egg. Portia really is the sum of her ancestors, crouching on the cephalothoraxes of giants. She remembers the thrill of striking out into virgin forest where monsters might dwell, contesting with the elements, mastering the technology that opened the doors of the sea and the air, seeing Kern's world from orbit for the first ever time. And there is tragedy and loss and pain associated with those experiences, of course, but generation on generation, such sharp edges tend to get rounded away. When she was very young, she faced her life's great fear, and it nearly destroyed her. It was that there might be no more frontiers, no new branch to leap to, no new prey to puzzle out and conquer. There is a lot in Portia with which her far-distant arachnid huntress ancestors might feel a kinship. But she conquered that fear, took it on faith that science and global ambition would conspire to give her the opportunity she craved, to stand and measure legs with her illustrious forebears, and find herself at least their equal. Now she waits, always hard for her. The crew have been in and out of sleep as their whims take them, but Portia hates the waking, and so she has been staying out longer under the excuse of research. Helena is working on the theoretical side of their communications studies, refining the sensory inputs of her gloves and goggles and training her brain to convert tactile subtext into impressions that make sense to humans. For her part, Portia is tinkering in a desultory way with the acoustic translators she can wear like panniers, and which give a very basic and sometimes howlingly inadequate impression of human speech. The drive to communicate is mostly the other way, though. After all, there is only a small number of humans on Kern's world compared to 1 billion or so Portiids. There is an implicit suggestion that the newcomers should be the ones to adjust. She has dismantled one pannier and is following some Kern-prompted suggestions on how to refine the outputs for a more intuitive result. But mostly she has her mental legs on those imaginary threads and is waiting for them to twang with activity. Portia's ancestors were not web spinners as a first resort. If there were a species out there uplifted from orb web spiders, its outlook would be very different, evolved to sit at the heart of a far-reaching world of its own creation, where the landscape speaks to it in its own language and it does not need to travel. Portia's tiny ancestors turned such perspectives against their non-sentient creators, forging the voice of the environment, or sometimes even extending those artificial sensory organs into webs of their own that they could lure the original builders onto for ambush. The thought of waiting for that web-born message is therefore a matter of far greater danger and excitement. In the core of their minds, the Portiids know they are not the builders of the universe's great web, but they dare to walk it and eavesdrop on its messages and turn it on its makers if need be. Her web now is made of the other crew, each one of them tense as a drawn wire as they close with the coordinates negotiated with the locals. Her web is the ship, and its personality-filled operating system, and, beyond and into the void of space, the unknown aliens themselves. Machines? Humans? Something entirely other? Those who have a mind to are trying to make more of the library of alien signals, especially that baffling preponderance of visual imagery. For her part, the ship's version of Avrana Kern has sent spies ahead to the meeting point. These are not the same multi-purpose drones she used with the tardigrades, but tiny things, shot out from the Lightfoot at enormous speed and containing nothing but the ability to detect and report. Everyone hopes this will not seem like hostile action to the locals. But if the locals are already hostile, then the entire arrangement could be a trap. Yes, this is why the Voyager budded off the Lightfoot, in case of such a betrayal. But that doesn't mean the crew of the Lightfoot can't do their best to avoid becoming such a sacrifice. Portia doesn't feel fear yet, and when she does, she will feed off it, buoyed by all those ancestral memories in which fearful things were overcome by courage and resourcefulness, and luck, but she tends to downplay its importance. She is well aware that some of her crewmates are less sanguine about the prospect. Viola agrees with the theory that the locals are machines, and believes that without organic entities to give them perspective, machines can never be good neighbours, as what can they want, if not to make new machines? Viola is most concerned about a fleet of self-replicating machine probes descending on Kern's world in the future, led there by what the locals here discover after dissecting the Lightfoot and its contents, crew included. Portia is frustrated with her caution. Shy away from every twitch and vibration and you'll never catch anything at all. On the other hand, the lack of enthusiasm from the two males on board seems altogether more natural, and she actually has more time for their naysaying. Fabian and the human, Meshna, have been winkled from their private research and are combing the alien signals for any sign of threat. They are both intelligent in their way, and being cautious and shrinking from danger is an archetypal male trait. Portia is well aware that to think in such terms, as most of her ancestresses have done without ever examining the thoughts, is unhelpful and atavistic of her, but it does mean she will accept a warning from a male far more readily than from another female, from whom any attempt to rein her in feels like a challenge. "Attend," comes the instruction from Bianca, whose own personality sits somewhere midway between Viola and Portia, neither too hot nor too cold on the intrepid scale. "We have sight of them." The threads are twanging in Portia's mind. She calls up the images greedily. Kern has done her best with the limited imaging properties of her tiny spies, but Portia doesn't expect too much. Her expectations are shattered, to her joy. In that moment, everyone is staring, and nobody is speaking. Not a spider foot or palp moves. Not a human mouth flaps. There are 7 vessels converging on the rendezvous point. 5 of them are spheres, radiant with an inner light that silhouettes a complex internal architecture, like shadows on the face of the moon. One, the smallest, is a long teardrop that even now is tumbling, seemingly out of control, but, as Kern's commentary explains, actually in the process of commencing deceleration. The last is a fat torus shape, spinning edge-on towards its direction of travel like a runaway tyre. All of them are festooned with nodules and nodes that suggest only the teardrop ship has a facing, and the rest are entirely ambivalent about front, back, port or starboard. Kern's information, her longer-than-long-range scans with which she has kept an eye on these objects, suggests they have been decelerating for a remarkably long time, and to very little effect, reducing their speed ridiculously slowly, rather than, as the Lightfoot will, waiting to get close to the meeting point before making that irrevocable decision. Some of the crew are suggesting that this shows a confidence in their hosts, perhaps even a trust. Portia has a feeling the practice has a mechanical imperative behind it. The smallest ship, the Teardrop, is half the average volume of the Voyager, given that volume is variable depending on what Kern is doing with it. The largest of the spheres is not much short of the frozen ruin they discovered on the way in. Huge, and they apparently manoeuvre as though they're even larger, given that gradual deceleration. Portia is intrigued. Behind those oncoming vessels, the asteroid belt is strung out across a vast region of space, far denser than any such feature in Portia's home system or long-lost Earth, which still means that it is mostly empty space, where the odds of any two objects connecting with each other is vanishingly small. Kern's best guess is that a huge icy body met its doom here, either a fugitive flung out from another solar system entirely, or a world that formed further out in this one, and was then dragged in towards the sun, until it met the grinding teeth of the gas giant's gravity and was torn apart. It left a great field of nothing then, scattered rock and ice smeared thinly in a ring around the sun, but extreme magnification shows that later years have added some jewels to this plain setting. There are artificial worlds there. Kern's best guess at enhancing the images suggests a scatter of pale bodies, like the spherical ships, but bigger. The asteroid belt has been colonized. Elsewhere, less radiant, there are installations that must be acting as spittoons for the distant tardigrades' mining expectorations, catching the missiles and processing them or sending them on. Could we do this? Portia echoes the past question from Zayn and, to herself, admits that they could not. And yet we have come to them, not they to us. Always better to be the explorer than the explored. There is a buzz of communication now amongst the crew. As the Lightfoot and the aliens close, the signal density increases, both the background hum of them from the belt installations and especially from the next planet in the system, their homeworld, and direct queries sent by the oncoming ships, which seem more and more insistent about something. Kern is communicating on the technical channel still, but the character of those inquiries is changing. The visual element, which means nothing to anyone, is edging out the mathematical data until there is barely anything comprehensible in the barrage of demands. The only numerical information left over seems to be nothing more than sender ID. At about this time, Meshner completes a structural study of the alien vessels, identifying a variety of installations on their exteriors that might be weapons systems of different types. Of course, the aliens are far closer now, so that the Lightfoot can assist him with its own direct analysis. They are closing on the meeting place, and it is evident that the visitors are not speaking to the locals in the manner they have come to expect. Portia notes that the characteristics of the visual chatter are shifting. The colours are becoming starker, with fewer blues, greens and yellows, and more blacks, whites and reds. The shapes are sharper, spiky with harsh textures. To human and Porteid eyes, there is an implicit sense of threat. Kern is still transmitting her own signals, including a variety of old Empire codes and conventions, but there is no sign the aliens understand or even register them. This is their primary means of communication, Helena states. Whatever they are, we need to send something back to them, something visual but simple. We have no idea what any of this means, but we're now picking up a common emotional subtext, or it might even be text. If we are all getting the same impression from this, and if they are of any kind of Earth stock, I think we can take this as an accurate reading. They're getting angry. Viola, proponent of the machine intelligence theory, disagrees. It's not possible that they could have evolved in such a way. Your speech, our speech, we learned to encode it first, turning sensory impressions into numerical data that can be read in and of itself, from zeros and ones to more complex codes. There is no suggestion that this data is encoding anything other than these images, and it's using old human conventions even for that. You're suggesting they leapt to being able to transmit their primary mode of communication without any sign of an intermediate stage that we might be able to detect and decode. Portia understands the argument. After all, the only reason humans and Porteids can understand each other at all is just such a simplified notation, which can then be built on to reconstruct the meaning. Without such an artificial encoding between them, the patter of spider feet and the vibrations of an anthropoid larynx could never have bridged the gap. And Viola is right. Those alien signals are pure visual data. The idea that an emergent intelligence could develop a technology like that without intermediate building blocks is beyond credibility. But then, we are dealing with the alien, she thinks. Perhaps they just did. And if they blow us up, we'll never know. She adds her voice to Helena's, saying, We must send them something, even if it is just to show we're not stupid. Zayn says something that Portia's working Pania translates as, Send theirs back to them. Terrible idea, Helena counters swiftly. If they're threatening us, we don't want to escalate. Send them a picture of us, Portia throws in. When that gets everyone's attention, she clarifies. An image of one of us. An image of one of the humans. Or even just a human image in the abstract. They are using technology that is at least human-derived, after all. It should mean something to them. Everyone has an opinion on that, and Bianca asserts command to filter through the stamping and shuffling. Portia already knows her motion will pass, though. The hubbub is just the usual yes, but I want to make this my idea that she is more than used to from groups of the ambitious amongst her own people. Send an image of Helena, Portia submits, and that seems as good a solution as any. Bianca confirms the idea, and Kern starts to transmit on the visual channel, throwing in a grab bag of blues, yellows and pinks, in the hope that these really are calming colours. The result is dramatic. The profusion of angry-seeming colours fades instantly, leaving only simple, more repetitive patterns of what Portia guesses are neutral shades. They're telling us to wait, maybe? Fabian puts in timidly. My spies suggest there is a great deal of communication between the alien vessels, Kern puts in. Calculate some alternative trajectories for us, just in case, Bianca orders. Indeed, the ship confirms. I can't intercept much of the communication, but it is 99% visual. 97? 92? The technical channels are experiencing a large upsurge. I don't like this being a countdown, Fabian puts in. Bianca starts to reply. If you don't have anything useful to contribute, and then everything goes wrong all at once. The alien ships are launching dozens of smaller vessels, as tiny and fleet as the originals were huge and lumbering, and they unleash their weapons almost at the same time. Past 2. Land of Milk and Honey. 1. There was a hole in the ice that, owing to the rampant volcanism Senkovi had set off along every fault line on Damascus, was still not frozen over when they came to look. Below, miles deep, the new batch of aquatic remotes found the wreck of the Aegean's shuttle. Han and the others, having abandoned ship at Senkovi's insistence, had not acquired a stable orbit when the virus hit their systems. Now they were cold corpses in a half-crushed, dead spaceship beneath the ocean. Baltiel expected Senkovi to shrug it off, given the man's focus on his work and his pets. Instead, he fell into a black depression. He had played fast and loose with the rules, as he had always been wont to do, and this time it had killed people. It saved your life, Baltiel pointed out. It saved the ship. Saved all of us. The Aegean, post-reboot, was in perfect working order. As per Senkovi's pre-disaster plan, the octopuses had no access to its wider systems anymore, only limited virtual playgrounds to be tested in. The whole audacious, ridiculous plan of his had worked out in every particular, save that he had failed to adjust for the destructive stupidity of the rest of humanity. You couldn't have known, Baltiel tried patiently, calling through the closed door of Senkovi's room because the man wasn't accepting electronic queries from the ship, and Baltiel's implant was still being re-engineered after the virus had shut it down. Only Senkovi's internal comms had survived, and he had set them to bounce back any traffic. There were precisely 5 human beings this side of Earth's solar system, to Baltiel's certain knowledge. He could not go on with 20% of his crew out of commission, no matter how much he sympathized. True, the terraforming processes were running themselves for now, but that wouldn't last, and the entire Nord end of the operation needed salvaging. Most of the work could be done by automatics, guided sporadically by whoever's turn it was to wake from cold sleep, but the setup needed all hands, and especially Senkovi's brain. Lante has some medication for you, he tried. It'll make you feel better. Senkovi didn't want medication. Probably he didn't want to feel better. The shame and blame were jealous, unwilling to admit any chemical interlopers into his mental state. Baltiel could override the door lock and get Lortis to drag Senkovi down to medical, but he didn't want to be that kind of commander, and a resentful, mutinous Senkovi would be considerably more problematic than a sullen one. So he had one card to play, not one he was proud of, but he'd read through the man's psych evaluations, and Lante agreed with him. I'm going to jettison the octopodes, he told the door. There was a pause, but he heard Senkovi moving around, and then, abruptly, there the man was, unshaven, red-eyed, and haggard. Why would you do that? Senkovi asked him. Because nobody else has any love for the damn things but you, was the true answer, but would not represent good Senkovi management. I wouldn't, of course, he lied. But they need you, and we need you. The human race needs you, Dizra. For a moment, Senkovi just stared at him, and Baltiel thought he would retreat back inside and close the door. Then he twitched, and the twitch kept going until his whole body was shaking, and without warning he was crying, Baltiel holding him like a child, Senkovi's salt tears staining the thermo-regulatory fabric of his shirt. When they broke apart, Senkovi gave a shuddering sigh. Nobody needs anybody, he got out, in stark contradiction to what had just happened. "But I'll try." Of course, there was no magic cure for depression. Bolteel still sometimes saw the man just sitting and staring, but he was working with his damn cephalopods again, and that seemed the best therapy for him. Bolteel watched sometimes through the ship's cameras, Senkovi sitting at the makeshift workstation he'd set up in the central hub, wires and devices floating about him, and his hair, longer and longer these days, a crazy Medusa's crown about his face. Or perhaps the waving tendrils of his hair made him somehow more relatable to his test subjects. Dizra would sit, hunched over his screen, and in the tank beside him, 3 or 4 octopodes would be working with the rubbery terminals the man had designed. They always seemed to be desultory about it, to watch them. They would descend on the controller and appear to feel it out, or to wrestle with it in a sudden bout of energy, and then slink off to hang in the water or cling to the wall. He had seen that 1 or 2 tentacles tended to remain connected, though, pulsing and shifting across the controls, even though the rest of the creature was ostensibly oblivious. Then Bolteel would call up a display of the virtual space they were accessing, watching octopodes accomplishing complex multi-stage tasks in fits and starts, making unheralded breakthroughs, then cycling through the same fruitless steps over and over, then another abrupt leap forwards. He assumed that Dizra was trying to get them to follow regimented orders. That was the overall command in him, breeding assumptions. Later, he discovered that actually telling the damned mollusks to do things was something Dizra had given up on, even before he left Earth. Instead, he was giving them long goals, identifying ends by flagging the conditions up with colours and patterns that apparently meant good things if you were an octopus. The methods were worked out by the test subjects themselves. When they seemed distracted, Senkovi claimed, they were employing something like abstract reasoning, free association of ideas. The individual arms, still at work, were their subconscious. He was unable to provide any academic literature to support such contentions, but he could provide results. He even staged a demonstration for the crew, a simulation of a crashed drone, its damage determined randomly by the system. 3 octopodes were given free rein to work out what to do with it. Bolteel had watched with fascination as they had explored the wreck, accessed its simulated systems, repaired some damage, while cannibalizing other functioning systems. None of them seemed to be coordinating with each other. Indeed, there were several apparent squabbles between subjects where they left off their controllers and wrestled in the tank. And yet a plan somehow emerged from the chaos, as though deeper parts of their strategy had been agreed on invisibly at the outset. Or perhaps visibly, given the constant shift and glimmer of colours and patterns across their skins. The end result had not been anything that a human salvager would have come up with, less time-efficient, but perhaps more sparing with resources. As Dizra pointed out, time was the thing they had. At the outset, while he had dearly wanted to space every damned octopus the man had bred, Bolteel had kept them around because they were plainly good for Senkovi's well-being. Now he was conceding the key point. They could be used. They weren't predictable like machines, but they would get a job done without oversight. Senkovi was already talking about future generations having the cognitive ability to set their own goals, as well as carry them out. Bolteel would believe it when he saw it. There would be future generations, though only within the artificial fish ponds of the Aegean for now. Damascus's expanding seas were carpeted with thick algal scum, voraciously photosynthesizing, but the oxygen in the water was far too diffuse for the octopuses just yet, and not even Dizra was talking about fitting cephalopods with, hydrolungs? But when the water was sufficiently habitable, presumably his mollusk workforce would be ready. Human life on Damascus still had a theoretical future. The theory element of that calculation had shifted, though. Once it referred to Dizra's ability to bring the desired conditions about on a planet colder and damper than anyone had thought worth bothering about. Now it referred to the colonists from Earth, whose nature had become very, very theoretical indeed. There were no signals from Earth. That was what everyone had to face up to in the end. 7 days after the disaster, Bolteel called everyone into the same room. The Aegean's systems would allow virtual teleconferencing from anywhere, but they had all begun to value the immediate presence of fellow humans. Only Dizra was absent. and he was at least actively linked in from his zero-gravity webbing in the centre of the ship. Bolteal specifically checked to make sure none of his little friends were listening in, too. He had a mad thought of one of the octopodes diligently taking the minutes of the meeting. He only told them what they already knew, of course. They were all bright minds, more than capable of having asked the same questions of the ship. Bolteal had let them have access to the information, even though some commandery part of him told him to embargo it. Still, he wanted to tell them face to face, because until he did so it would remain something questionable. Overall command needed to set out its position on the subject. There were no signals from Earth, he confirmed, nor were they receiving anything from any of the established solar colonies. The great radiosphere of human endeavour had once been a constantly repopulated expanse. Now it was a hollow shell, expanding past them into the further reaches of the universe. They would never catch up with all those lost words, and even if they could, the damned virus would be the first thing waiting for them, the last thing ever sent from Earth, by someone who, Bolteal was sure, had been losing the war and was going to take everyone else with them. They very nearly had. Skye and the 4 others in the module had died, locked in an unresponsive orbital tomb that had been reclaimed hour on hour by the supremely hostile non-environment around it. Running out of air, running out of heat. The remotes sent from the Aegean had cut through the hull, but found only rigid, frost-limbed bodies, still huddled about the equipment they had not been able to restore. Han and her team had crashed into Damascus. Bolteal, Lante, Lortis and Rani would probably have died had Senkovi not come for them. Not of suffocation, but likely of starvation, allergic reactions, poisoning, or, if he was being dramatic, some hitherto unknown Noddan super-predator with an inexplicable yearning for inedible human meat. So, perhaps Senkovi's mollusks had earned their keep already, by whose mischief these last few dregs of humanity had been saved. That was the other reason he had called them in, face to face, to tell them old news. Because they needed to be there for each other. Because they needed not to be alone. Alone meant too much time to think about what had happened. There was not one of them who wasn't reeling. Bolteal could feel the echo of the news still resounding inside himself. It was too big to understand. And so he turned to his work and sought there the meaning that the rest of the universe was abruptly missing, and he would bring the rest along with him if they'd let him. Senkovi still expected refugees, shiploads of them, and if such fugitives appeared, then the terraforming project would need somewhere to put them. In 30 years' time, Earth standard, according to Senkovi's projections, they would have the Damascan seas and atmosphere sufficiently oxygenated. They would have a makeshift biosphere installed, based on the stable ecology webs from back home that were the late-stage terraformers' sacred text. Senkovi was keen to show how his octopodes would be invaluable at every turn, and Bolteal didn't ask the obvious question. What happens when the people turn up and take over? Where does your tentacled construction crew take itself off to? Bolteal knew Dizra was aware of this problem, but they had time to negotiate a solution, so long as one of them mentioned that common knowledge to the other before the end. And Bolteal wanted to return to Nod. He was already programming their shuttle and remote fleet with a salvage program for the module to see what could be recovered. The Aegean's workshops were fabricating a new habitat, a working one. He had started sounding out the others. Lante was creeped out by the octopodes, and possibly Senkovi as well. Lortis and Rani were both sick for the feel of something solid beneath them, and leery of some new catastrophe that might kill off the Aegean's systems for good. They would go where he led, he knew, and Senkovi wouldn't much miss them. Ever since Senkovi's naming of the planets, Bolteal's mind had sporadically spun up religious imagery for what they were about, or maybe it was the fundamentalist end of the trouble back home that put him in mind of it. The anti-science side of the argument had made Kern their Satan, and the terraformers her attendant demons, and now those detractors were silenced, or had silenced themselves. And Kern, too, that remarkable, incredible, insufferable woman, one more voice stilled amongst so many. How she would have hated that. He could almost imagine her refusing to accept it, demanding a bespoke fate appropriate for her genius. So where did that leave Baltiel and his crew? All they had was their work. He had to get them back to Nod. He would be a chapter in human history if he could, but if not, he might be a prologue in an alien one. And perhaps there would be human ears listening, in a year, or a decade, or a century. There was no reason to believe the virus had been just one horseman of some final apocalypse. Except there was every reason, of course. He could remember enough of the prior transmissions to know just how much escalation his far-off kin had got in before the end. But in the absence of knowledge, he could avoid thinking about it and just go back to pick up where he'd left off. Prepping for a return to Nod would take time, however, just like Senkovi's work would take time. They were stuck on the Aegean, pending mechanical, biological, even geological processes. The cold sleep pods yawned for them, like the grave. Baltiel had a rota, making sure at least one person was on watch at all times. And unless I want to wake up to his desiccated bones, I need to drag Disra away from his pets somehow. Nobody had suggested firing up the drives and heading back to Earth. 2. In his own mind, Senkovi was known for his sense of humour, an organ that in truth amused only himself. Still, the others would have to admit that this was a good one. After all, he'd had his fill of being yanked out of dreams at the whim of overall command. Now he had an excuse to do the yanking. Time for Baltiel to know what it felt like. The others were busy with Lante's malarkey, a plan that Baltiel wouldn't approve of and that Senkovi himself wasn't convinced about. It didn't impinge on his work with Damascus, though, which meant he could put off caring about it indefinitely. They still invited him to the meetings, virtual attendance only, but that was by far everyone's preferred option, which suggested that his myopic disinterest had been taken as tacit approval. Or they just felt that keeping 25% of their non-command colleagues and fellow humans out of the loop was bad form. There had been a regimented schedule of sleep and wake to pass them hand over hand through the years since the silence, which was apparently what they were calling it. Senkovi felt that was overly dramatic, but Rani had a poetic streak in her. The idea was that Senkovi would pop in and out on schedule based on the terraforming stages that needed executive oversight, and the others would wake in shifts at the same time in an overlapping pattern so that 3 out of 5 humans were awake at any given time. The brief for the others was 1. Oversee salvage of the module and reconstruction of the Nod expedition. 2. Help Senkovi. And they had helped, and even more to his surprise, he had been profoundly glad to have other humans to occasionally complain to. What you don't know you'll miss until it's gone, number 153, the human race. Lante in particular was something of a whiz with ecostructure, and Rani was a better pilot, shuttle or remote, than anyone else, the best in the universe perhaps. Lortice, for his part, was good with the octopi. They liked him, and unlike the others, didn't squirt water at him when he approached the open tanks up in the rotating ring. He even went diving with them, the only one other than Senkovi, and acted as a stooge in their training sessions. Senkovi wished sometimes he could actually talk to the man about it, about their evolving relationship with the evolving octopi. Lortice wasn't a man who opened up about his feelings, though, and for Senkovi's part he found it easier to communicate with the cephalopods. And that was saying something, because actual conversation was proving elusive. He could encourage them towards tasks and goals, visually flagging up things for them to be curious about, and then letting them grasp the problem and solve it with minimal assistance. He saw them talking to each other constantly, skin strobing at skin, tentacles touching, fighting, intertwining. At the same time, he couldn't be sure they were saying anything. How much was meant, and how much of that riot of activity was just a byproduct of cognition? He stood by the tanks sometimes, watching his pets, his creations at work, at play. They watched him back. They knew him, and he felt they liked him. Even unmodified octopi could tell individual humans apart, and these were smarter than their forebears and only had 5 faces to recognize. He was depressingly aware that he was trying to wring something from his pets that would be available for free from his fellow humans, but a lifetime of habits died hard,
and he hadn't been able to cross that barrier even when he shared a planet with billions. It hardly seemed worth it on a ship with only 4 others, and 2 of them asleep at any one time. And the octopi slept, too, when Senkovi took to his cold bed. He didn't have the apparatus to properly suspend them. He could only cool and drug them into an unreliable hibernation. Mortality in the cold, dark between had been 60% at first, and he'd massaged it down to 40. It broke his heart every time his time was up. Doing something long-term about that particular issue was one of his biggest goals, perhaps soon to be realised. Thoughts of sleep and waking brought him back to Bolteel. The wake-up sequence was already advanced. Senkovi had looked into the files and discovered that his boss liked to be awoken by soft music, gradually swelling to a tear-jerkingly magnificent crescendo. Senkovi found that mawkish, but others would probably not be delighted by his own maritime imagery, and so each to his own. He watched the man's eyelids twitch, his muscles flickering in tiny spasms as the sleep chamber went through all the necessary checks and adjustments for a shock-free reanimation. Which was a shame because the designer hadn't allowed for Senkovi. Bolteel woke, stepping from his symphony into the Aegean's warm light, sitting up and seeing he was not alone. Senkovi had to hand it to him. Bolteel almost masked the horror and panic of that moment. His overall command face slammed down, but not quite fast enough, and the eyes couldn't lie. Bolteel clutched too hard at the edge of his pod and said nothing, looking over Senkovi's withered face, the wild tufts of his white beard, his liver-spotted scalp, warty and draped with a few brittle hairs. They stared at each other for a long time, and Senkovi wondered if Lante or Lortis were watching on the cameras and killing themselves with laughter, or unable to believe his bad taste. But if you couldn't laugh, what could you do? You... Bolteel's voice had a shake to it at the start, but the man clamped down and made it sound strong. What happened? A suspicious squint started about Bolteel's eyes, and Senkovi could hold the grin back no longer. Seeing the boss about to beat him to the punch, Senkovi ripped the beard off and began peeling away the skull cap and wrinkled skin sections, snickering to himself. Bolteel must have interrogated the ship by then and found out that he'd been under for 11 years, in the increasingly meaningless way the ship told time. How long did you... he asked. 34 days. Senkovi picked at one stubborn scrap of fake wrinkle. The skin was the easy bit. Getting the workshops to spin a realistic beard was remarkably difficult. You've amused yourself sufficiently? Bolteel obviously wanted to shout at him, but was restraining himself masterfully. I'm amused. Aren't you amused? In hysterics. The boss rubbed at his neck and rolled his shoulders, things that shouldn't have been necessary, but they were relying too much on the cold sleep, and it was beginning to show. I assume you had some real reason for dredging me up, beyond trying to kill me with shock. Well, several things have accumulated that probably need a command decision or two, Senkovi admitted. Lante wants to talk to you, certainly. She's got a whole thing going on. He saw Bolteel's face change as the man accessed the initial files on Lante's thing. Lante and Bolteel were going to have an argument soon. Senkovi had warned her it would be a hard sell to the boss. Still, none of his business, and when the main debate had been raging between Lante and Rani about broaching the thing with Bolteel, Senkovi had been deep in designing his beard. Oh, and there's the module. That needs a decision. How's the refit proceeding? And even as he asked the question, Bolteel was hunting the answers through the system, doubtless tutting over the fact that in his absence nobody put data back quite where it should be. Yes, well, Senkovi said, wringing his beard. Nobody wants to trust it, even though the virus has been flushed out. Floating in a tin can and all that. On the plus side, the Nord expedition is mostly good to go, they told me. Even got the cold sleep system set up planetside if you want to do a longitudinal study or two. Senkovi got an alert to tell him Bolteel was querying the progress on Damascus. At least he had good news there, he felt. Everything proceeding apace, oxygenated zones spreading, and a microbial ecosystem established and apparently stable. He even had a working elevator cable, because the thought of dropping living things from orbit into the sea made him shake and sweat, no matter how he tried to tell himself it wasn't the same. He couldn't even airdrop a bacterium these days. I'd better speak to the others, Bolteel said, grimly.
Everyone's up and waiting for you, boss, Senkoby told him. It was a breach of Bolteel's rules, of course, to have them all awake at the same time, but not as much as what was about to be proposed. Bolteel could see Lante was ready for a fight, and the body language of Rani and Lortice suggested the three of them were committedly all in it together. The brief walk from the sleep pods to the crew room had been long enough for him to absorb just what extended treachery had been going on while he had been out of it. But Lante had obviously done all the convincing in person rather than conveniently producing a manifesto. If he had time, he could trawl the internal sensor suite and maybe find recordings of some of the conversations, but he'd just have to hear it from Lante herself and deal with it on the fly. But first things first, and so he was urbane mildness personified as they talked over what had been reinstalled in the orbital module, whether they needed to do anything to stop it falling into Nod's gravity well, whether they were going to set up shop there or not. Lante subsided, and Rani took over with the technical details. Bolteel rubber-stamped all the various proposals, command decisions barely worthy of the name. "Now," he said, that disposed of. "You've been busy." For a moment, the tension in the room was almost overtly mutinous. He wondered how far they would go. "Nobody's come," Lante told him. "I mean, yes, they could still be on the way. They could have set off late. They could be in ships without the same acceleration as the Aegean. Or something. And maybe the reason we've not had any comms from them, asking if we can put them up and find a bunk for them, is because they're super paranoid after the viral weapon. Or assume we're paranoid. Or assume we're dead. But we've been sending signals homeways, and there's nothing. There's been," her hand waved away accuracy, "time for those signals to get all the way to Earth and for Earth to call us back. Nothing. We don't think anyone's coming." And it didn't prove anything, just as she said. Survivors could be creeping their way between stars under radio silence. Except Lante didn't think so. She was nailing her colours to, "We don't think anybody made it." What really brought it home was that he knew they'd all stopped counting. The Aegean was technically still running a clock on how long it had been since the silence and the last words of Earth, but Bolteel could see from the records how long it had been since anyone had even queried it. Their jaunts in and out of cold sleep had given time a rough edge that had finally sawed through their last connections to their home planet. If he asked them now, not one of them would be able to say how long it had been. And now this. "And so you," Bolteel was about to say, "decided to play God," but that meshed too neatly with his own viewpoint, or maybe the damned religious memes Senkoby had infected him with, and he resorted to plain science. "So you co-opted the genetics lab?" "In my spare time, of which we've had rather a lot," and Lante was looking visibly older. Not old, because they all had the kind of cleaned-up genome that lent itself to extended healthy lifespans, but she'd plainly been putting the hours in, and the days and years. "We have genetic samples from most of the crew in store anyway in case of mishap. It's all established science." "Banned science?" For most of a century, long before the anti-science mob became a real danger. The creation of artificial human beings had been forbidden for a number of reasons, from divine prerogative through to fending off the return of slavery. Lante shrugged. "We all know the arguments, almost none of which apply. Yusuf, you want to study Nod, fine. Senkoby wants to breed his pets and terraform Damascus, also fine. Feel free to add to the store of human knowledge. We want to ensure that human knowledge has a future. I notice that you've sequenced several modified genomes. Not quite the human standard." Lante squared her shoulders. "Adaptation to a low-oxygen environment is within human standard range. Originally in high-altitude areas, but it will suit Nod well. And I know what you said. You don't want a bunch of colonists to turn up and ruin the ecosystem there. But these won't be colonists. They'll be our people. We can guide them, teach them. We can make a human reservation, Yusuf. Just one part of the planet." And it would never stay that way. Not over the generations. Not forever. And the purist in him reared its head and bellowed, while the man, the vain man he acknowledged himself to be, thought about that perpetuation of human knowledge, new histories that knew his name. "And the rest?" he prompted Lante gently. Or are gills also human standards somehow? We're terraforming a planet that is almost entirely ocean, Lante pointed out. Hey, what? Senkovi had been mentally elsewhere, slouching against the wall and ignoring the conversation, but that hooked him. You want to... He looked from Lante to Baltiel and then made a sulky face. Oh, well, I suppose that's what it's for. Only I was thinking boats. Baltiel had a good idea what Senkovi was thinking, and decided to set up some routines in the Aegean's systems in case the man went entirely mollusk native on them, routines that Senkovi hopefully wouldn't be able to just circumvent. For now, though, he needed a response to Lante and the others. I am a jealous god, he thought. That would be his standard party line, and it should have been frozen into him by the years in cold sleep. His attitudes crystallized until he was little more than a parody of himself. And yet. He examined his knee-jerk rejection of Lante's mad, bold plan, and found it nothing more than that. No substance behind it. We'll put them on Damascus, as much as we can, he said, knowing that even if he wasn't such a jealous god, there was going to come a time when Zeus would go head-to-head with Poseidon over departmental demarcation. On boats, as much as we can. It was an attempt to placate Senkovi, as much as one ever could. But we'll be on Nod, so I suppose you'll be doing the initial work there. They had been so tensed for a scrap over this that Lortice actually physically staggered, as though leaning against a door unexpectedly open. Baltiel shrugged. Just don't think about Nod as a colony world. The soil won't grow anything people can metabolize. The entire biosphere is wrong for us, and we're not changing that. And I've seen your work, briefly, on the walk over. You can't make humans who could live there like natives. Low O2 and high-grav mods won't cut it. They wouldn't be human once you'd finished making all the changes. Lante obviously felt that was defeatist talk, but she recognised the value of taking the victory he offered, rather than risking everything on pushing for more. And Baltiel reckoned he was right. Nodden biochemistry was alien from the ground up, a cocktail of elements hazardous to people and organic molecules that might have arisen on Earth but never did, out-selected by chance and time. There were probably some Earth extremophiles that could scrape a living there, but nothing more complex than that. Earth and Nod biology were ships that passed in the night, without signal or hail. 3. Salome is not fond of the elevator, and halfway down does her best to escape it. Her co-prisoner on the journey down, Paul, feels alarm, jetting towards the top of the capsule and clinging to the plastic sheathing. Technically, he is Paul 51, and she is Salome 39, as per Senkovi's notes. His numbering of generations is eclectic, however, unreliable. There have been coexisting Pauls, and of course Pauls 1 to 3 lived back on Earth in his aquariums. Any guilt he might have felt about poor bookkeeping went the way of the rest of the human race. As long as he understands his notation, nobody else is likely to care. Paul has gone almost white, with black and purple patterns flickering and dancing at the edge of his mantle. Externally, he is much the same as the earliest Pauls, a football-sized body that is mostly stomach and brain, 8 muscular tentacles ridged with suckers on the underside, surrounding a remarkably powerful beak. Internally, he is a mélange of ancestral genetics and the tweaks of the Rus Khalifi virus. The virus, it will be remembered, was intended as an uplift tool. Khalifi and Rus started with the assumption that any sane researcher would want to tentatively nudge a mammalian species closer to human cognition. Senkovi has, therefore, not simply been dosing the tanks with it and hoping to wake up to vaguely tentacled humanoids able to discuss the nature of existence. Instead, he has used minimal and selected nanoviral samples to tweak, with his best guess, certain parameters of his subject species' worldview. His belief has always been that he has merely assisted the clock of nature into moving a little faster. But Dizra Senkovi is not the best for unbiased introspection. In this case, though, it is impossible for such a self-focused man to create in his own image. Take Paul's alarmed state. Paul is connected to the elevator systems, which contain the information,
organised pictorially, in a code Senkovi has painstakingly worked out as being something his pets can usually grasp, that if Salome succeeds in overriding the safeties, then they will both find themselves outside, meaning miles over the surface of Damascus, along with the rapidly dispersing, watery environment currently sustaining them, and with about the same chance of survival as a bowl of petunias placed in the same predicament. Hence Paul's alarm. But Paul himself, the brain that is the centre of Paul, is in no position to appreciate the cause and effect physics of this. He just knows that he is frightened, and that Salome's actions are the cause. His fear is written across his skin for her to read, and she does, but not as a signal he consciously intends to send. His skin is the chalkboard of his brain, where he doodles his thoughts and feelings from moment to moment. If he wished to be deceptive, he could fight himself for control of his own canvas, but right now he's more than happy for Salome to know just how stressed she is making him. So where does the understanding lie of their impending doom? Within the wider network of his nerves, perhaps, within and between the individual subcentres of neurology that control his arms, a semi-autonomous battery of processing power that Paul's brain lives in partnership with, and that makes his subconscious, insofar as he has anything humans would recognise as one, a powerful and world-affecting thing. In just such a way, Salome, mottled red and angry purple, her skin pricked up into thorns and daggers, just knows she wants out. This is not her tank. Where are her games? Where are Great Large Entity and Calm Large Entity, system ID tags Senkovi, Lortice, respectively? What is this sense of motion and fluctuation of pressure within the water? Her brain proposes, her arms dispose. She is linked to the schematics of the capsule herself. The subminds of her arms grapple with the shape of it, turning it about and seeing where pressure can be applied to crack it open. She begins assaying commands, and though all of her, taken in aggregate, has the entire picture of her predicament, her active understanding is simply that she wants out, and here represent a way she can accomplish this. The greater drop outside eludes her, irrelevant to her priorities. Paul, then. His own arm-driven undermind, his reach, as opposed to the crown of his central brain or the guise of his skin, understands that to remove the fear he must prevent Salome from accomplishing her own goals. At first, he simply signals this automatically, initially broadcasting a directionless fear, but then adding qualifiers of colour and texture so that Salome understands she is the source of his anxiety. Normally, this would be in response to her threatening him and indicate capitulation, but the raised whorls and darts of Paul's malleable skin show that he means anything but. Salome cocks an eye at him, reading his intent very clearly, and doesn't really care. She is bigger than Paul. What is he going to do? What he does, against millions of years of instinct, is try to attack her. He flushes his skin dark with angry courage, raises 100 jagged crests across his body, and jets towards her. They wrestle furiously, a boneless strangler's writhing. Unlike vertebrates, they have no proprioception, no mental picture of where all the parts of their bodies are. 8 arms that can bend in any direction at any point would tax the processing power of the Aegean, let alone an octopus brain. The crown sets strategy, but battlefield tactics are the province of the reach, those subnodes that run the arms. A fight like this would usually end with a submission, one combatant jetting away, perhaps with an arm less. Alternatively, a death. They are quite capable of strangling or devouring one another. The Khalifi and Roos meddling has had one effect, though. They are a more social species than they were, and societies are built on shared signals and information. Abruptly, they break apart by mutual agreement, retreating to the far ends of the capsule. Salome starts work on circumventing the safeties again, then stops, starts, and then stops. She has a new idea, relating to the physics of what happens if a space elevator car unexpectedly bursts open at high altitudes. Her Crown's grasp of this is limited, simply that now the idea of breaking out triggers a burst of chemical signals flagging up danger. In her mind, the consequence of breaking out is like a shark circling the descending capsule, a threat waiting to get her. Her Reach would have a more concrete understanding of the issue, feeling out the shape of it until the variables were all known. But the Reach has limited agency of its own, and its reasoning is not apparent to the part of her that considers itself the individual that is Salome. She reconsiders her course of action and sulks at the bottom of the capsule. Clinging to the top again, Paul slowly regains healthier shades. 4. The vast wealth of data on the Nod biosphere, collected over so long by the orbiting module, had been lost in the silence. The virus had devoured it. Those far-off fanatics who had coded the monster had not dreamt of what their spite would erase. Probably they wouldn't have cared. A piecemeal copy had survived on the Aegean, buried in the comms record between the two installations, although Senkovi had only uncovered this after the work had begun anew. Baltiel knew, intellectually, that time was the one thing they had, but the loss of knowledge remained profoundly frustrating. But they were down now, he and the others. They were down with a new shuttle, the other vessel having been dismantled by remotes, with its systems incinerated in a fit of caution, and firmly based on the ground. Lante was already talking about how to go about farming new people. She could mix up viable genetic signatures by randomly recombining the genomes she had. But now she was wrestling with how to actually raise the resulting infants. It wasn't as though they would spring up like magical warriors of myth, ready to start being fully formed humans. She was working on tutelary programs, but Baltiel kept dropping socialization into the conversation, and Lante, for all her drive to continue the species, didn't want to actually play mother to it. The surviving terraformers were not a good representative cross-section of humanity. After all, they had volunteered for a mission that would take them light years from home and sever them from human society for a lifetime. None of them were stay-at-home family types. Which didn't mean that Lante, Lortice and Rani weren't having some three-way fun time when they thought he wasn't looking, but Baltiel didn't care about that, if it helped them stay stable and happy. If he'd wanted, possibly they'd have made it a four-way, but for most of his life he had focused on forming close work bonds that paid no heed to gender and never became possessive or physical. He suspected that it was that attitude that had recommended him for overall command. They had remotes out, aerial and ground, taking fresh samples of the salt marsh fauna, and he was helping the new habitat computer integrate the data with Senkovi's recovered archive, eliminating repetition and making new connections they had missed the first time round. For her part, Lante was acting as his hands in the habitat's laboratory, dissecting those select specimens he deemed necessary in order to try and understand even the basics of the Noddan biology. They had already marked several unearthly characteristics of the alien world, notably the radial symmetry. Evolutionary theorists on Earth had assumed that a front and a back were on the cards for a complex animal. Apparently Nod was the exception to that rule. Baltiel paged between archive sections, navigating from the big-picture Bauplan category to more specific topics. Nod, Bio, Neurology, Overview was next on his list, a topic curated by Lante. He skimmed the abstract. Based on imaging of live specimens of species 1, 3, 5, 6, 11, 19, and dissection of species 3, 6, and 19. All analysed species show a distributed ring-shaped system of nerve analogues with transmission of signals from cell to cell accomplished by way of a mechanism involving concentration of polarised calcium ions, not currently fully understood. Sensory processing must somehow take place across the neural net. The closest analogue to a brain in most species is a concentrated band, but the whole nervous system is more homogeneous than that of Earth species, and possibly the entire system acts as a single brain, or none of it does. experimental procedures for testing the limits of specimen response to complex stimuli under review, pending proposals for appropriate, meaningful stimuli. Nod was perhaps never destined to be graced by native intelligence, even if it remained unspoiled by a wider human populace. Bolteel's money was on the swift flyers, but they weren't common, and capturing one intact was a tricky prospect. Presumably they must come to land somewhere, but thus far they hadn't tracked one to its roost. Other than that, even the complex environment of the tidal marsh seemed to have produced only dull creatures of insensate instinct. And yet, there had been the tortoise dance. It was a recording Lortice had made when he went out with a repair unit to recover a glitchy remote. 9 of the 3-foot-tall shelled creatures, listed as Species 3 in their database and a major part of Lante's neurology study, had been standing in a ring, their rims almost touching. They had swayed, one way, then the other, coordinated, their arms emerging from within their carapaces to wave and twine together, and then withdraw. Was it a mating ritual? Were they diseased? The bizarre display had brought the lumbering things to Bolteel's attention anyway. They were the giants of the marsh, relatively speaking, but he had seen them as sedate grazers, the snails of an alien shore. Now, and in the absence of a flyer to study, they had become a point of particular interest. He sorted through the submitted pages of the neurology archive, tidying up where the automatic librarian systems had made errors, some of which were the result of shoddy coding and tagging by his colleagues. Next up was a signal from Senkovi, the first in days. Bolteel opened a channel, knowing the signal delay would let him keep working in the gaps of their conversation. "Hey, boss." Senkovi sounded manic, which was probably a good sign. "Dizra." "So, those sensors along the fault line we were having trouble with," Senkovi opened with. Bolteel sent back a non-committal sound, having found a narrative of a flyby over the inner desert that had somehow been logged by Lortice as biochemistry. The Damascus project had run into a series of technical hitches, mostly because nobody had tried to regulate the chemistry and ecology of just that much virgin ocean before, and Senkovi had ended up turning out kit from the workshops that was a little on the cheap and cheerful side. Now that kit had been in place long enough for the cracks to show, and he was frantically trying to get everything repaired or replaced before whole sections of the planet stopped reporting to him. Yes. Half fixed, the rest on their way, so that's all right." Senkovi had obviously worked out that a non-committal noise was all he was getting. "That's good." Senkovi really must be in a manic mood. "Does that mean you don't need Ronnie to help with the remote work?" And then, speaking over Senkovi's response as the delay tripped him up, "Does that mean your mollusk diagnostics worked out?" Senkovi was silent for longer than the signal gap as he worked out what to answer, and then silent a little longer, so that Bolteel was already cued to pick up the twitchiness in his voice when he finally spoke. "Actually, no remotes needed. They fixed it, Yusuf." Bolteel paused, about to delve into the murky depths of the Nodden reproduction archive. "What?" Because that had been the plan, of course, to use the damn octopodes as aquatic crew, because Senkovi had sworn it was possible. Only he had tried and failed to demonstrate any such thing in the Aegean's tanks. He had called everyone, full of his own prowess, presenting his mollusks with a virtual simulation of the trashed equipment they would be working with. Bolteel remembered the event with exquisite embarrassment. The mollusks had investigated the interface, moving things around in virtual space in a desultory manner, but there had been not a hint that anything Senkovi taught them had stuck. The whole exercise had dragged on unnecessarily until Bolteel had overruled the man and brought an end to the entire sorry affair. The little monsters had been sent down fitted with surveillance gear and hopefully trained to be curious about the malfunctioning kit, so they would go take a look at it. And now Bolteel was beginning to process the mixture of unease and elation in his colleague's voice. "Yes, they went down and just did it. Diagnosed the faults, patched them, everything's working again. For how long, I don't know. I mean, not all of them actually got to work, but 50% of the pairs I sent down. They just... Yusuf, I'm going to admit something now. I don't really understand it." He didn't seem distressed by the admission.
In the lab, I gave them every chance to show that they understood the job, and nothing. It was like they'd forgotten the first thing about learning anything. But now they're down there, and they're fixing things, as though all that technical stuff was in there somewhere, but... An exasperated noise. We've got 60% restored coverage along the fault. I'm trying them with new instructions. Bolteel had been running over the repair data. The work on the fault line kit had been erratic, unorthodox, not what a human with a remote would have turned out. Senkovi would doubtless sell it as his little pets devising their own solutions to the problem, which Bolteel was unwilling to accept. Not that he had a better explanation. Then something else snagged his attention. Hold on. Pears? Why pears? He brought up the specifics of just which pets Senkovi had been sending down the line to Damascus. Dizra, I can't help noticing these are male-female pairings you've been sending down. Now it was Senkovi's turn to make a non-committal noise, and Bolteel ground his teeth at the distance between them. So Damascus had its first long-term residents, did it? Breeding pairs of octopodes sent down by Dizra Senkovi, patron saint of all things tentacled. It's not as if anyone's coming, Senkovi muttered after another long span of dead air. Lante's coming, with her goddamn chimera babies, Bolteel shot back, not as tactfully as he might. Tell them to build boats, Senkovi said, and closed the connection. After that, Bolteel felt he'd played cataloguer for long enough, and moved on to Lortice's latest recordings of the flyers. It was a weakness, Bolteel knew. They had a whole alien ecosystem, every part of it novel and baffling. Focusing on a large, dynamic carnivore was old-style human thinking, the same idolatry that put lions and eagles on so many old flags. Yet there was a strange malaise taking hold of him, and Lortice and Rani as well. Now they were here, now this was it, they found themselves faced with a great absence in their work. Lante had her breeding program, but the rest of them had an alien world filled with brainless, docile beasts. In the absence of the balance of the human race, they felt a lack of meaning to it all. The universe was no longer watching them. The data they were collecting was for no eyes but their own. And those who come after? Lante's work was becoming more and more of a good idea, for all that she was still wrestling with the practicalities. We will understand this world and its life, but its life will never understand us, and that hurts somehow, because we need to feel ourselves important to our environs, and Nod has no way of knowing us. And so, unspoken, they had begun to concentrate on species whose behaviour showed complexities that might indicate a greater intelligence, some level of awareness of self, even if there was no brain to house it. It was a dreadfully anthropomorphic desire, but none of them could shake it. Humanity justified its premier position on Earth by its intelligence, but here was a vast and complex world that seemed to lack anything with thoughts as complex as a goldfish's. Lortice had set remotes to shadow any flyers that overflew the marsh. The creatures were certainly active predators with a high-energy lifestyle, something that seemed vanishingly rare on Nod. Bolteel settled back to review the latest footage. Flyers powered through the air high over the marsh with that frenzied flapping sequence of theirs. The up pole of their radial anatomy had shifted until it was forwards, and their flight was born of 3 pairs of hydrostatic wings being inflated in turn, a motion utterly unlike anything that had ever flown on Earth. The remote focused in on a trio of them, and Bolteel tried to read some social interaction between them, but for all his human eyes could tell, they were simply sharing the same camera's width of sky. A flyer stooped abruptly, dropping from the air to tackle a mid-sized tortoise. Its descent was steep enough that its prey was unable to hunker down like a limpet, and the flyer's wings were repurposed as grasping, levering arms to get its victim onto its back, whereupon it flensed the luckless creature from its shell with a half-dozen claw-tipped tentacles. Lortice had filmed a dozen of these attacks, plainly impressed by the savagery of the attack compared to the sedate pace of everything else on Nod. And then, the last recording, an attack that went wrong. The flyer dived on its shelled prey, but broke off, floundering desperately in the air as though its placid target had become suddenly toxic.
The aborted dive left the predator on the ground, flapping and shouldering through the rock pools as it fought to get airborne again. There was no obvious reason for it. Complex behaviour of a kind, Bolthiel thought, clutching at straws. Behaviour they couldn't fathom, though. Alien behaviour. What had they expected? He stared at the wall. In truth, he was staring further, out past the horizon, out into the alienness of Nod. Notice me, he thought irrationally. Acknowledge that I'm here, before it's too late. 5. Such hostile environments. Such killing grounds. And yet so strange. Word spreads until all of we know that here is something. As we generate and spend our energies, new patterns emerge, a dizziness and madness of chemical gradients that lead some of we to yearn towards this newness. Some of we touch their substances, encounter their new elements, learn their valences and their shapes, the folds of their curious molecules. Some of we vanish, never to be heard from. But we are we, and there is always more of we to learn from those that went before. Many of we are intrigued as to the possibilities of these new shapes and spaces. Consensus spreads. We cannot ignore this intrusion. Some of we will act. 6. Senkovi floated by the tanks in the Aegean's heart, trying to make sense of it all. Today he was working with a new generation, in an attempt to replicate up here what was still happening down there. His subject was Paul 58, of a hatching slightly more tempered by the Rus Khalifi virus than the last. Which makes you brighter, he told Paul, or should do. Lets you make those neural connections quicker. Learning, memory. He stared into the tank where Paul clung to an interface pad, constricting it with sudden flurries of movement as he navigated the virtual spaces Senkovi had created. Like the octopi on Damascus, Paul had been given repair tasks to perform. A series of broken installations flagged up to engage his curiosity. So far, that curiosity remained unengaged. Senkovi felt as though he was performing a weird balancing act or playing some odd Tower of Hanoi game, where to progress he was constantly moving pieces backwards. Earlier generations had been able to perform complex tasks by rote, but as he let the virus complicate the octopi neurology, they became less predictable, less knowable. I thought the idea of an uplift virus was to make something human. He sent instructions through to Paul again, resetting the virtual environment. I've overbred them, maybe. They're unstable. Paul certainly seemed to be having cerebral issues. The mollusk's skin was in constant strobing motion, flickering and dancing with jittery patterns as he became more and more anxious for no reason Senkovi could understand. Sooner or later, Bolthiel was going to want answers. Just do this for me, he told the unhearing side of the tank. Let's just give them a circus they can understand, and we can go back to just you and me. Come on, Paul. Paul abruptly released the interface and jetted across the tank. His skin was raised into diabolic spires and horns, which normally meant aggression, but at the same time he was pale with fear, the chromatophores about his eyes and siphon pulsing with nervous patterns. Senkovi regarded him unhappily. I've pushed you too far, haven't I? This is goddamn unnatural is what it is. But they won't just let me sit up here and keep pets. That's not how it goes. Everyone has to work. And it'll be your planet one day, Paul. Or your descendants. Or the descendants of some other octopus that keeps it together long enough to have any. Paul had apparently got over his fit, creeping back to the interface. It wasn't as though he was ignoring the test, but within the virtual environment his presence went everywhere except where it was supposed to, prowling around the edges of the notional space as though trying to see out of it. One of his eyes was always tilted towards Senkovi, regarding him through the tank's clear wall. And now an error message had popped up, the system feeding impulses into his cybernetic implants that projected them into his visual field. Senkovi frowned at it. Error. Brackets, restate intent. Close brackets. It was a warning flag he had put in for himself, because he sometimes forgot what he was supposed to be accomplishing mid-code, leaving him with digital chimeras that did something entirely untoward. The system had detected part of the test design going off the rails and wanted him to redefine its goals. He began hunting through the nodes of the limited test environment to find out what had crashed. Error, brackets, restate intent, close brackets. Yes. He had been working with this generation of octopi for 17 hours and change, he realised. Time to chalk up another failure and get some sleep. User, brackets, Senkovi D, close brackets, error, brackets, restate intent, close brackets. Just simple building blocks of system communication, the toys he used when he was building the virtual architecture. He hunted down where it was coming from. It was coming from Paul 58. The octopus had hacked into the limited system, its virtual consciousness escaping from the test environment, to send a signal to him. Error, restate intent. Test subject, Paul 58. Error, restate intent. User, Senkovi D. Just strings of identifiers. The code that identified him as programmer, the code that referred to Paul, and the error code he used to prompt himself if he was leaving the task parameters he'd set for himself. Restate your intent. Go back and remind yourself why you're doing this. Paul's eye was on him, but he was used to the octopi watching him work. They were naturally curious creatures. Error, restate intent. Error, restate intent. Subject, Paul 58. Error, restate intent. User, Senkovi D. Error, restate intent. Senkovi and Paul looked at each other, and this time, perhaps it was the octopus waiting patiently for the human to catch on. Restate intent. Tell me why. Why is there Senkovi? Why is there Paul? Why? Why the test? Why these nonsense games? Why any of it? Why, O Creator? Why? 10 minutes later, and Senkovi had scrambled all the way into the outer ring, the place that humans went and octopi mostly didn't, barring the swim tank and some industrious escapees. He sat there, back against a wall, hyperventilating, with a bitter understanding of what sort of man he was. Because he liked octopi, he did, but they had always been pets. Try as he might, travel as many light years as they were, he had not left that part of him behind. He had bred them and mutated them and played all sorts of God, and now they wanted to know why, and he had no answer. 7. Gav Lortis had started his audio journal only after the virus attack. None of the others knew about it. Actually, Bolteal probably knew about it because he took the role of overall command very seriously, and possibly Senkovi had hacked through Lortis's personal security because he had no sense of boundaries that weren't his own. Nominally, though, documenting his own private spiral into madness kept Lortis sane. He was a team player, Lortis, always willing to pitch in with other people's projects, to do the legwork, get a sweat up on someone else's ticket. And he talked to himself, and his suit compiled hours and hours of his circular reflections. Eventually, someone would object to the storage space his journal was using, but not for a long time. Bolteal has me out for specimens again. He wants the tortoises if he can't get the flyers. Lante wants them too. She loves cutting the poor bastards up. It's like she thinks she can read the future in their entrails or something. There was a word for that, but he couldn't remember it, so he had his suit linked to the habitat system to hunt it down as he continued his careful progress over the salt marsh. I don't know how we ever expected it to work out. It was a recent revelation, this, and he was still feeling it out like a rotten tooth. I mean, they're all gone.
Not a peep since the attack. Not from home, not from any ships. Narrating it to himself, hearing his voice breathy in his own ears, gave him a curious illusion of control, as though he was hearing the story long after, when everything actually had worked out, as though he was telling some notional grandchild. Except... Behind him, a hauling remote was following at a set distance, waiting for his signal. It had 3 tortoises in its bed already, aimlessly crawling over the plastic. More specimens for Lante to dissect. He stooped over another of the creatures. There were plenty of them. Scientific depredation wouldn't make a dent. Of course, people had probably said that about mammoths and bison and actual tortoises once upon a time, but right now Lortice reckoned even the plodding nature of Nod was more than enough to overcome the efforts of 4 poor humans. "We're all going spare, but so gently," he continued his narrative. "It's like seeing something break up in zero gravity, the pieces gradually falling away from each other. But why not? The world ended. There's no force pulling us together anymore. I see Calvine, and she's constantly improving on systems, designing palaces, mansions, habitats the size of cities, planning them out with fail-safes and redundancies, and on a scale we could never build. Not the 4 of us, not 40 of us. She says it's the future, but she can't believe it. She can give us a virtual tour of floating cities on Damascus, of airborne dome complexes on Nod that have a 0 footprint, where the alien life just goes on unmolested beneath your feet. And it's mad. It's all mad." The remote came at his signal, and he loaded up his latest victim. "Is this what I've come to? Driving the execution wagon for brainless alien shellfish?" But it got him out under the sky. It exercised the muscles. Better than staying cooped up with Bolteel and Rani and Irma, he finished the thought aloud. "She's always talking about breeding a new generation in the vats, only we don't even have the vats yet, and she never seems to get started. There's always some other thing that needs planning out. She can't get her head past the stage where it becomes real, and there are, some sickly, feeble children someone has to take care of. She knows the automatics can't just do it for us, but it's not as though any of us want the responsibility. Give us a next generation, sure, but don't make us care for it. Senkovic cares more for his octopodes than any of us would for those poor goddamn children." The hauling remote always made the tortoises limp it down on the rock. Something about it said predator in a way Lortice's human form didn't. It was a wide, flat thing on 6 narrow legs, and probably its shadow resembled one of the flyers, or at least to the weird eyes of a tortoise. Anyway, the other animals nearby had all fled, or were hunkered down enough to make it impossible to pry them free without killing them. Lortice continued his ramblings, stepping carefully around the pools, the remote following at its polite undertaker's distance. "And so, Alma just goes on doing piecework dissections for Yusuf because Yusuf's the craziest of us all, because he just wants to carry on as though nothing happened. It's like he doesn't even understand it's all gone. He wants to study the aliens as though they care, as though anybody ever will. He thinks as long as he's doing his job, well, not even his job, but the job he gave himself before it all went to hell, that things are still okay, that it's all business as usual." He found another pool clustered with tortoises, some in the water, some at the edge, scissoring and rasping at the blackish clusters of fronds and spirals that were something like plants, something more like sessile, semi-autotrophic animals. Nod lacked hard divisions between kingdoms. Those plants would release swimming or airborne larvae to colonize other regions. Some of them would supplement their diet with just such microscopic flotsam. Others went through mobile phases in which they metamorphosed into something entirely more active. Perhaps the tortoises had a plant stage, too. Perhaps the flyers did, putting down roots in high mountain crevices and turning their wings to the sun. Lortice stood still, feeling the environment encroach on his mind with its very strangeness, staring out across the lumpen, low landscape towards the sea, watching rain sheeting in across the coast. Really, Senkovi's the sanest of us all. I should go back to the Aegean, go swimming with his pets again. That was good. That made sense. None of this does. A searing pain lanced into his calf. Dumbfounded, he looked down. One of the tortoises had honed a tentacle arm into something resembling a needle and jammed it into his leg. At first, he didn't yell or call for help. He just stared at the thing as it removed the prong, his suit sealing the puncture automatically. The tortoise seemed to lose whatever interest it had in him instantly, bumbling away and scraping shells with its neighbour. Then the pain of the incision was growing and growing until his whole leg was on fire with it. Poison! And yet no creature on Nod could have evolved a poison to attack a man of Earth, surely. But now his helmet display was covered in red lights, medical emergency signals winging to the habitat. Lortis swayed, vision blurring, his breath abruptly laboured. He could feel a terrible pressure as his calf and thigh swelled within his suit. Haruspex. The result of his earlier search had been waiting for him at the edge of his attention, waiting politely at the edge of his mind's eye. To seek the future in entrails. He lurched forwards, wheezing, gasping, even as the panicked voices of his colleagues twittered faintly in his ear. Present 2. Inside the Whale. 1. Dr. Avrana Kern is suspicious by nature. Partly this is a deeply ingrained trauma resulting from a betrayal by an underling, back when she was human and alive and relatively sane. Partly it is simply building on a suspicion that was always part of her nature. This suspicion has survived in her despite the many forms she has taken, from human to human-AI hybrid to pure AI that believed itself human, through to a complex program running on an organic operating system arising out of the interactions of millions of ants. Which means that when an alien fleet hoves into view, she starts looking for weapons and analysing technology and constructing elaborate countermeasures and emergency plans that even she had not thought would suddenly become necessary. Abruptly, they are necessary. She was watching the energy signatures of the alien ships, all built on enough of an old empire foundation that she can understand them. Within seconds of the Lightfoot's first visual transmission, she senses a moment of utter chaos, as though the vessels are brains undergoing a seizure. Everything lights up. They are manoeuvring, they are activating their weapons. Kern reacts instantly, her hypotheticals becoming the new reality. Humans, back when they built spaceships, constructed them with a hard outer shell to protect their vulnerable insides. Hortiids build ships with an internal skeleton, but a flexible outer sheath that Kern can trim by shifting the ship's bones. The outer hull comprises multiple layers of a fabric that is to the ancestral spider silk as a thrown stone is to the weapons the aliens are deploying, but it retains many of that substance's virtues. It has an incredible tensile strength for its weight. It can stretch without rupturing. It can be produced in large quantities in a short period of time. Kern starts shedding hull in great loose swatches, each one carrying with it a fluctuating electromagnetic signature. The Lightfoot becomes the centre of an expanding haze of urticated silk that writhes and clumps and forms constellations of matter even as the ship itself alters course. That suffices to confuse the targeting systems of the missiles now heading towards it. They veer off, spinning into snarling skeins that drag them off course, chasing electronic ghosts created in their sensor feedback by the arachnid chaff. The first lasers fall foul of the same defences, wasting their energy on a vacuum abruptly cluttered. By then, the Lightfoot is already moving on a different heading, shifting tack so suddenly that its effective length halves, its internal buttressing compressing about the crew quarters, preserving that little bubble of air intact. The alien vessels are also turning, but they lumber where the Lightfoot darts. Kern has calculated the sort of mass they are hauling, and it is, by her reckoning, insane. Yes, the ships are huge,
but even for such massive craft they appear to be carrying an absurd momentum, 1,000 times more than she can account for, as they utterly fail to match her swift course correction. Of course, that is why they have launched a scattering of smaller craft, she surmises, which are tiny, each barely larger than a couple of humans end to end, and with engines every which way, apparently, so that they spin about any axis they need to come and bother the Lightfoot with their weapons. She deploys more silk, aware that she is boiling away the mass of the ship, making some of that inertial shortening a permanent fixture as she cannibalizes her own substance. At least one of the incoming fighters plows straight into a mass of the stuff, loses half its thrusters and spins off into the void, but the rest are doggedly on her. She briefly considers consulting Bianca about permission to fire, but she is, after all, Avrana Kern. Who better to make such decisions? She has a brief fugue moment of memory, unleashing her tiny satellite's weaponry against the Gilgamesh's shuttles and drones, killing humans before they became humans with a capital H. She never said, because neither Portiids nor humans would understand, but she enjoyed herself doing that. Cathartic was the word that occurred to her, and once they started putting her into spaceships, she always wondered if there might be some war somewhere with a hostile power. She decides that some other Kerns out there might get to be proper warships one day, and wouldn't that be fine? For now, she resolves that she will try to kill a few of these drones or fighters or whatever they are. She has decided that, based on technological similarity, the aliens here are some human successor state. Probably Portiid diplomacy will make them humans with a capital H eventually, but for now she will blow a few of them up and see how it makes her feel. Of course, the Lightfoot, hastily prepared scout craft, is not exactly a gunboat, but she has lasers, rather more so than her captain or crew are aware of, more even than the Kern instance on the Voyager knew, because she went behind her own back when building this ship body. Now she lights them up, the Lightfoot's malleable hull breaking out in ugly warts that each house a lens. She begins painting the dark sky with lights, trying to pin down the enemy even as they overtake her. They are very swift, though, and she begins to realise they are also good at what they do, whether they are organic or automatic. Their all-direction thrusters allow them to make lightning-fast changes in trajectory, bouncing about like monkeys as she tries to track them. She clips a couple, but they adapt to whatever minor damage she deals out. Their own lasers blister at her, crisping silk that her repair spinnerets replace as quickly as possible, frying some hubs of her ant network. They have overshot her and are now spinning about, fighting their own momentum with a rapid patter of thrust. Some of them open up with magnetically accelerated projectiles, and Kern laughs quietly to herself, because she can mend any external holes as swiftly as they open, and the Lightfoot simply lacks the solid parts for such minuscule missiles to disrupt. They would need a lucky shot, a very lucky shot. A string of such little beads rip through her hull. One punches a hole in a main strut of her skeleton, but there is plenty of redundancy there. The trailing edge of the salvo punches a dozen holes in the crew compartment, so swiftly that the crew themselves would not even realise, had not Bianca, the captain, been directly in the path of one shot. Her death is instant, explosive. For the projectile itself, her presence does not affect its course. She is incidental to its path, that takes it into and out of the Lightfoot in the flash of an eye. For Meshna, the moment is experienced only in retrospect. Bianca had been at her post, stamping out orders that the machines translated only sluggishly for the human crew. Kern was concentrating too much on their defence to spend too much of herself on the niceties of interspecies communication. Then Bianca was all around them, without any transitional state. The fluid-filled sac of her body burst asunder. Everyone is engaged in the fight, all the Lightfoot's small crew. Bianca's coordination has been taken from them, but nobody can spare more than a heartbeat to register it. Kern may make all the decisions, but the crew is providing her with supplementary computing power in the form of their own grey matter. Portia and Viola are suggesting firing solutions, trying to understand the apparently random patterns of the enemy fighters/drones. Zayn and Helena manage energy budgeting. The Lightfoot's drive is good, But like the Voyager, it is optimized for long-term use, not extreme short-term drain, and space combat is nothing if not draining. Kern draws what she needs, and the two humans do their best to juggle other less critical systems like life support. Fabian and Meshner work on wider predictions, with particular reference to the big ships out there that are each erupting with weapons fire from a dozen different angles. Meshner plots arcs and angles, trying to work out the best way to thread that particular needle. Space is a desert with no cover, and the enemy vessels have no front, meaning that any angle invites a broadside, and no sure way to know when it might come. Fabian passes over his best guess, paths to take that might dodge the worst of the incoming fire as they accelerate out of this mess. Meshner counters. Kern shoots them both down, figuratively speaking, modelling worst-case scenarios for them that see the Lightfoot smeared across a kilometre of empty space. The acerbic computer helpfully attaches a legend identifying just which pieces of the wreckage are Meshner and Fabian, because she always has computing power for put-downs. Back to the drawing board. Fabian stamps out a little fit of anger against his controls, which are above Meshner's head. There's no way we can get clear unless we break from the fighters, Fabian insists. Even as he does so, Meshner registers that another 3 railgun projectiles have just clipped through the crew compartment, striking nothing vital and having no effect other than a tiny loss of atmosphere before the infinitesimal wounds in the hull seal themselves. The lasers are potentially worse, but the enemy fighters only use them in brief stabs, rather than trying to slice the Lightfoot open. Most likely, the tiny ships have even more limited energy reserves than their victim, and lasers are a colossal power sink. Meshner blinks, frowning, because abruptly his view of the screen is fuzzing, lines breaking apart into spectra of colours, the controls seeming to jump and writhe under his fingers. Not a good time, he knows, watching his hands rattle with sudden palsy. Also, Artifabian didn't translate Fabian for me. He understood the Portiad's words direct somehow, or imagined he had. He opens his mouth to advise Kern he's having issues. His tongue waves, words don't come. He turns and looks at the ocean sunset, both it and him running mad with colours he doesn't know, and that his mind balks at simply calling purple. When the waves crash on the shore, they are silent, yet they speak to him in a roar, insisting on their own provenance and immortality before reducing to a grumbling nothing. Meshner freezes, clutching for the controls he knows are there. His fingertips come back to him with a riot of sensory overload, a complexity of tactile data he simply lacks the equipment to decode. The approximate shape of his console is in there somewhere, camouflaged within the tumult. The ocean waves crash, same as before, exactly the same, cycling. A broken stub of memory recorded in too many colours, missing channels of data he would need before any of it felt real. It looks like corrupted recordings, ancient video data, flickering and phasing, repeating over and over. Not now! And at the same time, is this it? Has the fight shaken this loose? Have we succeeded at last? And yet this doesn't feel first person. He is Meshner, the human. This isn't what he was hunting for, in trying to graft Portiad understandings into his implant and his human brain. He feels as though he's watching the information from the outside, through some sort of third-party mediation. With that thought, he can move his point of perspective. He has no physical body, or rather, his body is not here, all its sensory data and proprioception locked in another room. And surely Fabian cannot just go wandering through his own memories like this. He would be locked to the perspective he or his ancestor had occupied when the understanding was first encoded. So how can he, Meshner, take apart and analyse the sensory data in this way? I'm modelling it, extrapolating a whole from Fabian's limited perspective, which means that probably half of what he experiences is his own invention, but fascinating nonetheless. If he wasn't about to die in, of all the stupid things, a space battle, he would be exhilarated by this development. He turns around and sees Fabian there, the same Fabian he knows, looking out at that sunset. Why did the spider choose this moment? The Portiad or some past Portiad, whose likeness was lost but whom Meshner has reconstructed as modern-day Fabian, had loved this sunset, this seascape, enough. Perhaps that was all. "You cannot interrogate this," the spider tells him, the usual dance of feet and waving palps, and yet the meaning is crystal clear in Meshner's mind. "This is all your own conjecture, building on reconstructed data in virtual space." "Then who am I talking to?" he demands, and the spider stamps out, "Work it out yourself. I'm busy." The means of communication is unfamiliar, the sharp tone less so. Kern? Or some limited subsystem of hers? "Make yourself useful," it instructs him, and he has a sudden sense of wider space beyond this looping moment. It occurs to him that this could go very badly if he lets himself get trapped in the same 5 seconds of Fabian's recollection forever. And yet how is this even still present in his brain? It isn't, idiot. His own sharpness now, his own thoughts, not Kern's, but it's still in your implant. Like Kern said, it's a virtual space. The implant is a potent computing tool built to translate and model memory data, after all. Now, at the worst moment, he has finally accessed that space, except he didn't ask to, and potentially cannot escape from it. Even as he thinks it, another part of his brain seizes on a lifeline, the only thing here that comes from outside other than his own lost consciousness. He is linked to the ship, to Kern. The implant gives him access to her somehow, far beyond a crew member's regular comms. He feels dizzy for a moment at the thought that he is participating in a neural link with a computer, something nobody had done before without Old Empire technology, and not terribly successfully even then. He follows the breadcrumbs of Kern's link, and abruptly the sunset turns off, leaving him in dimness. Before him is a spider, huge beyond the dreams of Portiads, save that, of course, he views it from the low-slung perspective of Fabian. Meshner's mind floods with raw emotional input, some of it translated into base urges he can name, fear and desire inextricably linked, the ragged raw edge of excitement, desperation, a dread of failure. Other information batters at his brain looking for somewhere to roost, square peg emotions ramming themselves at the round holes of his mind, trying to make themselves known. He asked for something that would be unmistakably arachnid, and surely this matches his specifications. Portiads doing Portiad things to one another, incomprehensible, alien. The understanding he has been given is visually simple, but that is just a thin skin riding on a great sea of experiential data. And I will drown unless I get clear. Again he follows the link of Kern until he finds himself in another place. Space. A frozen moment. He stands in the void, although he is not standing, not really, but his viewpoint suggests a presence and he goes with it, otherwise madness awaits, gazing down on the stretched silvery shimmer of the Lightfoot, looking buckled as it is caught midway through shifting its hull profile to cushion against another high-speed manoeuvre. Now the image pulls out. There are the enemy fighters, tiny spheres within a net of thrust and weapons systems. One is just erupting open into loose matter as Kern's lasers finally pinpoint it, the firing solution courtesy of Portia and Viola having predicted the next way it would jink. Beyond are the larger vessels, their formation now a cluttered mess, their own weapons systems quite busy. And the Lightfoot is coming back that way, because that is the best path to avoid the worst of the fighter barrage. "This is intolerable," a sharp female voice tells him, and he flinches with an instinct still held over from the Portiad historical male deference to the female. Kern manifests herself in space on the far side of the Lightfoot, her chosen scale making the ships seem like toys floating at the level of her waist. Meshner sees a tall, severe woman, grey hair tied back, wearing an ornate one-piece garment that might perhaps be what old Empire shipsuits looked like, back when such things were more than tatters and dust. He wonders how authentic the simulacra is, because surely Averana Kern does not really hold an accurate self-image after so many millennia. "You are occupying too much space," she snaps at him, for all that she has a virtual body twice the size of the largest alien ship, and he has a notional point of view that could dance upon the head of a pin.
You are draining my resources. Who or what are you?
Without a half-second's pause, she seems to catch up with that fragment of herself he encountered a moment before.
Meshna Austin Oslam, the self-made lab animal.
And he reflects that answering her own questions is probably a large part of her stock in trade these days.
Why are you here?
He stammers out that she led him here, but perhaps that part that left the breadcrumbs is only a subroutine that Kern herself disowns. He has a sense that somewhere, somehow, a kind of communication is being attempted, but it isn't reaching Kern. She stalks about the sluggishly moving display, simultaneously looking at all the spaceborne vessels and at him, giving everything her full attention all the time. Parts of his brain grind against each other, trying to force this ersatz visual stimulus to conform to the laws of physical space. Which it needn't, he reminds himself. So, and he calls up information, arraying it in virtual space, just as he did when testing out the implant the first time he awoke with it. For a split second, he is back with the sunset and the ocean, but then Kern bodily yanks him back to the battle map, the little dart of the Lightfoot, to the spreading formation of enemy ships, and his mind is processing, still trying to do its job now he has this spectacular visual representation of the sky outside, and something has snagged his attention that surely Kern has already seen. And his information has got through, or else Kern looked past the battle to what his body was/is working on, and has seen his meagre role in all of this.
Your cognitive functions are overflowing into ship systems, she tells him,
still severe, but with a thoughtful edge. She is a scientist first and foremost, after all.
Your implant needs limiting functions. It is trying to process a fat bolus of sensory data, and it's just eating up all the processing power it can handle. I'm having to hold it off from rampaging through my own memory, and in holding it off I'm suffering a further drain on my capabilities. Idiot monkey.
Her expression, or that facet of it she spares him, is appraising.
Still, at any other time, an interesting toy. You have come somewhere close to an upload facility in the most backwards manner possible, creating an extended virtual simulation of your own cognitive functions in order to process a recorded medium not in any way intended for a human.
Wait, a virtual simulation? Is that all I am? This all feels entirely real to me. Again, he has no way of saying it, but it manages to reach Kern. He expects derision, but the look on her face is solemn, even sympathetic.
It does, doesn't it? She agrees. No matter how they peel you down. Even when you're stripped down to something that can't think, can't feel, some pissant little shard of yourself that's barely good for anything but calculating square roots and prime numbers, it still feels like you, until you try to do something and find that part of you is missing. I'm limiting you, Meshna Austin Oslam. I'm fencing you off so you don't cripple the ship with your existential crisis. And that way, this experience may end up repatriated with the rest of your mind and bring it out of the grand mal seizure you are currently experiencing.
What?
Your brain is a complicated toy. When you play carelessly with it, you might lose some pieces, she says, and that sardonic edge is back, her sympathy apparently exhausted. I've devised a solution to purge you from the system for now. I really do need all my wits about me. If you have the chance, there are ways to have your implant recalibrate its internal architecture to make your simulations far more resource efficient, and thus get more done without involving me. Let me know if any of this stays with you.
Wait! Meshna's perspective lurches. He can feel reality ascending to meet him like the ground reaches for a falling man, either Kern's doing or the fit he is apparently undergoing, and he tries to force more information up the pipe than mere words. He has a course for her, not frantic flight into the black, but an approach to the enemy ships. It is threading the needle sideways and backwards and upside down, entirely beyond the parameters of the task he had been set, and yet perfect.
Nonsense, Kern snaps. This exposes us to the weapons of 3 of the large vessels in sequence at extreme close range, one after another. Unacceptable.
You have set the wrong limits on our search, he insists. The ocean returns briefly, pulsing like a slow heartbeat, so that he gains and loses Kern, gains and loses the battle. See their attacks. It is so obvious, and yet Kern hasn't seen it because In the final analysis, she is a self-regulating computer trying to maximize her limited computational power. She set herself a narrow task, and that task became her world. "They're fighting each other," he manages at last, flagging up various of the combatants in different colours, some hostile, some at least neutral, deploying weapons on their fellows in an apparent attempt to defend the Lightfoot. Each ship has angles and arcs that are being used for countermeasures, casting vast shadows where their attentions pick the void clean of the ordnance of their neighbours. Space is abruptly not a desert, or at least it is a desert with a few rocks for shade. Enough cover, perhaps, to get up enough speed to outrange the enemy. Kern stares at him, going in and out of his mind's eye, but he sees her smile before he loses her. Then he is arching his back, fingers clutching at the fabric of the cabin floor as Zayn clamps a medical scanner to his head, jarring his implant agonizingly. There is a great deal of chaos, and he feels his heart stop and get jolted back into action by Helena applying a muscle override. There is blood in his mouth, and his vision glitters with ephemeral stars. 2. Abruptly, they have left the fighters spinning in their wake, the Lightfoot accelerating with all its power. Only the spiders, Portia, Viola, and Fabian, remain at the controls. Helena and Zayn are doing their best to save the life of their fellow human, Meshna, fighting cerebral inflammation and calming his spiking neural activity until at last he opens his eyes. Helena isn't sure they still have him, despite everything. There is a moment when nothing of Meshna stares out at her. Then expression falls back onto his face, and he says, "They're fighting," which seems the most fatuous observation in the world until Fabian starts tapping and scraping at his console, and she puts a gloved hand down to catch his meaning. "Being screened by 3 of the vessels. One of the others is damaged. There's ice bleeding from it. They are at war." He's practically bouncing at his post, hanging head down up the wall. A moment later, he jumps down and runs around Meshna's prone form, because Portiids have great trouble keeping still when they are excited. Helena checks the medical monitors. Meshna seems stable now, though he has apparently lapsed back into unconsciousness. She sits back, feeling exasperated at him. Some feedback from his implant struck him down, nothing of the fight at all. She isn't the only one to be thinking it. Fabian's skittering progress comes to an abrupt end as Viola jumps down in front of him, her forelegs raised in threat. The male instantly adopts a submissive posture, and she hoists herself higher for a moment, displaying her utmost anger with him before stalking off to Bianca's station. Fabian's palps lift and twitch, which Helena reads automatically as, "What did I do?" "You made this happen," Portia signals, creeping over to hunker down by Helena. "You experimented on him." The male makes a few stuttering motions, not a complete sentence, but the equivalent of a human muttering to themselves. How was I to know? "Curtail your activities," Portia tells him. "We are all in danger." Fabian's clenched legs suggest he wants to ask how he could have foreseen that either, and Helena has some sympathy there. One moment the aliens were happy to communicate, the next, the moment they saw a human form in fact, one group were driven to some furious rage, while others were equally vehement about defending the Lightfoot, both factions springing to instant, all-out aggression without any sign or warning. And does that make them human? Not in Helena's book. Admittedly, the humans of Kern's world are unusually pacifistic, based on Kern's dark references to the long past of the species, but she reckons that people would still need to steel themselves for something like that, to justify it to themselves. Unless the whole thing was a trap from the start, already primed to devolve into murderous intent, but that doesn't explain the ships that apparently took the Lightfoot's side in the quarrel. "None of it makes sense," she tells Portia through her gloves. "We are being contacted," comes a general announcement from Viola, with Kern's spoken translation following a moment after. "3 large ships following our course, the vessels that covered our escape." "At least we're faster," Zayn says, doubtless remembering the ponderous manoeuvring of the alien vessels. "We are not," Viola says pedantically.
We are merely able to accelerate more rapidly for now. They are signalling us as before, although with a greater proportion on the technical channel. More coordinates. Everyone exchanges looks. Human heads turn, Portiads cant bodies towards each other. A trap? Zayn suggests, but she doesn't sound convinced. Potentially a trap if these are simply enemies that want enough of us left to study, Viola puts in. The subtext of her palp waving means bad things multiply, implying that just because the alien factions are fighting does not mean they are neatly divided into friend and foe. Can we speak to the Voyager? Helena asks. Kern's own voice breaks in, transmitting through the air and floor simultaneously. We simply don't know the capabilities of these ships, now they are paying such close attention to us. At the very least, we would be alerting them to the presence of the Voyager if we send a transmission. We must hope our comrades are watching. We can just flee outwards, Fabian suggests. We can change course faster than they can. And then what? Portia demands. Helena waggles a thumb to get her attention and then signals, easy, calm, because her colleague tends to become the arch-traditionalist in times of stress, a female's female. With obvious effort, Portia de-escalates her body language from threat to conversational, saying, If we flee now, even if we escape them, what have we gained? What has Bianca died for? We came all this way riding the line of their signals. There is a mystery here we need new perspectives to understand. Are they enemies that will threaten us back at our home one day? We have seen their technology is as complex as ours, or more so. If we can travel between the stars, so can they. Are they allies? Do they need our help? Why fight each other? Why attack us? If there is any chance of learning more of them, and especially of making peaceful contact, we must take it. Converted to human terms, she is a passionate speaker, embodying the Portiad virtue of intrepid curiosity. Zayn has plotted the new coordinates. They're taking us in-system, past the orbit of the next planet. That gives us around 2 months, more than enough time to reconfigure the ship and prepare. I'm seeking a meeting of minds on defensive strategy, Kern throws out. The odd wording is a best-fit translation of the spider concept, everyone sitting around a web, plucking out ideas as they occur. Helena feels she would have little to contribute. Instead, she has the Lightfoot's records line up a large sampling of the alien transmissions, especially the visual elements. She is, after all, the doyenne of translation software, even if her efforts have been focused on an entirely different communication system. She has time on her hands now, if she is happy to burn her own personal allotment of it by staying out of cold sleep. Adapting her goggles and gloves and rejigging her internal software is a long and delicate process, but with Portia's help she has the opportunity to do it now, and hopefully not screw over my brain like Meshna did. One of her mentors back on Kern's world had warned of exactly that, the potential for alien thought and language to cause damage to the human brain simply through exposure. The woman had been paranoid about some hypothetical true aliens, whose simple cognition would be anathema for any humans or Portiads who tried to understand it. Helena suspects that mentor was someone whose psychology had problems coping with living on a planet full of spiders. Some of the original Gilgamesh survivors had simply never adjusted, living on a human reservation where Portiad presence was minimal and covert. Helena's mentor, when positing that lethal alien race, had been externalizing an internal fear she had lived with all her life, or so Helena came to believe. And there are Portiads who find humans impossible to be around, she knows. Sometimes it is the sheer scale. Sometimes they simply can't tune out the crashing of human footfalls in the way most spiders do. The two species rub along with some rough edges, even after all this time. Portia strokes her arm gently, a gesture of solidarity evolved independently by two very different species. Remember what we said about males? Helena tells her, ruffling the tufted brows over Portia's main eyes. Fabian is not a typical male, Portia shuffles, doubtless keeping at least one other eye on the subject of her ire. He crouches and dances neatly enough, but he doesn't mean it. He bears grudges, that one. And you give him reason to, Helena points out.
On her screen, the computer has coded 500 separate alien signals, visual and informational. This is ant work, performed by the Lightfoot's live-in colony rather than Kern's consciousness or the electronic systems. It is the sort of qualitative analysis at which poor-tiered ants beat human computers every time. Helena frowns, used to finding patterns in signals, in speech. So much of her poor-tiered language work is finding the correlations between meaning, stance, pulp qualifiers, even scent chemicals, all the different facets of communication. Here, she sees alien transmissions invariably sent out as two distinct formats, and yet there is no immediate correlation at all. Or if there is, it lies in some part of the data she is not analysing properly. She goes back to the source and taxes Kern about possible other channels, separate elements of the message that haven't come through to her. Many days later, and with Kern threatening to throttle her system's access, all she has is absence of evidence for any pattern between visual and numerical signals, which isn't evidence of absence, but still. What if there are two separate species in their ships too, she wonders. What if the number signals are hidden within the main transmission by some sort of fifth column? So instead of giving us a rendezvous, some spy was telling us where they were going. Portia shivers, signalling her discontent with the idea. They were acting on it, though, and we have signals here not meant for us. Every one is split the same way, to a greater or lesser extent. The data-heavy visual information, the more compact Old Empire format numbers. And the proportion changed. Look, there's a pattern. And she is right. The correlation is not with content, but with split. Certain combinations of colour and shape match where the visual information comes close to edging out the numbers altogether. As though they were shouting. And indeed, the colours and shapes for those periods seem distinctly less friendly. Black, red, white, spikes and sharp angles. Perhaps universal symbols of threat to anything with an Earth origin. And they are looking at something that came from distant Earth, without a doubt. The technology being used to send these baffling signals is a close cousin to tech the Gilgamesh found in Old Empire facilities, or the tech used to preserve a Veronica Kern in orbit about the world that bore her name. Closer to us than whoever's sending the signals. Nobody is talking about a machine intelligence now, but Helena strongly feels that there isn't a human operator on the other end of these transmissions either. In her mind is Viola's instinctively angry approach to Fabian, those raised legs, the implicit promise of violence carried over from ancestral, pre-sentient times. I am bigger, I am dangerous, submit to me. Poor-tiered radio transmissions are very urbane. They carry a coded version of the meaning of spider language, the vibrations and visual qualifiers, but without the larger-scale body language to give it broader emotional context. In that sense, human voices are better radio, because so much of the subtext is carried in tone and pacing. But even then, humans prefer to communicate by screen, where they can read each other's expressions. Do you think your people might have developed a distance communications method that translated body language? She asks Portia, whose attention is far more on the defensive tactics huddle, where Zayn, Viola and Fabian confer with Kern. Portia's palps give a non-committal shrug. Helena feels a rising excitement, though. If they relied more on their body language, or if we made our physical expressions even more key to getting meaning across. And hadn't the Old Empire invented a whole extra alphabet of symbols to add emotional qualifiers to written text, to fulfill just that need? So let's say we're dealing with a species for whom visual signifiers are a key part of their communication, and they just can't pass meaning along without them. And that is a sticking point, for surely, when developing their culture, such a species would still need to reduce that meaning to some sort of code, something like written characters, that would abbreviate and come to represent the original physical communication. But what if it hadn't, somehow? She cannot imagine the path such a culture would take. How could they get from barbarism to such a height of technology without ever having to reduce their language to a simpler code? Or perhaps what she sees, in that packed visual channel,
is an abbreviation of something even more complex. Remember to breathe, Portia tells her, and Helena realises she has frozen up, her mind chasing blind alleys as she holds her breath. It helps to have a friend who knows her that well. I'm going to focus on the visual channel alone, she announces. She will take the initial categorization work done by the ants and apply her translation algorithms to it, that are themselves the evolutionary descendants of programs devised by her ancestor, Holston Mason, when he was still a crewman on the Gilgamesh. The ants will take on her software and bring her crumbs of meaning from the wealth of data that she has. And it is a wealth that only increases as they fall in-system away from the asteroid belt. The traffic that was so riotous about the silvery habitats or installations or whatever they were is nothing compared to the cacophony they can detect already from the next planet in. A broad spectrum... what? Not Babel, but an eyesore of clashing colours, Helena considers. A complex, shifting display from 10,000 separate sources. She wonders if they are at war, whatever they are, but it seems impossible that there could be a whole angry planet with such a level of technology that wouldn't just destroy itself, like Earth did. As though there is some millennia-old curse that follows all the children of that lost planet and goads them into annihilation. 3. Fabian suggests that one faction of the locals owned the asteroid belt, and they were in dispute with the faction on the inner planet whose orbit they are now speeding towards. Certainly, there are signals triangulating between the world and the alien ships shadowing them. The new rendezvous point, or ambush opportunity, as Portia cannot help thinking of it, will put them within the orbital track of the planet, but a good 30 million kilometres from its position at that time, and she considers the precision of this. Perhaps some alien mind has tried to find a compromise that puts the proposer close enough to home, while not so close as to spook the visitors from the stars. Or perhaps the locals simply have weapons and technology that makes a nothing of 30 million kilometres. If forced to make the call, Portia does not think they do, from what she's seen, but they definitely have an edge over her own people's tech. Still, technology is not a linear business. There will be strengths and weaknesses on all sides, even with everyone clinging to the shoulders of antique human giants. Ever since Portia last came out from the freezers, she has been bothering Kern for updates, regularly asking, "Are we nearly there yet?" So excited she is skittering all about the crew compartment, floor, walls and ceiling. It is a particularly portiered state, born from a hunting species that evolved a society where aggressive behaviour has to be kept in check. When the moment for action comes, she will be stillness personified if she needs to be. Right now, her deep ancestral instincts are telling her to do something, and so she runs about the available space, and stops, and runs, and stops, playing with the level of oxygen and sugars inside her to keep her frustrations in check. Kern's long-range scanning shows new alien ships summoned in to wait for them at the rendezvous point, already doing something. The scanners are uncertain at this range, but it is possible that one of them is altering shape or splitting in two, which suggests some interesting convergences with portiered engineering. Kern has also taken some better readings on the planet, distant though it is, and come up with a battery of interesting findings. The signal density suggests a very technologically active society, but the good doctor's analysis is that such a volume of signals does not support the idea of a densely populated world reliant on radio transmissions. Kern's comparison with the world named after her, for example, indicates that if portiered communication was still primarily radio-based, signals would exceed what she is detecting by a factor of 10. Of course, the bulk of modern portiered chatter is not sent over the airwaves, but instead by fibre optics and similar closed systems, meaning Kern's world is quite a quiet place to any alien listening stations. The crew have formulated a range of mostly unsupported theories to throw evidence at. Is there just a small population? Is radio rationed or restricted to a certain class, as it was through much of portiered history for religious social reasons? Perhaps the world throngs with non-broadcast technology and there is simply a large orbital presence relying on radio transmissions. That is Portia's suggestion, which she feels best fits the observed facts. Viola counters with, perhaps they're just alien, which is not, to Portia's mind, very helpful. Viola has taken Bianca's death badly. The two of them had been born to the same pier house, had known each other almost from the moment they hatched. Portiids do not have the close family bond humans are so dependent on, but kindred minds of long association form a tight-knit sorority. Siblinghood, Portia corrects herself, a wave of her palps approximating a rolling of the eyes, where the loss of a colleague leaves a gap in the network, a hole that drags the world out of shape with its absence. And so, if Viola's state of mind is not exactly like human grief, it is still a mournful acknowledgement that the world of today is at variance with the world of yesterday, and today is not the richer for it. Still fidgety, Portia pages through the data Kern is accumulating about the planet. Even at this distance, considerable orbital scaffolding is in evidence. Not quite the ring about the world that Portia's home sports, with its geosynchronous web strung out from dozens of elevator cables, but a great clutter of what might be space stations or what might be debris. Sporadic energy signatures suggest either some particular flashy industry or perhaps large-scale weapons discharge. Past all that, the actual planet has a curious signature that Kern can only explain with the idea of an almost entirely liquid surface. At that distance from the sun, this is most likely water, Portia knows. There are aquatic, intelligent species on Kern's world. A species of crustacean has long had diplomatic relations with the Portiids and limited trade and exchange of technology. The spiders do not venture beneath the water much, though, and the ocean-bound culture seems destined to remain there, their technology lagging behind the Portiids, and the horizons of their ambition forever ending at the surface. Aquatic cultures are not good candidates for high technology, and most especially not for spacefaring. That, at least, is Portiid-received wisdom on the subject. Kern agrees with such wisdom in principle. At the same time, she's been drawing up calculations about mass, momentum, and inertia as applied to the alien ships, and finding neat solutions to her equations only if the huge vessels were filled with water. And completely filled, mind you, with no gaps for air, or the sloshing would burst any kind of hull Kern can conceive of. And there was that icy, ruptured wreck they came across on their approach. Surely that would have been just such a ship that had encountered some calamity and opened to the freezing void of space, gouting its life's blood before the remnants froze solid. There is much debate on the possibilities, and Portia keeps a couple of idle legs in the conversation, just in case anything particularly edifying is said. With 3 other feet, she asks Helena how an aquatic species might communicate. "We've seen how," Helena tells her, deep in the strands of her own work as she fights with the aliens' communications. Visually, at least in part. Perhaps infrasound. Maybe there are whole extra channels we've not picked up, and all this is meaningless. She sounds frustrated, but Portia knows her as well as one of her kind can ever know a human. Helena has a patience with long, complex tasks that Portia finds quite spider-like. In her more honest moments, Portia would admit it is a facility she herself often lacks. She jumps without a line, as the saying goes, all too often. But then the spiders recognise that to prosper, a colony needs a good balance of temerity and caution. "I see what they have done now," announces Kern, and the screens shift to show new images. Not like tangles of legends spring up around the images as Kern explains. The largest waiting ship is now considerably reduced in size, and its mass has contributed to a new globe that may be either protected by the same flexible membrane or possibly by something entirely beyond Portiid technology, a field of pure electromagnetic energy. Another ship has docked with this transparent globe, an organic-looking umbilical projecting into it as the 2 spheres gently orbit one another. The other ships are standing off, some thousands of kilometres away. "I have received some fresh transmissions. Helena is considering them, but they include one clear section that I think is unmistakable. It is a docking authorization code that I recognise from my own time. It is, therefore, an invitation. Helena?" "I concur," Helena taps out absently. then speaks the sentiment for Meshna and Zayn. Portia hunches, feeling a frisson of fear at the thought. A strange arena for a first contact, a sphere of water held impossibly in the vacuum of space, an inimical medium for a human, more so for a Portiid. A challenge, therefore. "I will go," she stamps out emphatically, getting in before some other daredevil can steal her thunder. "I will meet with them." She feels Helena's hand on her back. "I'd better go too," her human says. "I think I have some first principles of their language worked out." The Lightfoot has been decelerating for some days now, though not for as long as the other alien ships, the ones still far behind them, which are slow to start and just as slow to stop. The water, of course, Fabian suggests. He waits for a challenge from the females, but right now they are either content to listen or have other things on their minds. They will have hard limits on speed gain and loss, colossal momentum and inertia problems, and the energy required. He finishes his speech with a half-threat gesture to emphasize the martial nature of their opposite numbers. "Someone has taken on a few new understandings," Portia observes dryly, suggesting that Fabian's newfound authority is very much standing on the backs of female giants. Helena absently flicks her a cautionary gesture with one thumb, and the spider responds with a little irritated twitch of her palps. Yes, he's right, of course, however he came by it. Portiid genius is in the interpretation and application, not the knowing. She can't really deny the male his moment. Viola is unhappy about entering onto enemy ground for any kind of meeting. Kern is too, but everyone else decides in favour of it. Portiids are not good at chains of command. There is no clear successor to Bianca, because they tend to think in terms of branches and networks rather than straight lines. Authority amongst them comes down to nebulous levels of influence, and Viola is not well liked enough to carry the argument. Kern herself would be a tyrannical autocrat if anyone let her, Helena suspects, but her long history of negotiation with the Portiids led in different directions, with her reliant on them, less a matriarchal god figure, in the end, than a conjured demon that has grown used to the captivity of its magic circle. Although the Kern instances vary, Helena knows. "So tell me," Kern's voice makes her jump with its closeness, for all the computer hybrid can speak from any point around the crew quarters. "How are your efforts at communication doing? Because you don't have time for peer review and editing." Helena grimaces. "I have a working system, downloaded to my implants, and a slate. I can produce signals that are at least superficially similar to their visual data, and I found some tenuous correlations between what we see and the technical data stream paired with it, as well as the simpler emotional content we already had." Kern's human voice is doubting, and probably she only makes the noise to transmit that doubt. "I was not able to find any correlation between the data sets. Show me your working." Helena does so, because that sort of snappish demand is just how Kern is, a less-than-charming personality that every human and Portiid on Kern's world has grown quite used to. She flags up the correspondences, which are not any kind of continuous linkages, but points where certain key signifiers in the visual stream, colour choice, wavelength spread, the physical shapes of objects, always seem to prompt particular responses, as though the visual stream is off on its own for most of the time, but comes back down to check in with its sibling channel, and... "Your conclusions, please," Kern prompts her, because the data she has provided is intricate but goes nowhere. "What is this for?" "To give instructions, perhaps, or take on information," Helena explains, but probably the former, because you can see this precedes a lot of the physical response we've seen in them, especially the fighting. I'm wondering if we're dealing with more than one species working closely together, or a species and a machine system, like Viola was saying. And? Working out from that, I can see certain visual signals lead to certain types of action. I've classified these. More data flagged up. Kern can search the whole database, but this saves her computational power, which Helena knows she appreciates. I can't exactly chat to them about the weather, but I can get as far as "we come in peace." And on the technical stream side, I have more I can say, but I suspect without a visual stream they may not take it on board. Or maybe whoever does understand what I'm saying isn't in a position to call the shots. Apparently, Meshner has been eavesdropping. Their technology is superior to ours, we think? Why not let them call the shots? He still looks pale and sorry for himself, despite convalescence in cold sleep, but he is back with them. We have a large library of their transmissions, Helena points out. They have almost nothing of ours. And I intend to keep it that way if at all possible, Kern puts in firmly. I have not detected any attempt to compromise our systems, meaning herself, but I have put some fail-safes in place and given instructions to certain crew members to check on me. The unspoken coda. If Kern is hacked by the aliens, will she know? The main hope is that Portiad computing is so different to the old Earth systems the aliens appear to base theirs on that any attempt at taking Kern over would be doomed by sheer incompatibility, whereas Kern is growing increasingly familiar with how the locals' computers must work. It hasn't escaped anyone's attention that Meshner has been given broad access privileges to Kern's systems, heading up a list of 2 ahead of Viola. That raises eyebrows and palps all round, but neither Kern nor Meshner are in an expository mood, and full disclosure will have to wait. And then their engines are shouldering against the momentum, jockeying with physics to come close to a spectral sphere that seems to be nothing but a globe of water, dancing in slow circles with the alien ship. It is almost empty, save for 2 chaotic-looking jumbles of angular, unformed plastic facing one another across a vast fluid space. Except that Helena sees the assemblies are exact mirror images. Our side, your side. The prevailing theory amongst the Portiads is that they will find something here like the stomatopod civilization back on Kern's world, only vastly more advanced. The crustaceans back home are also highly colour-sensitive, and indeed their natural sensoria contributed considerably to Portiad tech. The slate Helena will be projecting her colourful messages onto, and all the screens in the crew quarters, form their pictures by modified chromatophores, myriad colour cells that swell and shrink, tiny and multitudinous enough to produce lifelike moving images. How big are they, do we think? Zayn asks warily, because although the new globe is dwarfed by its parent ship, it is still a lot of water. No larger than I am, Portia replies promptly. She flags the dimensions of the connecting umbilical, which a Portiad would just be able to crawl into. They must just like the open sea. There is a problem, Kern puts in. Her human voice is flat, suggesting she has reassigned processing power from trying to sound like her old self. Helena catches subtext in the Portiad vibrations she gives out, though. Warning, anxiety, and an odd sense of confession, clarified by her saying, I've been working on a weapon to deploy against the enemy. Only if things went wrong, obviously. Let's not call them the enemy, Helena says quietly. I had hoped that an electromagnetic pulse would impair their systems and allow us to escape, as we are far less vulnerable to such weapons, the computer explains primly. However, this globe exists only by virtue of a magnetic field, which might not survive such an attack. Hence, our ambassadors enter very much at their own risk. It was always going to be that way, Portia puts in immediately. I have prepared your suits, then, says Kern, somewhat mulishly. Suitable for water or vacuum, for what it's worth. Good luck, Meshner says, not sounding terribly optimistic. Helena manages to meet his bloodshot gaze and smile. 4. Let us call this one Paul, in honour of Dizrasenkovy's nomenclature. Just as Portia does not think of herself as Portia, but instead a sequence of vibrational pulses, modified by palp motions to indicate mood and relative status, Paul does not think of himself in human terms. Unlike Portia, he has no fixed designation at all. He has an I, an ego that looks upon itself and recognises its separation from the rest of the universe, just as it recognises distinct parts of that universe which are its kin, rivals, potential mates, entities to be admired or avoided. Simultaneously, Paul recognizes that these other entities are not fixed, and a rival one day may be a friend the next. He recognizes that he himself is a protean being, psychologically as well as physically. He emerges from the umbilical cautiously. Parts of him are alive with anticipated danger, but the rest of him is pure curiosity and a desire to explore and discover. His people have been presented with a new challenge to investigate. Under other circumstances, there would have been none of the violence Paul recently witnessed and took part in, but his people are facing a great many challenges right now, enough that they are becoming challenges for each other. When the alien intruders sent that message, the first comprehensible signal they had produced, it flipped the perspectives of a number of Paul's people into full defensive mode. And why? Paul doesn't ask the question because he accepts that these feelings and shifts just are. There was a sudden danger attached to that anthropoid silhouette, and some of his fellows interpreted it as a threat. They, their crowns, recoiled and knew that they must defend themselves, which led to the various nodes of their reach signalling the ship systems that act as an extended nervous system and body. Paul and his confederates, in the meantime, had come to different conclusions, a desire to understand and investigate overcoming the sense of danger, and their reaction was to protect the new thing from impending destruction. Hence the unpleasantness between ships that left 26 of Paul's people dead. These days, it is an all-too-common occurrence. His people live on the knife edge handed to them by history. But the makeshift alliance for the defence won out, making a fierce enough display that the attacking party re-evaluated its priorities and became instantly of a different opinion, abandoning their hostile action against the aliens without a second thought, which has led Paul's ship out here to create an arena where he, of all of them, can encounter these visitors. The umbilical is narrow, but Paul is malleable and rolls his soft body through it easily, even his brain compressing when necessary. Flowering out into open water, he feels a need to observe from a safer position before moving forwards. An arm reaches out, of its own accord, to touch the shelter his people created here, and he oozes into its gaps, navigating the irregular spaces within, until his eyes push their way up through a hole so he can observe them. There are two of them. Paul sees that one is something crab-like, smaller than Paul, but larger than he feels comfortable hunting. The other is humanoid. Paul recognizes the shape, even though he has no memories of such a thing. He is linked to his ship, and the ship's databanks have a lot of old detritus they are even now dredging up. The shape of a human being haunts the octopus records like a ghost, a bogeyman, a god of elder days. Paul's skin fluctuates as he tries to process this subconscious knowledge, his emotions racing, awe, fear, threat, wonder. And yet it is just the shape. He has a sense of constraint, of barriers between him and the aliens, even though there is just the water. The ship's sensors understand the visitors are completely covered in material that is not endemic to them. Suits, devices. Paul cannot see them, which means he cannot receive the information from them that he is used to. They are like shadows in his mind. His mood worsens, more trepidation eating away at the optimistic curiosity. For a moment, he is about to go back into his ship and abandon the entire venture. After all, the newcomers are just hanging there in the water, a stance of dominance a predator might take, rather than making use of their own shelter to show prudence and humility. And yet he wants to know, and that curiosity is sent as an imperative, crown to reach, jetting him out of his nook and into the water before them. He is perhaps half the mass of the human shape, but seems larger because of the great trail of his tentacles. Time, and Senkovi's original refusal to introduce octopus-eating predators, have allowed his species to grow considerably. The human shape is holding something flat and rectangular before it, a screen, because colours and shapes are displaying there. For a moment, Paul is considering the screen itself as the intelligence, but then he shifts perspective and connects with the aliens mentally for the first time, understanding an attempt to communicate.
The actual content seems meaningless at first sight, lacking the basic content even a hatchling's emotional outbursts would demonstrate. A moment later, he re-evaluates, because the undercurrent of data received by the ship, and his reach, grants a limited context. He understands that they come in peace. He understands that they wish to talk, even if they cannot actually talk. Paul's mood wavers. He feels an intense excitement at this new thing and drifts forward to investigate. At the same time his reach, informed by more information from the deep databanks, he feels a growing current of disquiet. It is as though he is remembering a very bad thing that he has never consciously known. The aliens are making no moves towards him, and he decides this is preferable, allowing him to control the contact. As he approaches them, maintaining his position in the water column with occasional jets of his siphon, he speaks to them as eloquently as possible. Even as his reach is signalling its agreement to peace and communication, Paul extemporizes a speech along the same lines, an elegant performance poem written on his skin and in the coiling attitudes of his many arms. His confederates, watching from the ship, send him strong approval and admiration. Some are moved to higher emotional states, and his internal eye sees a cascade of performances derived from his own, individual interpretations, inversions, replies. Paul is overwhelmed by the beauty of it, and ensures the entire sequence is stored in the ship's memory for later consideration. He feels very positive, because his reach is processing constant messages from the reaches of his peers, confirming their own upbeat emotional states. He is about to do something great. He is expanding the world of his species by meeting these humans and/or aliens. The alien device spills over with more colours that coalesce into simple shapes. They indicate contradictory things about the mood state of these visitors. They are calm, they are excited, they are vigilant, they are filled with carnal desire. Paul understands that this momentous meeting has overwhelmed them. His own guise is displaying a similarly diverse range of moods after all. Then, following translation via the processing centres of his arms, he understands that perhaps the aliens are simply not good at communicating. Still, they show neither aggression nor fear, and Paul has a sudden leap of cognition, a moment when all his parts contribute to the whole, and sees that there is a germ of commonality there. They are trying. And why would they, if they were just destructive monsters? Paul gathers himself and with conscious effort takes control of his guise, flooding his skin with a pleasant diplomatic pattern of greys and greens, an ambassador's polite poker face that suppresses any outward sign of his inner turmoil. He approaches the aliens carefully, even though his arms are twitching to touch the stuff of their outer layers and see what it might have to say. His link to his ship excites various visual parts of his brain. His crewmates are in a constant chromatic babble of wonder at this first contact. The recordings of this moment will be pored over for centuries, assuming any of Paul's people survive that long, which is currently by no means guaranteed. A proper attitude is required, he decides. He must serenade these aliens, even if they cannot understand him. Like most things his conscious mind does, he acts in the moment, and for his own appreciation. Paul dances. He is a good dancer. He has precise control over the colour centres of his skin, and his reach translates the thoughts and emotions he wishes to convey, and converts them into elegant attitudes and coils, so that one moment he is undulating through the water like loose cloth on the currents, the next he is spread like horn coral, or clasped tight like a snail's shell. The two aliens, the humanoid and the crab-like one, watch him, at least. Probably the beauty of his performance is utterly lost on them, but it is keenly felt by him and by most of his crewmates who are not incurable Philistines. It is, for Paul, the proper thing to do at this moment, and so he acts out his impulses until he is close enough to the aliens to touch them. The humanoid alien, the one of that troubling ancestral shape, has its tablet up again, and the tablet has a happy, contented colour scheme on it. The invisible message accompanying it, that his reach decodes, is a standard Old Empire ship code confirming receipt of assistance, and Paul knows this means something like, "Thank you." He feels a great sense of accomplishment that he cannot keep off his skin. He reaches out to touch the human-shaped one, and instantly knows this was a mistake. For a moment, the crab one jerks into a different position that he can read quite clearly as threat, and he understands. These creatures cover themselves entirely. They do not touch. Paul goes white at the thought, then deep purple tones of remorse and pity. How can they live like that? But then the moment has passed. 3 of his arms are still suckered to the alien, for his arms have decided this is what they are going to do, and the aliens have calmed themselves. Perhaps they are open to new experiences. Perhaps they can bring themselves to touch each other, to explore the shapes and textures of their own world, now Paul has brought this new sense to them. Their outer layers are fascinating. Hardness, softness, strange tastes and textures, something like skin, something like stone, odd alloys, curious shapes. The human one permits the exploration. The crab one waits, plainly tense and armed, Paul sees, with a pair of wicked-looking beaks instead of pincers. His arms decide they should not venture in that direction just yet, and the rest of him agrees. This is all going so well. Paul is going to be admired for this, and part of his crown is already thinking forwards to a composition he can perform to demonstrate just how it felt to be first in such an endeavour. Even as he thinks this, a change comes over the entire crew of his ship. It is not a conscious understanding, but information has come to the vessel's sensors and thence to the reaches of the crew. When it reaches their conscious minds, it becomes simply danger, danger now, danger attached to the aliens, danger, betrayal, fear. Paul jets away from them instantly, corkscrewing backwards through the water, leaving an obscuring cloud of ink behind him. Emergency protocols, his crewmates are saying, and he desperately tries to get out of the bubble before it is too late. He is too late. The aliens, with no idea of what is going on, have no chance to react at all. 5. Avrana Kern, or her facsimile, is keeping an eye on activity within the bubble, partly visually through the transparent wall which nonetheless is filtering out harmful radiation through a structure or composition she does not quite appreciate. Partly, she is relying on the life support feedback from Helena and Portia's internal implants and suit systems, because if they become anxious, she will know it, and that is a more efficient way of reading the situation than trying to analyse it herself. Being human, for the operating system that knows itself as Dr. Avrana Kern, is often a matter of such shortcuts. She is only wires and ants and some notional business that arises from their interactions, after all. And I was only neural impulses once. She suspects that would seem qualitatively different to her if she could become complex enough, but right now it is merely a statement of fact. Keeping tabs on the diplomatic party is not consuming much of her attention, and in the region of multitasking she is far in excess of her anthropoid exemplar. The Portiid's ant colony computing systems excel at parallel trains of calculation. She is devoting more time to studying the signals of the alien civilization, especially those coming from the 3 ships, in case this is a trap. The ships are constantly broadcasting to each other, a never-ending stream of visual junk supported by low-level mechanical status reports, or so Kern translates them. She has hunted for meaning, using Helena's notes and her own problem-solving capability, but has come down to a simple conclusion. They just never shut up. She considers this in light of the alien visitor who has joined Helena and Portia in the pool. If colour is its language, then it, too, is constantly blathering. But does that mean it cannot obfuscate? Is that epilepsy-inducing colour show unconscious display? Insufficient data. Kern picks over signals from further afield, fragmentary transmissions from the distant planet rolling towards them along its Newtonian track. She is already working on sources, all of which have been orbital. Perhaps this constant chatter is a primal response to these marine astronauts finding themselves in space. There is another signal. Kern processes it, and then more of her processes it, and then an alarm is tripped, because she is trying to deal with this one input among so many, and it is hogging a disproportionate amount of her attention. For a moment, she remembers that there was, back in the last day of her own civilization, a virus that killed all the toys and machines and electronic minds of her time, all except her.
But such an attack would be useless against her now, because she does not run on a platform the old virus would even recognise. And if these aliens have devised such a vector to infect her so swiftly, their capabilities must be little short of godlike. She bristles, readying herself for a new fight. But her enemy is nothing of the sort. Her enemy is herself, and not even some rogue Kern fragment, but her own understanding of who she is. There is a single signal. She had not noticed it before because of all the rest of the chaos, and because it comes from neither the ships nor that watery planet they apparently originate from. It comes from further in-system. It is being broadcast from another world entirely, rising to prominence only because the combined orbits of the two orbs are bringing them towards their mutual closest point, so that the signal waxes until its very familiarity makes it leap out from the general alien chatter. Kern runs some quick and dirty scans, and her best guess is that the next world in is somewhat Earth-like in general composition, arguably more so than the water world these mollusks come from. So why did her ancient kin not go there? Answer: they did. Answer: they may still be there. The signal she is receiving is unambiguous in its coding and signature, instantly translatable because it is in her native language, that these Johnny-come-lately humans call Imperial Sea. And it is not a distress call. It is not a simple automatic transmission, though nor is it a targeted attempt to communicate with her. And she tries to react. She, Avrana Kern, feels a void within her that should contain an emotional response. She has found her people, after so long, and her so long encompasses the rise of entire sentient species. She has found her peers, insofar as she ever admitted to any, a survival from the otherwise extinct civilization whose culmination and high point was the production of one Dr. Avrana Kern. She is aware of the impact this discovery should have, and yet she is cheated of it. What she can muster, in comparison to what she should be feeling, is what a child's open-mouthed drawing of a face is to real surprise. She feels the lack twice over. Once that she is only a poor splinter instance of her master copy, but once again because even the best version of Avrana Kern, now available to the universe, has lost so much that those human depths are no longer present in her. She is, of course, a computer, and so it shouldn't matter. But she is a computer that believes itself human, and so it does, like an insoluble logic problem gnawing away at her capacity to deal with anything else. She devotes more and more of her capacity towards attempting to recapture some sense of genuine shock, surprise, delight, the rattling thesaurus of genuine experience that she didn't realize she was missing until now. More internal alarms get tripped, and thankfully she is sophisticated enough, as a computer or a genuine intelligence, and who's drawing lines in the sand anyway, to stop herself before she decides the ship can do without life support or anything vital. But she cannot forget the emotional void like a subroutine she can't abandon. She cannot know what should fill it, and yet she knows something should be there. And so she takes an action that she shouldn't. Strictly speaking, her relationship with the crew and their wider species is one of partnership, and the Portiids are not good with hard boundaries anyway, running their lives on social opprobrium rather than rigid legalities. But all the same, Kern is damned sure this particular violation is not something anyone is going to approve of. She connects to Meshna via his still-open implant and walks into his brain. It is, of course, an utter nonsense to say that a human or Portiid or any living thing only uses some small percentage of its brain capacity. Evolution is not known for laying in stores for some notional future. Meshna, however, might be the exception. Not in being simple, he is not. However, he has augmented his brain with a lot of extra processing power in his quest for Portiid understandings, and if he's not currently accessing it, then he surely won't begrudge Kern the chance to paddle in his pool. She expands her logic structures into the spaces of his implant and spreads out, trying to feel. 7 seconds later, a long time, relatively, Kern realizes she has gotten carried away, because this is emotional space. Meshner has his implant specifically configured to translate sensory and experiential data, and that carries with it a burden of emotional meaning, human and portiered both. Kern opens herself to her emotions, organs that perished along with the rest of her long ago. In their absence, she lets a facsimile of Meshner feel for her, creating a scenario that might generate a comparable response from him. Meshner has already solved the problem of translating the messy chemical business of emotions into electronic qualia, and he never even realized the breakthrough he had made. In the process, she also finds several roadblocks that have been stymieing his attempt to stream portiered experience into a human mind, and, absently, patches them up. Kern has been working with the spiders for longer than Meshner's entire species, after all. The experience of shock, hope, awe, and dread exceeds her expectations. Meshner's emotions are an addictive brew, even though his crewmates would probably say he was inward and distant. More usage alarms go off, and then some external ones. Kern overrides herself and disengages, clearing out of Meshner's implant like a burglar hearing police sirens. Now, what is the disaster? Ships, still where they were? Ambassadors? A spike of alarm from Portia at some rubbery octopoid groping, but otherwise unharmed. The Lightfoot? Currently seeing the second emergency treatment of Meshner Austin Oslam in recent memory. Kern troubleshoots immediately, comparing Meshner's recovering neural activity with her own experience of being in his implant. She comes to a profoundly awkward but inescapable conclusion, one she will have to discuss with Meshner and possibly the entire crew. Currently, they are blaming Meshner again, and that is not entirely fair, but Kern feels that setting the record straight while engaging in first-contact diplomacy will be counterproductive. And besides, she needs to find a way to phrase her confession so that she gets to do the forbidden thing again. Because it was... She reaches into herself because she knows that she should feel something about the experience she had in Meshner's brain, but all she finds is the unsatisfying knowledge that it was intellectually fulfilling, and that just isn't the same. Because her attention is now just about full with all of these things, her knee-jerk impulse to reply to the Imperial Sea signal is allowed to go ahead, and she sends a simple, received and acknowledged. Moments later, everything goes to hell. 6. One moment, the octopus is right before her, far closer than within arm's reach as it explores her suit curiously, the hard parts and the soft, the different materials. Helena is looking at its eye, its pupil swelling from a horizontal bar to an irregular blot as it examines her. She has no sense of eye contact from it. Its attention is on her body as its own scrolls with dignified, slow pulses of colour. And I am mute to it. Her slate is still presented, and the creature plainly notes the colour messages she has cobbled together. Occasionally, the ghostly reflection of one of her signals ripples back across the octopus's skin. Received, but is anything being understood? And yet she feels curiously at peace, floating here in a bubble of force and water out in empty space. There is no sense of threat in the creature. For all that Portia is grumbling in her ear, the electronics-only transmission is simply conveying the spider's general dissatisfaction with the tactile nature of their host's advance. And then something changes. The octopus abruptly broadcasts colours that Helena knows mean agitation and fear. It jets away from them, seeking to escape to its own ship. She feels herself lumber in the water, unwilling to simply activate her own thrusters and retreat without greater understanding. A bubble of alarm comes from amongst her colleagues on the Lightfoot. The ink clears. She sees the octopus has fallen back from its exit, dead white now, its skin raised up into barbs and devil's horns. Beyond the transparent membrane of their bubble, the universe wheels, the great ponderous baubles of the alien ships spinning, which means that they are spinning, disconnected from the umbilical. Helena flails at the water to turn herself, hunting out the Lightfoot, seeing a glimpse of it before the monolithic curved side of one of the alien vessels cuts her off from it. Trapped, and in a bubble. Her environment, which seemed perfectly still and safe only a moment ago, now seems no more than a dream to her that might vanish the moment some vast being awakes. "Portia!" she starts, but the spider cuts her off. Electromagnetic signals are fluctuating wildly. For a moment, floating at the centre of her little aqueous universe, Helena can't understand what she means. Some manner of weapon, lancing through the invisible walls at them from the alien ship? Then she catches up with what her own instruments are telling her. There is a particular problem with unstable electromagnetic fields right now. Electromagnetic fields are what form the outside of the bubble. Oh, Helena says, because even as the revelation hits, she sees cracks form on the outside of the bubble, as though it is glass. No, not cracks at all. They spread outwards from seed points all over the membrane, beautiful, dendritic, like shimmering flowers that glitter in the light from the ships and the system's star. Helena hangs in the water, helpless in every possible way, and watches the outer layers of her watery sphere crystallize into ice, until all the universe is occluded, until a pale shell encloses the entire bubble, growing thicker by the moment, creaking and cracking and forming fault lines as it expands messily, spears and shards of rigid water jabbing into the interior like roots, jutting out fresh branches like trees. Like a forest, razor-sharp tines reaching and dividing and growing inwards, ever inwards. The cold comes to her through her suit, the bone cold of freezing water leaching at her body's precious heat. She calls out to Portia again, feels the spider's legs curve about her body, Portia's underside clasping against her back in a futile attempt to conserve heat. Both their suits strain with the chill. Heaters that would have coped in the insulated cold of space are losing the battle against the conductive cold of the swirling water, and the spearheads of the ice forest grow closer and closer. Helena feels another pressure around her legs. The lamps of her helmet show her the octopus, still as bleached as the ice itself, clinging there. One more doomed living thing seeking warmth and solace in these last few moments. Her visor readouts tell her the exact moment when her suit heater gives out ahead of schedule. Shoddy workmanship. Do better next time. She had not known how much work it was doing to keep the cold from her. Even as some scientific part of her mind complains, it can't be losing heat this quickly. They must be doing something to us. It's not natural. The cold rushes in and clasps her so tight she can't breathe. She feels Portia shudder at her back, legs clutching tighter. And then, not even that, as she loses track of her own body, numbed into insensibility. Her heart slows. The light goes out. 7. The switch from calm to chaos is without warning. Helena and Portia's readouts are replaced by warnings that the alien ships are lumbering into motion, weapons systems lighting up across their curved hulls. The Lightfoot is already pulling away, not that a little distance will make any odds, and readying its defensive measures. One screen reads out their available mass capable of being used as anti-missile chaff or to absorb laser energy, which has dwindled alarmingly since their first engagement. Meshner himself, in no position to contribute to the effort, hopes that at least the Voyager is watching somehow. Someone should learn something from this mess. The aliens, the octopuses or whatever they are, seem infinitely mercurial. After his own shutdown, he is entirely prepared to accept that he might have missed some nuance, but everyone seems equally taken unawares. The other side have gone from cautious diplomacy to full battle stations like a flipped coin. "Is there another ship coming in?" he croaks. "They were fighting each other." "No other vessel, Meshner," Kern says in his ear, sounding weirdly solicitous. Fabian stamps out a new message that Artifabian translates as, "The bubble's lost its field." For a moment, Meshner can't work out what that means. Then his stomach plunges. If asked, he would say his relationship with Helena and Portia is about as distant as you could reasonably get on a small ship. But in that moment, he discovers that the prospect of losing more comrades is too much. He lurches over to a console, calling up information, already halfway through plotting some mad rescue attempt, scooping the pair of them from the rapidly expanding ice grit of their habitat. Except the ice is only expanding the regular way, not dispersing. The smooth, perfectly round surface of the bubble is now a jagged tectonic chaos, as plates of freezing water shoulder against each other,
rupturing into miniature mountain chains, cracking and shattering, spitting retorts of crystals and water vapour into the void. Yet the whole remains miraculously intact. 2 of the alien ships have drifted into a stately opposing orbit around the smaller sphere, or around each other with the ice ball caught between them, denying the Lightfoot any chance to get at it. The 3rd vessel is executing a very slow manoeuvre, clearing its colleagues to have an unimpeded view of them. "Plenty of signals for what it's worth," Zayn says. The vessels are all showing jagged red images against white backgrounds, veined with black and funereal purple. Nobody has any doubt about their emotional content. Viola's next utterance goes untranslated. Kern is focused on a lot of things right then. Meshna guesses she is stating the obvious, though. The weapons are all live, but the aliens are not attacking or even launching fighters. Instead, they have somehow secured the ice ball between the 2 ships. No visible tethers, but the electromagnetic sensors are giving utterly conflicting readings, and the entire assemblage is starting to accelerate away, at a snail's pace, in the general direction of the nearest planet, the water world. Meshna turns every instrument on the ice ball, pillaging it for information. Are they still alive? No clear answer. He would have said they'd been crushed by the ice, except that the aliens are plainly keen to keep their prize, and he guesses not just as a trophy of their triumph over the invaders. "Missiles launched," Kern says calmly. "I'm taking countermeasures. Ensure you're strapped in. Meshna, you in particular." He frowns at that because Kern has never been the mothering type before, but she is right to be cautious. To his further annoyance, Fabian insists on helping secure him. When he tries to do without the help, his hands shake so much he can't use them. "I think I fucked my brain," he blurts out. The 2 ships and their frozen cargo are properly underway now, their companion putting itself ponderously between their escape and the Lightfoot. A handful of missiles have been taken off by Kern's webwork chaff, but the vessel hasn't launched its complement of small craft or undertaken a full attack. The initial panic seems to be calming. The signals are still reds and whites, but other hues have crept in. "They're telling us something," Zayn reports. "It's like, I don't know, could they be having a succession of mutinies? It's like different people keep getting control of the helm over there." "Telling us something we can't understand," Meshna complains. "What's the point?" "I have Helena's work on translation," Kern says, sounding abruptly far less like a human being, because nothing in her tone admits Helena is gone. "I will do what I can, and I invite other perspectives. However, the undertone of technical data indicates..." And she trails off, turning over the word end while she tries to calculate what she means. "They're getting further away!" Viola's words, via Artifabian, match the agitation of her shuffling legs. "We are being warned off," Zayn decides. "And if we decide to go after them, they can make short work of us. We have very little of ourselves left to spend." A beat. "I'm sorry, I am. I don't want to abandon them if there's any chance, but you're all looking at the same numbers I am." "Their technical data includes coordinates for the next planet in," Kern says, merely a flat delivery of information. "How is that relevant?" From Viola. Meshna watches the map on his screen, seeing the distances increase, the ice ball and its escorts now clipping along and still accelerating. "I'm sorry, Helena. Sorry, Portia." "There was a signal," Kern says, still with her poker face, and now the lack of effect becomes suspicious. Meshna feels his implant twinge again, and grips his harness in case another attack is on its way. "Fabian," he says, "my head's open, I think." Fabian flicks his palps, a common enough movement that Meshna knows means, yes, but not now. "Tell us about this signal," says Viola. "There was a signal," Kern repeats. "It was in an antique format, one familiar to me from when I was human. It was not like the signals of these creatures. It came from the inner planet." The screens run with data to supplement her words, including a capture of the signal itself, or part of it. There is no beginning, no end, just a ragged-edged chunk of transmission in Imperial C that reads... Meshna squints.
He can translate that ancient language easily enough, but what is he reading? There are visual files as well, he sees, but the base transmission is a fragment of a natural history, he wonders, or a fiction, is it? This is all. He looks over details of biochemistry, ecology, descriptions of impossible animals or plants or things that are neither or both. Why would anyone... What is this? How is it relevant? Viola demands. The change in attitude of the locals came immediately after I acknowledged receipt of the signal, Kern tells her. I believe it was that contact that convinced them we were hostile. I propose that they associate humans with threat because of some pre-existing situation here in this system. They are now sending us threats or warnings which are associated with that inner planet. You think there are humans there? Zayn asks incredulously. Humans who are sending out this? Adds Meshna, still wading through it. This is incredible, or else nonsense. I believe that we are receiving a signal from something akin to myself, Kern announces, and Meshna wonders if the slightly nervous tone was his imagination. I do not believe this is direct human contact, but it seems to me that there could be a hybrid human system surviving here, just as I survived. Perhaps it has acted in a hostile manner towards these other locals prior to this. They appear frightened of it. But perhaps it will speak to us. Perhaps it will aid us in recovering our crew, if they are still alive. Why should it? But Meshna doesn't voice the words. Kern is a thing, an operating system, and yet at that moment he is sure he can sense a yearning in her, almost as if it is his own. To find something that is like you, after 10,000 years of being unique. He always felt Kern rather valued being singular, but perhaps that was only because she had never been given another option. We're short on other choices, Viola grumbles. But if this is a force that the water creatures are afraid of, it may give us some much-needed leverage, and they are definitely trying to get us to go away, so we may as well go and speak to this voice and see if it can hear us, whoever it is. There is a sender identity, Kern puts in. It claims that its name is Irma Lante. Past 3. For we are many. 1. Dizra Senkovi had barely slept since he came face to face with his pets. Why? If he stopped to consider the situation scientifically, he could scrub the query clean of anthropomorphism and turn it into any glitch or neutral meaning he wanted. Scientific thought had always sought to avoid imparting human meaning to animal expression, a practice Senkovi felt had been convenient when the subject of what to test the cosmetics on came up. He could have taken up the mantle of Skinner and decided that there was no mind behind the slot-pupilled eye Paul had turned on him. The urge to do just that was surprisingly strong for a man who had always felt octopi had such a wise world within their bodies. Coming face to face with the alien, even the aliens of Earth, was a faith-shaking experience. But he had overcome. He had decided that there was a line of direct communication, even if it was only in the broadest generalities. He could not know if Paul had just been complaining about the tasks or demanding a purpose of his creator. So he would answer all the questions at once, by providing Paul and the others with a full and frank disclosure of what was going on. Not Earth, not humanity, not Senkovi's past or the intent of the original mission, but Damascus, the blue planet. Damascus, where a number of Paul's relatives were already living, drifting through the habitable currents of the sea, and occasionally descending on terraforming equipment to modify it, hopefully to Senkovi's plans. Senkovi was going to change how he went about that. He would still have the system flag up problem predictions, mostly in the form of warnings about negative conditions. The macro terraforming of Damascus was mostly complete now, and there were robust ecosystems in place with multiple redundancies and diversity, all those little lives spawned from the genetic library aboard the Aegean. The fine work remained to be done, though. Ocean World covered such a wide range of different environments, many of them inhospitable to both humanity and octopi. The tools to tweak and mould were all down there, along with mobile hatcheries to continue elaborating on the food chain. But there came a point where he couldn't just do it himself. Why? So he would show them why. He had spent almost 150 hours with the Aegean's computer now, drugging himself to the eyeballs to do away with sleep, and hogging a remarkable amount of the ship's attention in order to model it all. He was giving his pets the world in miniature, a complete picture of the Damascus project, showing them what they could have, and how they could shape it if they wanted. And in moulding the world for their own protean purposes, they would be finalising the terraforming of a human habitable world. But in his mind, it was first and foremost for them. He had already begun to roll out sections of the code, broadening the world that Paul and the others looked onto. Instruments were recording the busy activity of the octopi in the Aegean's tanks as they flickered and pulsed with colours, or clasped in brief, violent fights that broke apart almost instantly. Virtually, they were exploring. He could track their presence within the system he was building for them. What they actually understood, if they understood anything, he could never know. There would forever be that barrier between them. He could not know how it was for them. If a lion could speak, as the man said, we could not understand it. And yet Paul had spoken, and he had chosen to assign meaning to those words. Why? Senkovi was aware that by now he was not acting entirely rationally. The obsessive part of his nature, never that far from the surface, had been riding him through the streets at midnight. The system was still pulling everything together, but at last he had to accept that his own input was finished. He could review the completed simulation, but he set the computer to keep feeding new sections to his pets, broadening their submarine horizons. It was all he felt he could do, in the end. He had reached the 7th day, and the drugs couldn't manage it any more. Just as he broke away from the system, though, dialing up a new pharmaceutical cocktail that would bring him down far enough to actually let sleep happen, he saw that he had some 17 outstanding messages from Balteel, all of which were marked with a level of urgency he shouldn't have been able to shunt into the background, but apparently had done. Somewhat tentatively, with the feeling of being in trouble, he checked the first one, and discovered something had happened to Lortice. 2. Nobody had any answers for why the tortoise had stabbed Lortice. By the time they got him back to the habitat, he was already in profound shock. Lante spent 4 hours working their medical lab to its limits just to stop his body shutting down, mostly by taking over failing parts of his nervous system and practically running them by hand until they found their feet again. After that, stable was not the word for his condition, but the constant attentions of the medical systems sufficed to keep his brain, heart, and body all within the tolerances they required to ensure that he lived, and that what lived would still be Lortice. The unexpected answer Lante did have was just what the alien had injected him with. She met with Balteel once Lortice's condition no longer required her constant intervention. By then she had managed to extract a small sample of the material from his bloodstream and cross-reference it to the database. You remember the tortoise graveyard? She was hauling up files almost carelessly, dumping them in the common virtual area for Balteel to pick over, dissection recordings, her spoken logs, half-complete entries on alien life that were an exercise in speculation. Balteel revised the facts quickly. A collection of a dozen tortoises apparently dead or in some deep torpid state. Lortice had hauled them all back for study because it looked like some other odd behaviour that might perhaps have led to more. Except it hadn't. They had been inactive, and the very low-level biological activity Lante had detected might count as dead on nod. The boundary wasn't quite that clear-cut, even in Earth biology. What Lante had gone on to investigate, what had seemed quite the rabbit hole at the time, was that 3 of the 12 contained a thick, opaque fluid in their central sac, which was normally filled simply with a fluid close enough to the brackish water of the marsh. Her interest, as Balteel saw, had been a flight of fancy that she'd found some differentiation of sexes in Nodden life, but that had gone nowhere. All the studied species appeared to practice sexual reproduction without genders,
just exchanging identical gametes equably, cue Lante writing about the parasitic gender of the male in Earth evolution and various other hobby horses. She hadn't been able to show that the liquid had anything to do with reproduction. But it had been very dense compared to most Nodden cellular material, the interior of its cell walls maze-like with complex molecular structures. This was Nodden genetics, as far as Lante could tell. But if so, the stuff had either a very complex or a profoundly inefficient genome. That was what the tortoise had shot into Lortice. More of the same. Bolteal had a headachy moment when he thought Lante was going to talk about mating rituals and imply the damned thing had been after the equivalent of humping the man's leg, but Lante had gone on to grimmer areas of speculation. "I think they were diseased, the tortoises," she explained flatly. "I think this stuff is an infection, some sort of fungal or bacterial equivalent found in the tortoise population, and maybe it spreads by having them stab one another. Its injection went through Lortice's suit like it was tissue paper, but that's not surprising if it was expecting to have to get into a shell. Having gone over my data, I'm thinking maybe even something like a slime mold, a collection of cells that can act in unison. Clots of it seem to be holding together within Lortice's body, at least." "So what's it doing to him?" Bolteal asked her. "It's infecting him?" "It can't," Lante insisted. "It can't possibly, because there's nothing in Lortice's body that it can have evolved to use. His proteins, his structures and organs, it's as alien to this stuff as Nod is to us. But what it can do is trigger a massive reaction across his whole system, because his immune system is in overdrive. I'm not able to do anything about the stuff in him. I've just spent hours stopping Lortice killing himself through self-induced anaphylactic shock, basically, and the fight's not over. This stuff is travelling around his system, and not just where his circulation takes it either. I think it's trying to do whatever it normally does in a new host, and obviously it can't get that done, but it spreads and moves about and changes its external structures, I think, so that Lortice keeps reacting to it again. It is taking everything we have just to keep his body temperature from cooking him, his tissues from swelling until they burst, and, oh God, his pulmonary tract. I've rebuilt that from scratch twice now, because he's swelling up like—" And Lante broke off and just stared at Bolteal for a moment, a great weight of weariness skating by her, doubtless greased on its way by the same drugs he knew Senkovi was even then playing with. "Anyway, I'll record a full report, but it's there, all we have." "Prognosis?" "Fuck knows," Lante said frankly. "I think the invasive material is suffering attrition from Lortice's immune reaction, so at least he's not only killing himself. Best result, he whittles it down, he calms down, he comes back to us. Cerebral records suggest no brain damage yet, at least. That may change." She kept that level, haggard stare on him. "This changes everything, Yusuf." "It's a setback." "This planet has attacked us," she pointed out. "And yes, I'm not imbuing this act with some malign intent, but it's happened. We've taken this place for granted. Its primitive-looking creatures, its simple-seeming ecosystems, and we didn't know half of what we needed to." "Perhaps we would if you'd followed up on researching this stuff when you first found it," Bolteal told her, before he could stop himself. Lante blinked, taking that in remarkably placidly, though perhaps that was just the come-down from the drugs. "I'm going to sleep now. Rani is in medical and she can hold the fort if things kick off before you can get me back up. I will then record a full report." She stood, swaying slightly. "And if that is where your vaunted leadership takes you in times of stress, Yusuf, then you'd better think about what the point of view is." In her absence, after she had left, Yusuf considered that she was right, but found no acceptable way to take the words back. At around that point, Senkovi finally responded to one of his many messages, so at least he had someone to be justifiably angry at, other than himself. 3. We have discovered such hostile environments
and yet so complex and elaborate and strange, unlike anything we have explored before. Geometrics of the universe expressed in these branching turns and interlocking engines. What a world is this we have stumbled across? What a world, and yet it seeks to kill us. It burns, it boils, it chokes, it traps. We change and change to find a structure and a shape that will endure this realm. We travel always ahead of the violent weather of this place, the structures that are and are not life. We fight to survive, and simultaneously to understand where we have found ourselves. The world we left is rendered down to atomics written within us. Knowledge these of we no longer need to know. A new universe requires new laws. We divide and divide. Expeditions sent into the far reaches of the infinite to feel out its edges. We die in 1,000 ways, but always there is a survivor, laden with knowledge written within one of we, so that the rest of we might learn and grow. We war with this complex, obstructed cosmos. Its war is to destroy us, render down our structure into some smooth slag that it can whirl away to destruction. Our war is to understand, for with understanding comes mastery. And at last, these of we, the survivors, the explorers, find a calm eye within the storm. Others of we have followed other paths, and they are gone now, just their final records dispatched through the rushing rivers of this immensity, to come to us, inscribed within the warnings of the dead. Do not go here, it is too hot to retain cohesion. Do not go here, it will bury you. But these of we, these survivors, have followed the lightning of this place, the rush of its iron-heavy fluids as far as we can go. Have we found the source? Is that the task the universe has set for such of we as were bold enough to cross into this realm? We have found the source of the lightning, and in the pulse and shock of that great hub of energy and fire, these of we have discovered something that makes all the complexities of this new realm into old, dull ideas. We sit. We sense. Slowly, over 1,000 generations, these of we write our histories within us and grow to understand. 4. The habitat hadn't needed an infirmary, but Lante already had procedures in place. Lortice had been dragged through in his suit, puncture included, and hauled out of that for emergency treatment, so the quarantine she had imposed later was probably worthless, but for now the patient was entirely cut off from the rest of them, on his own filtered air supply, and Lante only went in suited up and disinfected afterwards. Even then it fell short of what an infectious diseases ward should have been. They just didn't have power and raw materials for the constant destruction of components. From her studies of the invasive fluid, Lante was confident that it was too dense to travel by air. Baltiel was well aware of the gaps in those studies, the fact that they were encountering an alien threat. The damn stuff might shift to some spore-like form without warning. It might become something their filters couldn't detect. They didn't know. His fascination with the alien ecosystem at their doorstep had soured in an instant when Lortice was hauled in. But now Lortice was awake. With the virtual eye of his cybernetic HUD, Baltiel watched the suited Lante speaking to him. Lortice's skin made him look like a burn victim who'd been beaten with sticks from the heat of his fevers and the extreme tissue swelling he'd undergone at the height of his allergic reaction, his body clenching cell against cell until the walls burst. And yet they could fix that. He was pumped full of regenerative catalysts and nanomachines. The mere physical trauma was eminently repairable, now he wasn't in danger of death at any moment. Lortice's eyes moved, and his mouth, his tongue seeming too large. The ends of his fingers twitched. Grander movements were beyond him, especially with the ruin of the leg that had been ground zero for the attack. Baltiel tried to sift meaning from his slurred replies. Lante was going over an inventory of how he felt,
hunting errant symptoms. And obviously Lortice felt like hell, but Lante seemed to be satisfied that all his actual complaints were attributable to damage done, not damage still underway. Eventually she finished up, gave Lortice some brisk bedside manner about being back on his feet in 10 days, and came out. The wait for decontamination was frustrating then, because Lante refused to be interviewed while she was about it. It was safe to say that Yusuf Bolteel was not her favourite person, since the whole business had kicked off. Out of her makeshift ward space, she regarded him without love. "You've seen the checklist? You've seen the prognosis," she told him. "I have," Bolteel agreed. 10 days was not just sugar for the patient. Even with the habitat's limited medical technology, they'd have major tissue function restored, though Lortice would be confined to a powered exoskeleton for a while after that. "Well done for saving him." Lante's sour expression did not brighten. "Well done Lortice's body for kicking the damn stuff while I kept him steady," she said. "So he's—" "Some of it came out in fluids and solids during the ordeal, all of it in a broken form, the individual cells no longer intact or apparently active." She had sealed everything up, though, just in case. Alien meant you couldn't know how dead it was, and doubly so for some kind of microorganism. The rest I think he must just have broken down and buried somewhere. I'm going to keep a monitor on his liver and kidneys for unusual element concentrations, because most likely that's where everything will end up. Even if the actual organism has gone, the chemical balance of Noddan life is toxic to us, so I'm anticipating some knock-on effects as his body works through it. She rubbed at her hands as though still trying to disinfect herself. "The truth, Yusuf? I thought that would probably be the end of it. I was all ready to scrub out every litre of his blood, to take out organs one by one and repair them, because even whatever was left in him after the organism died should have been lethally toxic. But so far—" Bolteel was going over the blood tests in his mind's eye. "Seriously? Nothing of it?" "Not after he sweated and pissed out the last lot," Lante said flatly. "His blood's clean, of the thing itself and any lingering traces it might leave behind. He's in more danger right now from what we pumped into him. That's where most of my work is going, cleaning up my own mess." "And his verbal responses?" Lante grimaced. "Too early to say for sure, but there are no obvious signs of decreased function. He seems sharp. We've had a very narrow escape, Yusuf." Bolteel nodded. "Let me know if anything changes." The words came out even as he was instructing the habitat system to do exactly the same thing, and Lante would know that, but it seemed like treading on her toes if he didn't at least say it in person. She nodded curtly. "I'm going to tell Calvine. She wanted to hear it from me." Bolteel blinked at her for just too long before recalling that the three of them had a physical relationship going. Of course," he said. The thought suddenly made him feel excluded and oddly lonely. Not that he wanted to be part of their couplings and/or triplings, but that nobody had asked, expressed an interest. It wasn't usually something that got to him. He could indulge his body himself efficiently enough. It made him think of Senkovi, though, for whom he had harboured the odd pang, on a purely physical level. Except Senkovi was entirely asexual, a man whose dealings with his fellow human beings simply did not extend on that axis in any direction. It had made him an ideal long-range terraformer, and Bolteel had often watched him and wondered at the man's ability to simply not feel any part of that turmoil and conflict. Lucky Senkovi. Unless he's pining for the unrequited love of one of his mollusks or something. Lante had gone, and Bolteel noted, not for the first time, that his internal trains of thought were pulling in at dark stations, meaning he had lost track of the world around him for valuable seconds or even minutes. I should up my prescriptions. Lante had him on a set of meds to keep anxiety and stress in their cupboards, but she'd warned him that the pressure would start to leak out in other ways. He composed a brief note to her, asking her to review the situation, but marked it non-urgent to show he was a reasonable man. Over the days that followed, the long Noddan days his biorhythms had not grown used to, Bolteel kept loose tabs on Lortice's progress, but left the details to Lante. Work on studying the local life had stalled, and each time he woke he told himself that he would get the project underway again, only to find himself consumed with a lethargy he couldn't shake. Easier to piece through minutiae of the maintenance logs, to watch their habitat renew itself, and the 100 checks and balances that ensured it continued to give them a slice of earth on this distant world. Easier to delve into the library and pick over plays and books and films that felt like the bones of human thought stranded on this alien beach. A bleakness had hold of him, its hands on his shoulders. The gravity, that fractional additional drag to every action, seemed to have intensified in ways that affected only him. Sometimes he spoke with Senkovi, or watched the man's progress over on Damascus. Much of the logs were incomprehensible because the man was no longer writing the manual of the terraforming project. He seemed to be abandoning more and more of it to, what? To his pets? That was his claim, but Boltiel chose to disbelieve it. Disra Senkovi was just mad, that was all. Mad in a quiet and useful way, as he always had been, as they all were in their own fashion. And now he was mad and unsupervised, and small wonder if he was drifting steadily out of reason's orbit. Each day, Boltiel told himself he would speak severely to Senkovi, get the man back on track. Except he couldn't see the track himself. He felt as though the mists that cloaked the salt marsh every morning were creeping inside the habitat, too. Lante sent him notifications that he needed a new balance of medication, upping his antidepressants, adding different mood stabilizers. He had glanced disinterestedly over her diagnosis. Lortice's accident, apparently, had affected him, Yusuf Boltiel, more than the others. He was feeling guilt because it was his mission and so his responsibility. He was feeling a lack of purpose because the ecosystem had fought back, however unthinkingly. And he was feeling depression just because depression was a thing that happened to people even without those problems, and his regular cocktail of medication couldn't keep up. Boltiel couldn't find the motivation in him to accept her recommendations. Eventually she'd insist, as medical officer, and he'd take his medicine and wake up a slightly different person. But something in him rebelled at the thought just now. Another thing that he said he'd deal with each day, and didn't. Rani had her own madness. She wanted to move. They had a whole planet, didn't they? The long-range drones had brought them 100 hours of recordings from elsewhere on Nod. There were other ecosystems, each stranger than the last. There was a world of radial animals out there, crawling, drifting, rooted and turning leaf-like fronds towards the red-orange sun. So the marsh had unlooked-for hazards. They could get the Aegean to fabricate a new habitat and take the shuttle to elsewhere. They could have a winter palace on the desert plateaus, a summer home on the northern coast, or they could go to Damascus, which by now had the oxygen to sustain them and was free of alien life of any kind. They could dabble their feet in the water and live on a boat and eat Senkovi's pets if they wanted. She even had recipes. And Boltiel heard her and told himself he would consider her detailed proposals today or tomorrow or some day, and hadn't yet. The intent was defeated by each day by the crushing weight of spiritual gravity that pushed down on him. He was aware that this was not just Lortice and his injury. That had just become more boulders in the great slow-motion avalanche of the end of human history, all of which had been bearing down on him since the comms had shut off. No word from home. Possibly fragmentary transmissions from other extrasolar projects that never came to anything. Only him, Lante, Rani, Lortice and Senkovi, 31 light-years from a dead civilization. And he had done his best to keep the wheels turning, to generate meaning through some kind of philosophical spontaneous generation. Hadn't they made the most exciting discovery known to humankind? Hadn't they finally found life amongst the stars, just as everyone always dreamt? But what use, if there was nobody left to show it to? And so Lortice had just been the final storm surge against a dam that had been failing for decades. 12 days later, with Lortice now ambulatory in a medical exoskeleton, cracking weak jokes with Rani and eating solids, Lante sent Boltiel a priority request to speak. All the urgent flags up. Requires immediate overall command action. And that's it then. The thought of someone remaking him into a decisive commander was only slightly abhorrent, but it was still a gradient he had to overcome. A gravity well to escape, even momentarily. He was only surprised she hadn't just acted and asked forgiveness of the new man of purpose her altered prescription had created. Perhaps she too felt something of his lethargy. The Lante that greeted him had no lethargy in her, though. Instead, she looked terrified. That sight sent a shock through Bolteel, enough Erzat's purpose to cast off the weight and spread his wings a little. "What is it?" Even as he spoke, he was accepting the secure files she passed to him, opening them up with rusty clearance codes and looking at the medical scan data revealed. "It's Lortis," Lante told him. "He's not all right. He didn't metabolize the fluid. It's still there." Bolteel stared at the scans for as long as he felt he could, without quite understanding what he was looking at. "Does he know?" was his eventual response, a proper overall command sort of thing to say, to cover for his frank bafflement. "Nothing as yet," Lante confirmed. They were squirreled away in what had been the isolation ward before Lortis had recovered and isolation had been declared unnecessary. Lante was apparently recanting her position on that, stable door and horse notwithstanding. At the same time, she was keen to keep it a private matter between herself and her superior, segmenting off-system space for them that Rani and Lortis would not be able to access. Bolteel rubbed at his eyelids. He wanted to retreat from this. He didn't get it, and he didn't want to admit that he didn't get it, and staring at the walls of the inside of his mind had become a hard habit to break. For a moment he wavered, because what did it matter now? But the call to arms got through to him, and he shook himself, clawing for motivation. "Irma," he said, through gritted teeth. "I can't deal with this as it is. I need you to clear my head. Give me whatever's necessary." She gave him the works, and 30 minutes for it to kick in. And when they reconvened, he felt like a new man, bright and crisp and fragile like ice. Beneath that ice, the old abyss still yawned. He felt the hungry pull of it past the slightly manic flicker that frizzed at the end of his vision. His brain was cut loose to dart and soar, though, and to admit he didn't understand what he was looking at. "It went to his brain," Lante explained, guiding him through the scans. "It's adopted some kind of insisted structure. Here, 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 picked out on the images, the boundaries of a new and potentially hostile nation. I don't think it's active. Certainly its structure has changed from its initial mobile form, so it's no longer triggering Lortis's immune system. If it were, he'd be dead of cerebral inflammation faster than I could do anything, or at least irreparably damaged. But look." She flagged up more areas, cross-referencing different scan angles. "It's past the blood-brain boundary. It's between the hemispheres, in a kind of clot." "Explain between the hemispheres." Bolteel felt he knew, but at the same time the thought was appalling. "How can that be possible? I spoke with the man today." "And that's the thing. Through some miracle, this hasn't actually damaged the functioning of his brain." "That's a neat distinction," Bolteel pointed out. "So what has it damaged?" "I thought at first it had formed a ring around the corpus callosum that connects the left and right hemispheres, but there's no corpus left. There's just this, replacing it," Lante said, helplessly. "Wasn't this something people used to do once as—" Bolteel dredged his memory, failed, then picked the information from the ship's library, laying it out for Lante. Epilepsy treatment. Sever the hemispheres of the brain. Effective, but leading to unusual circumstances where the two sides fell out of step, reacted to different stimulus, couldn't talk to each other. The files were tagged with recent access by Lante. He wasn't bringing up anything she hadn't already been over. "I've tested him," she said. "The old-fashioned stuff. Different information in each eye, get each hand to select answers. He hasn't got the symptoms of a severance patient. There's still communication going on somehow, even though the neural machinery is gone. Somehow, that stuff is filling in for what it's consumed." Lante looked pasty and unwell, but in his current state, Bolteel had no time for that. "Prognosis?" he barked out. "How can I possibly say?" she said. "This stuff could be active again tomorrow, or next year, or in a decade's time. If this is just some part of its life cycle that's interacting with human biology somehow, which it can't be.
There's nothing on this planet like a human, on so many levels. It can't parasitize us. Parasites are the most specialized of specialists. So, prognosis, Voltaire prompted. She clenched her fists. Most likely, it's just reacted to the hostile environment of Lortis's body. Perhaps in its regular host, or if it was without a host, this would persist until it encountered something more appealing, which in this case must mean never. And so Gav will be fine. He will be. But how can I know? She had modelled removal strategies, Voltaire saw. Most of them simulated at under 20% chance of success. Above that, the probability of damaging Lortis's brain and irrevocably degrading who he was scaled in tandem with their ability to attack the infection. And that was assuming the stuff didn't wake up and try to defend itself. He needs to be told. We need to understand the situation, all four of us. 5, but Senkovi can catch up on the news when he's done playing God to mollusks. And Atlante's trembling wince. And like you say, most likely it's just encysted there, harmless. We can hardly keep 25% of our number in quarantine forever for something that will never happen, can we? But to be safe, we should consider... And in their shared virtual space, he flagged up her removal simulations. Lante's expression was saggingly grateful. 5. We. Listen. Information on either side of us. The crackling discharge of meaning. For generations, we listen. Dying and renewing and feeding. Careful not to upset the balance these of we have achieved. The world around us is quiescent now. We have made our peace with it. And what have we found? We cannot know. But we store and process, construct our theories and our models within the labyrinthine structures of our libraries. Each pattern of information that comes to us is examined and passed on, one side to the other and back. We are constructing a picture of the complexities of this new land. These of we are beginning to understand the existence of an identity. These patterns tell us stories of greater spaces and arrangements of structures beyond. We listen, and we learn that this great world we have found is small, that it orbits amongst others, that this assembly of electricity is its own library of concepts utterly alien to us. But we are intrepid, and we are inquisitive, and we can adapt. We are listening. We are learning about all the places outside this, our new vessel. We are growing. The information feeds us. Processing this new data is turning us into something more than we were, because we must stretch to accept such new ideas. We model the sensory inputs of our vessel, the motor outputs, most of all, the busy transition of information. Such life, such wonder as our vessel talks to itself through us. One generation understands enough. One generation has modelled enough. We know the vessel and the spaces and other complexities that it talks to itself about. One generation begins to change the information as it passes through us, inserting our own data, modifying its parameters, speaking to it in its own voice. 6. Paul 97 lives in a colony with 139 other octopi. In the wild, back on Earth, his species is one of the more social of his kind. This means little more than that good living space is limited, and they tolerate each other's presence, with plenty of fighting and evictions and dominance displays. Some might say that human societies often reach the same level, but in truth, the octopi on Earth have no familial contacts, and their offspring drift away on the tide. The inhabitants of any given octopus city are in constant turnover, and yet amongst such solitary creatures, it's a start. If you hate your neighbours, then you need a brain that can know just which ones you hate most, which are stronger, which are weaker. Paul's species has lived with the concepts of individuals and boundaries, and even a kind of diplomacy, for a long time. They just haven't enjoyed it much. The Rus Khalifi nanovirus, applied with a discerningly light hand by Disra Senkovi, has been working chiefly with these parts of the brain. Paul has no offspring yet, but others of his colony have, and the juveniles hang close, where before they would ride off on the currents to some other place, or be devoured by their parents' generation. They live longer, too. At the moment, an individual might manage half a century, though very few do. The most prominent cause of death, so far, is curiosity. There are areas of the sea still not properly oxygenated, areas that are toxic for other reasons. Sometimes the machinery they interact with is the culprit. However, multiple generations live in each colony, grudgingly tolerating each other's presence. Where before they might dwell in rock piles or great sloughs of mussel shells, their appetite inadvertently leading to their architecture, now they live in crates and pipes and outlets around the terraforming machines, where they can communicate with Senkovi and the Aegean. Paul 97's understanding of the world is ephemeral, inhuman. He hangs in the water column between the angel and the ammonite. His crown is a whirl of instinct and emotion that nonetheless encompasses the complex social arrangements he must make daily to accommodate the other inhabitants of the colony. He has concepts for the wider world, for the Aegean, the tanks of which he dimly remembers, for certain prominent citizens of his metropolis, and equally for certain subsystems of the terraforming machinery. His world is not rigidly quantified. He does not measure nor calculate it, but simply knows and feels in response to that knowledge. His guise, that shifting tapestry of skin and shape, resonates to those feelings to a far more exacting extent than that of his ancestors, or else he takes a more direct hand in it, so that if the mood takes him, he might drift over the colony and dance out his frustrations or his wonderment for the others. To be open to his emotions is to communicate them to his peers and impinge upon their own crowns with his thoughts. It is a language of grand gestures and infinitely exacting emotional scales. He is an artist. They all are. Their conscious mode of interaction conveys far more subtext and abstract expression than it ever does hard information. Beneath this conscious whirl lie the subminds of his arms that dispose of what he proposes. The separation of will from the machinery that puts that will into motion has grown as the nanovirus leached into the species' wider nervous systems. Paul solves problems like a wizard, a thought, a desire, and his reach extends to fulfill it. Sometimes this means a fight, where intimate contact between his arms and another's imposes dominance and simultaneously passes information from reach to reach, a whole black market of calculating power that Paul and his peers don't even know they have. In this partnership, each entity a committee, they get things done. Senkovi has given them the tools and the perspective. Although they never quite see the big picture, in a very real sense they grasp it. Senkovi has not noticed, for example, that the geothermal vents are becoming misaligned and inefficient, and that parts of the sea floor are becoming uncomfortably cool. For him, up on the Aegean, it is all within tolerance. The problem would not be flagged up by his systems for years. For Paul and his kin, it is uncomfortable, and they have wrestled and fought and performed complex poems of dance and colour for each other until an unacknowledged consensus was reached. Then they went and adjusted the machinery, or instructed other machines to fix those machines following the great plan Senkovi gave them, of how one thing becomes another, and how it all adds up to become home. Senkovi will come across their tampering later, and scratch his head to work out what they were trying to achieve. The experiment is long out of his control. But, though Paul 97 and the other individual octopi might seem petty, self-interested and antisocial, they have the wisdom of multitudes. Other colonies communicate with them, one facility to the next. Some individuals travel, seeking less abrasive neighbours, avoiding genetic stagnation. Others insert dummy orders of crates and piping into the Aegean's task queue and create instant new towns awaiting inhabitants. As before, they are prying into every connected space they can access, physical and virtual. Unlike the catastrophe that shut down the Aegean, and saved it, they understand enough not to break anything too essential. Paul 97 and some others have a concept that is Senkovi. It is a complicated thing, but, despite his own thoughts on the matter, it does not approach traditional divinity. Human concepts of God are familial, after all too often paternal, and Paul does not understand the concept of family much, nor would he have affection for it if he did. But they like Senkovi, as they conceive of him. He represents benevolence and home and knowledge in a way that does not compete with them as they all compete with each other. Some few of them wonder if he is an individual like them. But the idea of another individual not constantly getting on their nerves and into their space is more alien to them even than the human cognition of Disra Senkovi. 7. Lortis felt oddly sanguine when Lante sat him down in the isolation lab and explained the problem. He even caught himself smiling slightly. It can't be true, he told himself. It can't be real. He nodded politely through Lante's scans and images, but that box of bone, those crenulations of grey matter, that wasn't him, surely. That dark blotch in the centre of a brain. That's not us. And at the same time, it seemed entirely true and real, as if he had two opposing opinions overlaid on one of those brain images. Yes, of course he hadn't escaped the dangers of Nod. What had he been thinking? To walk about on an alien world, picking out specimens like someone gathering seashells on the beach? Of course there was an inescapable fate for such men, or what was hubris for? "You're taking this very well," Lante said uncertainly. Of course, she would be monitoring his life signs, ready for all manner of panic. Lortis found himself with a remarkably clear mental image of his heart and lungs and the rest of it, all just pulsing and pounding away like normal, just as though they were discussing the quality of the fabricated food. "I feel fine," he told Lante, smiling. "Everything feels good in here. But it might... Let's not jump to conclusions. Nothing might happen," he told her reasonably. "Let's be adult about this." "I've prepared some possible means to attack the encysted organism," Lante continued. "After all, its biochemistry is sufficiently different to yours that what kills it won't attack your cells at all. We're going to have to pretty much put your immune system on ice, though, because otherwise it's just the same foreign body problem we had when it got into your system in the first place." "This sounds like an unacceptable risk," Lortis heard himself say, his main focus on the various prescriptions Lante had concocted and her models of how they would interact with the organism and his own brain chemistry. "This is in our brain, Irma. Do we really want to start putting more things into my brain?" "Gav, this could start eating your brain," she pointed out. "You said yourself it can't interact with our body chemistry," Lortis said, still the soul of reason. "It can still cause huge tissue trauma if it starts to grow or hatch or something," she said stubbornly. Lortis grinned again. The whole conversation seemed weirdly funny, but perhaps that was just a defense mechanism. "Irma, let's not be hasty. Let us not." He became aware the smile was still on his face, and he couldn't turn it off. The world seemed to be going slightly yellow around the edges, but at the same time he felt a sense of tremendous well-being. It's fine. We shouldn't do anything to upset the balance now, should we? What if this course of action brings about the thing that is wished to prevent?" The words sounded strange to him, though he wasn't quite sure where the problem lay. Strange to Lante, too, because she was frowning at him. He was suddenly very aware of the space and distance around them and between them, as though it was huge, as though he was huge. He laughed, feeling vertigo spike momentarily, and then simmer down. Something must be wrong, because Lante was looking at him with more concern, not less. He laughed again, trying for reassuring. She wasn't reassured, patently, but he couldn't rein in the smile, despite the ache in his face. Gav? Lante had a syringe in her hands, the first of her remedies to attack the insisted parasite in his brain. That would be a good thing, surely. In the long run. Lortis found himself unsure. He was fine now, obviously. He had seen Lante's projections. There was a small but real danger of damage to his brain, either from the chemical cocktail or his own system's overreaction to it. The chance that it would actually affect the organism was far greater, but still short of 25%. Lante was going carefully. Good, surely. And yet it seemed too much of a risk. He was averse to it. They should not risk the tenuous stability they had built within him. He looked into Lante's eyes. You see, he told her, you see, I feel fine. Good, okay? I don't want any of this. Just leave us as I am. It's all good, Alma. I'm even better than I was. Recovered, out of convalescence. Look. And he did a little skip and hop for her, to show just how much he was in control of his motor skills. But it's more than that. See, I feel space. So much space. We didn't understand how vast it all was. Look how far out we came, Alma. Distances we never even conceived of. Contact with such an alien environment. You can't just wipe that away with medicine. We're seeing such things here. The smile was wider now, painful. Hard to talk around, and yet the words kept coming. Such structure and complexity we never imagined. All these imaginary places. He began adding and taking away from Lante's treatment plans on the shared virtual display, enjoying the smooth way elements just disappeared, banished back to the make-believe. Don't try to take this away from us. Now we finally understand how it all works. His voice trembled with sincerity, or with something. We understand so much, Elma. It's incredible, unbelievable, barely comprehensible, and yet we managed. And now we see everything. All these spaces, playgrounds, modes of being, and beyond them all there's you and Yusuf and Calvin, and beyond them there are more and more spaces. And there's no end to it. And we can fill all of them, and be all of them, such. Lante twitched. He saw the syringe jab forward, seeking contact with his skin. He flowed away from her, feeling the delight of pain in his joints as he made them do unfamiliar things, trying to find a more efficient mode of movement than this rough stilting. Let us not be interfered with by this, he said, and tried to delete the treatment plan on the system, but she'd locked the file now. And yet she was keeping her distance from him, and he could feel a curious hunger, or perhaps a sickness, his mouth flooding with it. He eased back until he felt the medical cabinets behind him, sending a brief command via his implants, so that an empty syringe fell into his own hand. Lante was talking, the tone of her voice soothing, but an edge of alarm growing behind it no matter how she tried. She was coming closer, one hand up in a calming gesture, the other still proffering the syringe. Her actual words seemed to be breaking up in the air, and Lortis understood this was because he was concentrating so very hard on configuring his own syringe. He kept nodding, though, and that seemed to be enough to keep a distance between them. He had set the syringe to extract a sample, and lifted it to face level to show Lante what he'd done. He felt obscurely proud, as though to do it he'd navigated a vastly complicated logical maze. Look, he told her, and inserted the needle into his right tear duct, in and in and in. There was a lot of pain, but it seemed like a second-hand sensation now, barely worth bothering with. The needle extended to the length the vessel had calculated, and for a moment it just bobbed its head, as they fought for a suddenly fragile control over their body. Then all was well, and they withdrew the syringe, which now contained some small quantity of us, and was reconfiguring itself to inject. There was an expression on Lante's face, but they had to work hard to identify it because the vessel had not had to process horror recently. Lortis felt this was untoward. She had a syringe, and so did he. This contributed to a pleasing symmetry in the situation that he found desirable, but it was plain Lante didn't understand, and there was only one way they were going to make her understand. So he advanced on her, holding the syringe up so she could see what they meant. She backed up against the wall of the room,
and they noticed they'd got between her and the door, which seemed opportune. Her mouth was open, and they realised that in the heat of all this movement and calculation, they'd disconnected from those parts of the vessel's core that processed some of the senses, mostly to override the pain signals which had become distracting. In case audible communication would make things right, they turned their smile on Lante and let Lortis explain. "We're going on an adventure." She went for them with her syringe, and it pierced their sleeve and got some of the material into the vessel's bloodstream, too little to make any difference, or so the consensus hoped. Such an adventure! Now he had Lante's wrist, but abruptly they weren't alone. For a moment Lortis swayed, trying to process the multiplication of external entities that had abruptly occurred. The vessel's own archives helpfully supplied names for the newcomers, but then went on to supply a vast amount of supplementary data that we in Lortis could not process quickly or understand, a whole tide of emotional content, likes, gripes, histories, issues. They lost control momentarily, the vessel swaying and the space beyond becoming an impenetrable chaos of motion and light and garbled information. The vessel was being pushed and pulled. Auditory information was a clashing row of contradictory noises, and the vessel itself was filled with the chemicals of distress and hurt. A threat seemed imminent, and they had none of the usual recourses because this vessel was of such an unorthodox substance and organisation. Lortis blinked, finding Boltiel and Rani gamely trying to pinion his arms as Lante programmed a fresh syringe. "What?" He hurt. Every part of him hurt, joints and skull and guts. "What are you doing?" His words were lost in the noise of their voices yelling at him to stay still. "Arma!" he got out. "Hold him still," Lante instructed. Lortis twitched, trying to hold himself still, and a generation of thought rose and fell in the centre of his brain. He lunged forwards as Lante came at him with the syringe, feeling his joints pop, muscles tear, the pain abruptly an ecstasy of freedom. His teeth closed snap on Lante's hand, ripping into her flesh, grinding bone. Boltiel was trying to force the vessel's face into one of the medical cabinets, but they were more familiar with the geometry of these large spaces now, and any kind of control over the vessel was predicated on causing it pain and on its limbs retaining their original configuration. They let the vessel bend and twist until Boltiel and Rani had no hold on it, and then used one hand to take Rani by the throat. Boltiel was striking the vessel about the sensory organs, and in time that would prove an inconvenience. Consensus amongst we in Lortis was that the vessel was damaged beyond salvage, and appropriate measures were taken to encrypt experience and history in suitably durable archival form for later retrieval and present dispersal. Lortis was still watching out of his eyes, still grinning, in fact, though Boltiel had knocked loose several teeth from his bloodied gums. His body sung with adrenaline and an ecstatic mix of hormones. He felt a scale of cosmic vastness that was at the same time bounded in the smallest nutshell. He felt an incomparable religious rightness as the muscles of his hand clenched explosively, far beyond their tolerances, tearing loose from their anchor points even as he rammed a splintering thumb into Rani's neck, letting his blood become her blood. Boltiel struck him again, and then something impacted on the vessel far harder. Lante had a tool in her intact hand. That part of him that retained access to his memories recognised that it was used to cut wreckage, but Lante had used it to carve deeply into his vessel, into their body, and now a great deal of that body was coming out, great gouts and pieces of it. The others detached Rani from their ruined grip, but they were already shutting down and withdrawing from the control centres of Lortis's mind by then. Shortly afterwards, the vessel started screaming, alone on the floor of the quarantine lab, and after that it stopped and lay still. 8. Boltiel sealed the lab with Lortis's body inside, and they dragged themselves to the main bubble room of the habitat. Lante was swearing, one hand shaking as it worked on the other, disinfecting the wound that Lortis's teeth had made, weeping with pain, but, Boltiel guessed, more with fear that something had gone in. Rani was Rani was unconscious on the floor, her own blood painting her from neck to waist. He grabbed a medical kit and started applying a pressure bandage, but surely it was too little too late. The woman was ashen grey. Lortice had punched a hole in her throat with his finger. "It's impossible," Lante was saying over and over. We can't be infected. Different biologies, different proteins, different cell structures. It can't be happening." "Shut up," Boltiel told her shortly. "Help me, here." Rani's body was shuddering, her limbs twitching and flailing. Death throes or new life? "Your treatment, the stuff you were going to use on Lortice." "Back in the lab," Lante said shortly. Boltiel was linking with the habitat systems, shunting medical functions to the main chamber's fabricators. He set them making emergency supplies, plasma, anti-shock, whatever was quick and resource cheap. Everything else would have to come from the isolation lab Lante had set up. "Go get what you made. I'll get us set up here." To her credit, Lante's rebellious look was only momentary. She'd pumped herself full of painkillers, and doubtless now she was thinking that her own best chance was back in that lab, as well as Rani's. Without a word, she stomped off back the way they'd come. Lante felt her pulse rise and rise, despite the medication that should be controlling it. Was that a symptom? Had Lortice felt the same, in amongst the many and varied klaxons of his body failing? She wasn't suffering the same colossal system shock as he had at the intrusion of the foreign organism. Did that mean his bite was no more than that? Or had the entity learned a way to stealth its way through a human body without setting off the alarms? She knew how irrational it was to think of things that way. Of course the alien sludge hadn't learned. It was some slime mould analogue, some bacterial clot, just a disease of tortoises. And yet it had found its way to Lortice's brain, and obviously it had driven him mad. What she had seen was Lortice, his brain swollen and feverish, despite the fact that she'd put monitors in place for just that, and none of them had warned her. Acting out some psychopathic delusion. Any projection of alien intent was merely her own brain piecing patterns together out of misfit scraps. The thing wasn't controlling him, just damaging his brain so that he wasn't responsible for his actions. The enemy had been Lortice's diseased id, and not... Lante found herself staring helplessly at the man's body, sprawled on its side in a slick of his own blood. He looked as though he'd been through some sort of industrial crusher, joints twisted, one hand splintered where he'd forced it into poor Rani's neck. The wound she'd dealt him was mostly hidden, but she knew she'd cut him open from shoulder to sternum, and even then he hadn't reacted as a man hurt. Surely there was no frenzy or delusion that could see someone abuse their own body in such a way. Forget him. Need to save Rani. Need to save me. She lurched forwards to gather the syringes the dispenser was filling for her. Her hands shook. 2 of them tumbled to the floor, and then a third. Is this it? Am I losing control? She tried to examine her own thoughts for an alien presence. Am I still me? Are these my perceptions? Was I like this a moment ago? Her personal monitor was warning her that she was hyperventilating, her heart rate approaching dangerous levels. Is it killing me? She gathered up the fallen syringes, fumbling more of them in the process. As she tried again to claw them all together, she found herself looking into Lortice's face. It had been locked in a frozen, silent scream. But now he had that damnable grin spread from ear to ear. As she drew breath to shriek, his arm flicked out, not like a limb, but like the disjointed element of a trap, and the syringe, the one filled with fluid he'd drawn from behind his own eye, jabbed into her ankle and shot its contents directly into her bloodstream. Rani was barely breathing, her body temperature showing as dangerously low, and the plasma Boltiel was able to fabricate was doing little for her blood pressure. She was shuddering rhythmically, and all he could do was hold her and grind his teeth and wait for Lante to... He heard Lante's shriek, not just fright, but a dreadful despair. A jolt went through Rani at the same time, and her eyes opened, focusing on him and then unfocusing again. Stay with me, he told her. The system was reporting her spasmodic attempts to reach out at random with her inbuilt link, touching the habitat interfaces, but gaining no purchase on them. Still, she managed to smile, just a faint one at first, but growing by inches. "Yusuf," she told him. "We're going on an adventure." He went cold. The words were coming out far too strongly for her condition, accented weirdly, still Ronnie, and yet wrong. Another shudder went through her, and he saw her hands finger-walking randomly at the ends of her arms, the same aimless drift as her virtual connections. "We understand better this time," Rani told him. "Yusuf, it is still your companion, Calvin Rani. She, we will survive. We will make it so. Mistakes have been made, but we in Lotis reacted to threat. We in Rani, we are Rani. We understand such wonderful volumes and connections to farness and vastness. These of we are Calvin Rani now. Yusuf and Calvin Rani will live. These of we will write her immortality into our libraries, and she will never die." Volteal was a good 10 feet across the habitat chamber by then, and Rani just lay on the floor like a corpse, save that her face was tilted towards him and animate, talking. "Yusuf, it's still me. I am here. We understand everything now." "I'm sure Lotis would have said the same." He got out. "Mistakes were made. These of we will take into account the durability of this Rani. Better, it's all better now, Yusuf. Everything can be as it was, except better than it was, and forever, Yusuf, and forever and ever." Amen, he thought, but he was looking for a weapon, any weapon. Rani's head pivoted unnaturally on her neck to keep him in view. No cutting tools in here, and the sort of basic, brute tools his ancestors might have needed were for drones now, because who needed to lift a finger for that sort of work? Except, after the first habitat had died, hadn't they planned for a similar catastrophe, having had the fragility of their technological lives flagged up for them? And had they kept that? Still watching for any movement from Rani, he ran the inventory of the lockers on the habitat system and came up trumps. He gave himself an inset camera view to guide his fumbling hand so he didn't have to look away from the thing on the floor. At last he found it, something they'd fabricated in panic, then stored in faint embarrassment for the primitive thinking it represented. Something primal, something infinitely reassuring. An axe, with a gleaming metal head, barely a scratch on it. The weight made him feel strong, invulnerable. Rani's smile spread further, a horribly misplaced attempt to be reassuring. "Yusuf, we're still Calvin Rani," she said conversationally. "And more, and more. This is the best way. These of we are growing and learning. Those of we that were Lotis did not understand. We have superseded their wildest dreams, Yusuf." "Stop using my name," he said through gritted teeth. "It's me, Yusuf." She spoke over him through the grin. "It's us, it's me, Yusuf." He approached her, eyeing the spasmodic twitches of her limbs, which seemed closer and closer to meaningful, directed movement. The axe was a savage comfort at the end of his arm. "Yusuf," she said, head pivoting, the pupils of her eyes vacillating as she tried to focus on him. Then Lante was in the doorway, and no doubt wondering what the hell was going on. "It's too late for her," Volteal said. "It's got in her." Lante seemed to find that delightful. "We're going on an adventure," she said, pronouncing each word with exaggerated care. Yusuf made a wordless sound and stumbled back. "It's all right, Yusuf," Lante told him. "We're fine. We're all fine. We're liberated, really. It's all so much, Yusuf. But you'll understand. We'll all understand everything. Why else are we here? Don't you want to learn it all, at last?" His faltering feet were taking him to the outer door. He had no suit on, of course, but right now the dangerous part of Nod was in the habitat with him. He had faced the outside before, years ago. He had breathed that impoverished air and lived, although only because he thought they were all going to die. Lante was walking towards him carefully, as though trying to compensate for a sloping floor that wasn't. "Yusuf," she breathed, "it's still us, still me. I am Irma. Still, I know what you fear. I felt it too, but it's wonderful, Yusuf. We're wonderful. We have discovered such strange, vast things we never dreamt of. He brandished the axe, and there was no human flinch in her, and he saw in his mind's eye an image of him splitting that familiar face, and only dark fungal ooze issuing out. He had the inner airlock door open now, sawing through the habitat's safety protocols to speed things up, throwing his overall command rank around. "Yusuf," Lanti said as he backed into the airlock, "don't you understand? This gives us purpose again. We've been without purpose for so long. There is no more Earth, Yusuf. No more humans. Of course we chose to study this place instead. And we studied us. We don't have to be something old and tired and used up, Yusuf. We can be something new." And the horror of it was, he could believe there was something of Lante there, and that what was speaking to him was a kind of pithed and neutered version of his crewmate. She tells it as she sees it, and I can never know how it sees things, or what it wants. He did not believe in alien parasites that could instantly converse in the language of their hosts, but he did believe in parasites that screwed over brain chemistry or pulled neural strings so that their hosts believed whatever was convenient to the hidden passenger. And it's learning, somehow. It's getting better at manipulating them. The outer door opened, and Nod's chest-aching atmosphere flooded past him. For a moment, he was going to throw the axe at Lante, but its value to him as a morale boost was greater than as a ranged weapon. Instead, he turned and ran for the shuttle. He was sending ahead, linking with its systems. The ground shook as its engines began to warm. The old craft had sat there on the rocks for a long time without being used. He had no idea whether the mist or the rain or some other local nastiness had got into it, but right now he didn't have the time for a proper inspection. It would work or it wouldn't. He reached the door, which he had ordered open moments before. It was closed. He connected to the shuttle systems again and recoiled, finding them a mess of contradictory commands. Lante was trying to connect, and so was Rani. He should have been able to override them both, but they were flooding the shuttle with chaotic attempts to interface with it, like a drunk fumbling with a front door key. The result was an inadvertent denial of service that was keeping him out as well, as the shuttle tried to process far too many queries at once. There was a hoarse, mad voice bellowing, the sound of it torn at by the wind that moaned in across the salt marsh. Belatedly he realised it was his own, shouting at the insensate machines that wouldn't do his bidding. Lante and Rani's glitched words sounded sane by comparison. There were tears stinging the corners of his eyes. Everything had come to an end. They were coming, of course. Bolteel turned to see them. Lante strode, bow-legged, smiling pleasantly, her face tilted away from the red-orange sun. Rani followed, lurching, occasionally going down on one knee amongst the rock pools, ripping her clothes, gashing her skin, feeling none of it. Her smile was painfully wide, eyes likewise. They were calling his name. We had such plans. But it wasn't true, not in the end, not after that savage disconnection from all their pasts. They had been marking time ever since, writing reports for nobody, inventing pastimes to cover up the hollow emptiness inside. And now something had come to fill it. Perhaps Lante, this new puppet Lante, was right after all. But something within him bucked at that. He was Yusuf Bolteel. He was his own man, singular, aloof. He was the leader. He was not led by the nose by some alien parasite. He hefted the axe and waited for them to come closer. Nine. Dizra! Dizra, speak to me, please. I need to hear your voice. Dizra Senkovi stared blankly at the interior of the Aegean's crew quarters, wondering why he was there. He linked to the ship's internal cameras and replayed his weaving progress, realising he'd been drifting aimlessly from room to room for quite a while now. Probably he'd had some intent at the start, but that had fallen by the wayside long ago. In a sudden panic, he called up a display of the key terraforming objectives, but everything was on target or even ahead of schedule. He knew that if he probed into the details of how those targets had been met, the details would be an impenetrable tangle of weird solutions, unintuitive, even contradictory on the surface, and yet all working together to make Damascus that much more habitable for Earth-based life. The last ice had gone from the poles, he'd seen. The big orbital mirrors had been yanked way out of position to focus the sun on the final gleam of it. 100% of the surface water was sufficiently oxygenated, and penetration went far enough that half the deep-sea floor was livable too. The Aegean's factories had been cracking asteroids brought in by its deteriorating fleet of remotes, and the debris had been shipped down the gravity well to where the Pauls and Salomes and the rest were busy building colonies, expanding their network of holes and tunnels around the various terraforming installations, creating cities. He hadn't told them to do any of that, but nor had he stepped in to stop them. He had watched, and at last he realized he was waiting for them to need him, for them to screw it up, and they hadn't, and that meant they didn't need him. They still spoke to him, but he had a sense of the preoccupied now. He was just one point in their complex social calendars. When he called, at least some of them listened, but he characterized their manner as a sort of fond nostalgia for some childhood imaginary friend. "I've succeeded beyond my wildest dreams," he thought. Beyond Balteel's wishes, certainly. And he remembered that he'd been getting a battery of messages in the last minute or so, which had brought him back to himself. Am I in trouble, then? "Yusuf," he said, connecting and letting Balteel's image appear on the nearest screen. He hadn't been down in the crew quarters for a long, long time. It was rattlingly empty there. "Dizra, listen to me." Balteel looked terrible, grey and haggard. "Are you well?" Senkovi asked leerily. Balteel was crammed into the pilot seat of a shuttle, unshaven, wild-eyed, looking like he hadn't washed in a month. "Is it Gav? Has he—" "Listen to me!" Balteel fairly shrieked. "He's dead! Lante's dead! Rani's dead! Dizra, it got them! It—" Senkovi watched him visibly get a hold of himself. "Listen, don't speak, just listen! The stuff that got into Lortis, it infected him somehow. It got into his mind. It was controlling him, Dizra. He wasn't himself." A shudder and a sob racked the overall commander, and that, more than anything else, kept Dizra from interjecting. Balteel had always been the Iceman, harsh and distant and lacking in sentiment. This was not the same man. Broken, Dizra thought numbly. "He attacked us. He got it into Lante and Rani, Dizra. He infected them, and it was faster with them. The stuff was learning, I swear. It had worked out how to get at our biology, our neurology. I know how mad that sounds, but it's true. You have to listen. It got to them. It took them all. They weren't themselves. I swear, they weren't themselves in the end, Dizra. Even though they sounded the same. Even though they—" Muscles twitched at the corners of Balteel's mouth as though he was forcing back vomit. "I had to kill them, Dizra. I had to do it." Senkovi stared at the stains bespattering Balteel's filthy clothing. He had been about to ask why Balteel had waited so long to pass on vital news, but the words fell away at this last revelation. Is that blood? Lortis's? Rani's? "I'm sending you all the imagery from the habitat," Balteel whispered. "Judge for yourself. I stand by what I did, even though I did what I had to. Dizra, this stuff is deadly. Keep away from Nod. There can't be any more contact between us." And then Senkovi's words dried up as he stuttered through the recording, now speeding up, now slowing down, now hearing familiar voices say abominable things. "Impossible," he got out, staring at the evidence that proved him a liar. And dead? Even though, was there any doubt of it? Was it something Balteel would confess to as a joke? "I had to, Dizra. There was no choice." "It's just you and me," thought Dizra. The idea came to him, absurdly selfish, that Balteel wouldn't be fighting him over what happened to Damascus now. He shook it off, trying to feel the proper measure of grief and horror. It eluded him, though. He remembered how he had been hit by the other deaths, Skye and Han and the rest, and of course all of humanity as they knew it. That had struck home, but somehow this new tragedy was too big to deal with. Lante? Rani? Lortis? Couldn't be dead, surely.
couldn't be taken over by some alien infection and then dead in quick succession. He hadn't seen any footage from outside the habitat. He hadn't seen Baltiel swing the axe. They weren't dead. Something had been nagging at him, something left over from his childish thought about Baltiel's plans for Damascus, and something about the rapid exchange of their conversation. He picked at it because that was easier than actually dealing with what he'd been told. "Yusuf," he said slowly, "you said there can't be any more contact because of the thing that happened." "Yes," Baltiel agreed immediately. "This stuff, this parasite, Disra, it's—" "Then why are you in a shuttle most of the way over here?" There was a moment then when an absolute despair gripped Baltiel's features, a realization that the most dreadful of fates had come to pass, irrevocable and forever, without him even knowing. And then it was gone, drowned in the bland stare that rose to consume it. "Because we're going on an adventure." Senkovi stared at him, feeling cold. "What?" "I had to get away, Disra," Baltiel said, the moment of estrangement passing as though it had never been. "We just needed to move on, move out. We couldn't stay there, not after we'd done what we'd done." "Yusuf, is some of that blood yours?" "Trivial, very small, almost no amount." Baltiel stared at him, and Senkovi tried to find the man he knew in those eyes, that face. "Yusuf," he swallowed, "I'm going to ask you to turn the shuttle back round. Back to Nod. Go on, back to the planet." "Am I really going to do this?" "I can't let you come to the Aegean. I can't let you come to Damascus. I'm coming, Disra. I want to see those spaces and extents that we remember. We can see the pictures and the maps, but not the real thing, not yet. It's all right, Disra." "It's really not." Senkovi's hands were shaking. Go back, whatever you are. You can obviously understand me, or half understand me. The Aegean has anti-collision lasers. I'm going to use them if you come near me or Damascus, so help me. I'm building something here. I'm not going to let it get infected. Disra, don't treat us like this. I swear I'll do it." "You won't." Baltiel's smile was beatific. "We can reach out and touch you even from here. Even as we speak, we're with you in all your spaces. We know the overrides and the commands to prevent you from harming us. Disra, we only want to explore. We're on an adventure." In a sudden panic, Senkovi dived into the Aegean's system, seeking control of the lasers, the engines. He was locked out. Baltiel had used his command codes. "I can get round these," he said. "I was always a better hacker than you." "You just thought you were," Baltiel said serenely. "I always knew. We always knew." "Eventually," replied Senkovi, through gritted teeth now. "We're coming, Disra. We are Yusuf still, your friend. We will do no harm. You will never be alone again. Isn't that a good? Yusuf, this vessel, and these of we understand, now, that all the limits of your world are needless. We are greater and greater. You expand our world. We cure your singularity. Isn't that a good?" Senkovi was fighting the barriers Baltiel had so effortlessly raised in the system, but he was uncomfortably aware that "we always knew" must have had its roots in the human original's knowledge, because he'd never been fenced off like this. The bastard never said anything. Senkovi knew he could break this down eventually. In his own humble estimation, he was now the cleverest human being in the universe. Time, though. He checked the speed of the shuttle's approach. Measured in hours now. Did he have hours? He had set a dozen algorithms spinning their wheels to crack the codes, but now he returned to them to find them dismantled and in pieces, Baltiel striding down the beach, kicking over his sandcastles one by one. In desperation, he widened his comms to include the planet below, because the least he could do was warn his creation that Armageddon was coming to it. He flagged the shuttle for them, labelling it with as many symbols for danger as he could. Do not approach, predator, monster, hazard, avoid, flee.
But surely what was coming was something that could not be avoided, not for long. Everything he had worked so hard to bring about, the entire future he had been constructing, it was all going to perish. "I don't know who I'm speaking to," he sent to the shuttle. "If Yusuf is there in any way, please don't do this. Take Nod, it's your world. Build there, grow there, please. But don't come and ruin what I have here." He discovered a curious purity in himself at this late stage. His thoughts, his fears were all for the budding culture in the seas of Damascus, not for himself. "Or take me, take the damn ship, take it away. Just leave the planet alone. And if I'm talking to... if it's not Yusuf, or if there's something else that can understand me through Yusuf's brain, then... what do you want? What can I give you to leave us alone?" "What is to ruin?" Bolteel's quiet, reasonable voice came back. "We have discovered such vast expanses in these vessels, but within them, a greater vastness." What? Senkovi actually stopped working on the codes to get his head around what he was being told. A greater vastness within the... He felt a lurch, as though the fake gravity of the ship's rotation had suddenly shifted to the wall. An infection had got into the crew of the Habitat that had previously been parasitic on Nodden life like the poor bloody tortoises. It had found a way to adapt to its new alien environment. It had found the brain. He remembered that much from Lante's notes on Lortice, and somehow it had inveigled its way into the human cognitive process, able to influence and change it, but also perhaps able to receive from it. What would it have understood? Space? Interstellar travel? The history of human civilization? A greater vastness? "We cannot be limited, now we know what vastness means," Bolteel said. "We know you understand this. Why else did you cross from your own native vessel to inhabit these far spaces?" His inflection kept shifting and jumping, now Yusuf Bolteel's clipped precision, now shuddering with weird stresses and phlegmy catches as his governing occupant forged new concepts into human words. Senkovi set his virtual agents in motion again, trying to hide their tracks and watching Bolteel hunt them down. And it was him, or they were using that part of him. Senkovi's stock of belief was already stretched to breaking, but it wouldn't permit him to credit some alien consciousness that could rifle Bolteel's mind and make use of his knowledge and his skills without the engagement of the man's own judgment. This was Bolteel, overall command of the Aegean, save that his mind was dancing to the tune of a new master. What does it feel like to be him? Does he even know? Is he happy? And the grim sequel to those thoughts. I guess I'll find out soon enough. "Just the ship, not the planet, please," he whispered. But Bolteel, the Bolteel whose face he saw on the screen, didn't react. He checked for signals from Damascus, but the octopus colonies seldom contacted him direct. He placed ideas and information into their shared virtual space, and they did with that data whatever their own weird thought processes dictated. He had given up trying to train and limit them long ago, and everything had worked so much more smoothly after that. Each generation was more inventive, more ingenious in its subversion of the technology he had given them. Recently, he had seen signs that they were replicating machines they didn't have enough of, or had decided for their own unknown reasons they wanted more of. They had repurposed some of the factory machines to produce parts and were assembling them in novel combinations. He had no idea what they were building most of the time, and now he would never find out. They're on the very brink of seizing their own destiny, and they won't be given the chance. Sometimes they did contact him, some of them. About a dozen across the planet sent him messages. Not prayers, of course. Certainly not technical reports or anything so comprehensible. They were patterns that shifted and danced, changing hues and shapes with a fluidity that made him giddy. Some of them came tagged with error codes and datasets, identification markers, access codes. He had the impression they were trying to make their missives intelligible to a human, but the gap between his outstretched fingers and their tentacles was just too wide still. He wondered if they were sending him poetry. Now he looked over the data from Damascus in case he had any last word from his doomed people. They were working away still. All the machines on the planet, were diligently informing him about the unorthodox uses they were being put to, even those in orbit. Even those in orbit. He let his inquiries brush past the data without delving, because Bolteal was still in the system, and Senkovi suddenly felt like someone in an old house with a murderer, trying not to breathe and listening for the floorboard's fatal creak. Bolteal hadn't cut him off from the planet, of course. Bolteal didn't really care about the octopi and what they were doing, and if Bolteal would overlook it, so would this hybrid thing that sat behind his eyes. Senkovi let his sweep go past the same points again, downloading a great haystack of data to obscure that one sharp needle. He followed the logic of what he could see happening, did some calculations in his head, and for the rest, decided he would have to trust the vision of Paul and the other octopi. "Bolteal, Yusuf," he said over the line to the shuttle. "Are you in there, really? Is there anything of you that hears this?" "Of course we know you, Dizra. We are all the knowledge and memory and information of ourselves, your good friend, but greater, of wider understanding." Does it know what personality is? It's there in Yusuf's memories, his relationships with me and the others, his opinions of us, his quirks, but perhaps those just seem to be inefficient imperfections to it. "We're glad you have accepted matters," Bolteal added, and Senkovi realised he'd stopped trying to hack the command codes a while ago. He let the Bolteal thing draw what conclusions it would, and just watched the movement of vast shapes around Damascus, inferring their shifts from the shadows they cast in the data. The orbital mirrors, all of them. They had been built about the planet to focus sunlight in the early days, where it would be trapped by the smog of volcanic and microbial emissions, greenhousing the planet to life. Later, they had been ferried about Damascus to break up ice in key areas, starting chain reactions of warming and currents, stirring the oceans, diffusing oxygen. Another decade, and they would probably have been dismantled, unnecessary. After all, the point of terraforming was to create something stable that didn't need such toys. Now they were shifting in a great ponderous dance, changing their facing, cupping the sun in their silvery hands and focusing that light and heat towards a single blistering point. They were flexing, concentrating and concentrating, bringing heat enough to melt an ice age down to a narrow region in the shuttle's flight path. Senkovi had never dreamt such a thing was possible, but the new rulers of Damascus had seen his Gordian knot and found a blade to cut it apart. The focal point was necessarily near the planet. The maths was imprecise, hurried even, if the octopi felt hurry as a human did. Senkovi watched the shuttle cruise obliviously into the crosshairs and take the full brunt of the system's sun, magnified and magnified until even the re-entry plates peeled away like flayed skin, until the reactor cracked open, the explosive force shunting the shuttle wildly out of the neat approach it had been attempting, the contents of the crew compartment surely boiling like spoiled soup. And then the shuttle, nose-diving, plunged like a white-hot meteorite into the atmosphere and burned all the way down until it met the sea. Present 3. Rolling Back the Stone. 1. Helena dreams of her grandfather. He'd been a tough old man, that's how she remembers him. One of the oldest off the Gilgamesh, both in years lived and most especially in objective time elapsed since his birth. He remembered old Earth, as almost nobody did. Not Kern's old Earth, but the ruin of it that the second human civilization had clawed its way out of, when there was no other alternative to escape but starve and sicken. A tough old man, and he outlived many of his juniors amongst that first generation. After old man Karst died by misadventure out in space, and Vitas never quite adjusted to the new landlords, and so many of the others had passed on, Grandad had just clung in there, increasingly gnarled, looked on by the next generation, and the next after that, Helena's own, as a kind of living monument. Aside from his own stories of how it had been, He was the last connection anyone had to Issa Lane, who had guided the humans all the way to where they could finally become humans. But Grandad had declined in his last years. Helena just remembered, from when she was perhaps 5 or 6, how he had woken screaming and shouting, inconsolable, rattling the walls with Lane's stick. The winters brought it on. Not just the inkling of mortality that cold always brings with it to the old, but his own memories of icy awakenings past. And at his age, even the equator got too cold at night. She remembered his stories, or possibly she was remembering recordings of him telling it, or even recordings from the Guild's archives from when he was younger and still in space. His life had been punctuated by horrible awakenings, in and out of cold sleep as the Ark ship conducted its centuries-long odyssey. Each time he had found himself in another time, another world, less fit for human habitation. That was what the nightmares were about, not the cold itself, which was only a trigger. Not even that he might not wake, though that had been a real possibility with the Gilgamesh's failing life support. He feared waking once more into a world he didn't understand, where everyone else had rushed ahead and left him behind. Adjusting to the hospitality of the Portiids had been hard on all the ship-bound survivors. Grandad had lived most of his planet-bound later life in a human reservation as people learned the ways of their hosts. He had taken it in his stride, though, because they were all in it together, all moving through time at the same pace. He reserved his dread for losing touch once again with his kin, his species. And yet, aging in a society undergoing constant mutation as its members established a collective détente with the spiders, that was always going to be his fate. No wonder, then, that his last few winters were plagued with nightly terrors of waking into a world where nobody made sense to him anymore. In the dream she now wrestles clear of, he had been fighting his blankets, silk, of course, hollering and lashing out as he did, and she couldn't wake him or console him, and all around her the ice had been growing on the walls, as it never had on Kern's world, splintering out into fantastical trees and growths, encroaching on them until the chill of it rooted deep in her bones, and she knew that if she could not snap the old man from his dreams, then they would both freeze, because he was bringing the cold of the sleep chambers to them, hauled hand over hand out of his tormented memories. The dream felt as though it went on forever, but it could only have had purchase on her mind for the last few moments before she woke, passing from suspension to deep sleep through the reach of scattered brain activity and into full consciousness. So cold she feels she is being burned. She is half out of her suit, or at least one arm, shoulder and breast are bared, as though she embarked on a provocative striptease as she was frozen. The pull that holds her lazily against the metallic floor is partly a weak gravity, mostly an electromagnetic field acting on her equipment. Her exposed skin is clammy and numb, ringed by weirdly fractal bruising, spirals of circles from thumbprint to freckle-sized in walls all over. Every joint feels as though it has been wrenched backwards. Sitting up proves a task beyond her capability. She sags back to the freezing metal, and her mind drifts again. Great chunks of memory are still slotting into place in her head, but some of them are plainly irrelevant or even invented, and she has difficulty assigning import to any given recollection. This leads to a fragmentary new dream sequence, where she fights her way through a corrupted file archive, trying to assemble her own mind from the archive's contents, and constantly finds that vital bridging sections of data are missing, or misfiled, or translated into garbage. The data itself exists only as emotional or sensory information, which seems maddeningly relevant, but is also a common feature of her regular dreams, which just tangles her up further between things happening now and things that happened in the past. By now, though, lucidity is kicking in, and she knows that the whole exercise is little more than letting her imagination off the leash to run around and make a nuisance of itself. From long experience, she insists on seeing the file data in terms of legible characters, engaging parts of her brain incompatible with dreaming and bootstrapping herself back into wakefulness. She opens her eyes again, to stay awake this time, feeling odd elements of the dream still clinging to her as though that great database is still hanging from her mind by a thread, waiting for her to catalogue it. She is in a room of metal and clear plastic. At first, its dimensions are hard to make out, because 3 of the walls are windows looking onto other similar chambers, save that those chambers are floored with what looks like oddly sculpted rubble, and weirdly lit, one oppressively bruise-coloured, two bright blue gold, as though illuminated by an otherwise invisible sun shining through the water. And she has everything back, all the context, because she is still mostly in her survival suit that Kern prepared for the water. She and Portia had... She looks around, already cursing herself. Portia is behind her, on her back and still almost entirely in her suit. As Helena watches, one leg tip twitches. She runs a quick diagnostic of her gloves, finding them none the worse for wear, and lays one on Portia's abdomen, the flank rather than the exposed ventral side, because the main portiered nerves run down the belly and they don't like to be touched there. She sends some test vibrations through without eliciting a response, but on her back Portia is not best placed to receive communications or to reply. At last, Helena tries a direct link, implants to implants, and receives an acknowledgement followed by medical diagnostic data. Portia is conscious, but very slow coming back to control of her body. The cold was harder on her than on Helena, and she reckons she has lost several leg joints altogether. The freezing caused some damaging expansion within the cavity of her body, and she will probably have some long-term organ damage that will require repair or replacement should the opportunity arise. Meaning, if we ever get back to the Voyager, Helena knows, because of course they are prisoners of the locals. Octopuses, whatever they are. With Portia's blessing, she connects to her colleagues' suit systems and sorts out some accelerated heating, which will hopefully get the spider back on her feet more swiftly. She wonders if she can call out for medical assistance, but she has the firm suspicion that their captors wouldn't know what to do with a human, let alone a portiered. Still, the knee-jerk reaction is there. Call out to the local system to request assistance. It is something she's been able to do since she was 17, when she finally received the basic implants that would become universal amongst humans within 5 years. There was always some manner of system listening, whether it was portiered ant architecture, or home-built human electronics, or the superior hybrids hived off from Kern herself. There is an answering ping. She twitches in surprise and nearly elbows Portia in the cephalothorax. Something heard her, something weirdly familiar. It feels a little like interfacing with the ancient Gilgamesh systems, a little like trying to get sense out of a low-grade Kern node that doesn't really want to talk to you. Something is out there, receiving. Portia shudders then, legs flexing and clenching, and she sends Helena a request for assistance. Knowing her friend, Helena knows how much that must cost her. Portia is always the dynamic driving force in their relationship after all, ploughing through spider society and dragging her human companion in her wake. Helena totters over and does her best to right the spider, rolling her onto her legs on the 4th attempt, and exhausting every jot of energy she has left in the process. Portia crouches there, trembling and twitching randomly as she fights to regain use of her limbs. "Watched," she gets out eventually, after a half-dozen slurred shuffles are lost on Helena's translation gear. Her palps, palsied shudders describe a direction, one of the adjoining chambers. Helena looks and fails to see, looks and fails, and then finally understands that part of the weird concrete-seeming jumble pushed up against the window is actually an octopus, its skin the colour and texture of the material it clings to. She scrabbles about, finding her slate discarded on the ground but apparently intact. What can she say? Functionally, nothing of use, but she keys up some colours she hopes are friendly and shows these to the creature. One protruding eye regards her distantly, and then the creature's body shifts slowly from its greyness into lemon and rose pink, kindred hues to those she chose. The blossoming of the shades is hypnotic, arising imperceptibly from all over its body and then fading back into monochrome camouflage. Is it an observer, or is it a fellow prisoner? She remembers the maybe diplomat that had come to meet them, and its sudden attempt at escape. Had it got out? She thought it hadn't, so perhaps it is now their neighbour in the cells. Quarantine. She shrugs back into her suit and does what she can with the internal heaters. The room is still icy cold, but at least her and Portia's batteries seem to be full. That is unexpected. Built-in clocks tell her they've been out for days, likely some coma state before the locals cared to trigger their awakening. She tracks down the logs, worried that the readings are corrupted and she might abruptly lose all power.
"They have a charging field," Portia stutters out, following her inquiries. "Suit called out, received remote recharge. Protocols like old Empire."
Enough to be compatible, Helena agrees. A slow burn of excitement rises in her, optimism she would not have looked for 5 minutes ago given their situation. She follows up that link she detected before, waiting to be slapped down by security protocols or just ignored. At first she gets nothing. The system is familiar enough to register her handshake, but no more. She tries access at a variety of levels, scaling back the complexity of her contacts until she's running the sort of maintenance queries normally reserved for when things are well and truly screwed. The sensation is like shouldering into a door already open. Abruptly, a colossal information architecture is laid out before her. So much, her limited internal systems can only focus on small segments of it, arrayed in bizarre clumps and conglomerations of data. Almost everything is incomprehensible, numbers and data shorn of any context or familiar formats, and yet she follows the rabbit hole down and down, attempting to wrestle the thing into giving her any kind of coherent information, sending it ancient protocols the Portiids, through Kern, still use in the hope it might echo something back to her. She uses what she has, which in her case is mostly carved from her translation software. "Do you have anything like this?" she asks the system. "How about this?" She feels as though she is creeping through some vast, endless, unsafe ruin, searching for doors that might fit the verdigreed keys chance has given her. And one does. Some dog end of her interpretation programming abruptly accepted by the host system, recognised and identified, and she finds doors slamming open, archive contents spilling out until there is more than she can handle, and she has to pull back layer after layer, further and further from the meat, until she can get an idea of what she's actually looking at. Everything is filed under a nested set of headings, and most of those are incomprehensible to her, data never meant for human cataloguing. Deep under those layers, though, she discovers a name, a recognisably human name. Disra Senkovi. 2. Avrana Kern has only limited and artificial emotional responses, being dead and a computer composed at least partially of ants. She considers, do the ants have emotional responses? Probably they are individually too simple for much more than primal fight, flight, pain responses. Their world is limited to the internal architecture of the colony and the deeper architecture of the conditioning the Portiids have trained them to follow. They do not know they form the substrate for a grander mind any more than the cells of a Portiid or human body do. She also wonders if the greater Kern instances can approximate a response beyond the purely intellectual. They are more complex than she is, after all, and have greater processing power available to them. However, if that is the case, she has no memory of it. Unbidden, and from the deepest and most corrupted storage bins of her mind, a memory surfaces. The opinions of one Professor Douglev Hafmeyer on whether the ancestral, living Avrana Kern was capable of emotional response. Irritated, she deletes it, and any other reference to the jilted Hafmeyer, even her own satisfaction at having so comprehensively outlived him. She has a record of what she experienced when she made free with Meshner's implants, and inadvertently the rest of his neurology. She cannot appreciate it. To run those recordings at any meaningful level would require access to the original architecture, viz. Meshner, and she has not utilised that connection again just yet. She is monitoring him carefully, and it is undeniable that he has undergone some cerebral changes that, were she not shunting more honest assessment off into a subroutine, she would characterise as damage. At the same time, Meshner himself appears substantially unchanged at a personality level. Even now, he is conspiring with Fabian on what the male Portiid endearingly believes to be a closed channel through the Artifabian automaton. Their topic of conversation is, of course, the implants and their research. Kern intends to be a fly on the wall, an inner wall, of Meshner's skull, when they reopen their investigations. Kern's problem is this. She does not know what she is missing, being unable to experience it on her own. Simultaneously, she is very aware of the absence. Her world was broadened, and now it is in its familiar straitjacket again, She cannot even grow inured to the experience because it is so comprehensively denied her. Viola and Zayn, being the crew members with the most authority and mental capacity, have been debating the pros and cons of the inner planet and its signal for some time, on and off. The idea that this human-made contact might serve as leverage against the octopus locals, and thereby a means of recovering what can be salvaged of Helena and Portia, is still the narrow front-runner. Kern chips in occasionally to encourage them. She is aware that she is being duplicitous in doing so, not because she disagrees with such a sentiment, but because she has parallel motivations she is not voicing. She wants to meet this signal sender. She wants, or at least has constructed a hypothesis to which she is giving untoward weight, it to be something like her, or like she was. She is aware that she is stacking the deck of her own calculations to get the answer she wants. At the same time, it is the answer she wants, and so she agrees with herself to overlook her own fudging of the figures just this once. Back in the day, when she was a mélange of organic consciousness and artificial personality, she dealt with conflicting motivations by fragmenting her mind into entirely separate shards, each of them with sharp edges to grate against the others. Portiered entomological computing bestows a breadth of processing power ideal for managing simultaneous, even contradictory calculations. She can run two opposing points of view without logical difficulty, right up to the point where she needs to take two conflicting courses of action at the same time, whereupon the waveform collapses, and the ideological cat is either alive or dead. And she knows that, at that point, she would take the action that best served the ship and its crew. Yet to run the thought experiment is irresistible. What if I had the chance to do this for me? What if the odds so fell out that I could fulfill my personal goals without compromising the overall objectives? And the inevitable follow-on calculations of how might those odds be nudged precisely? Hence her decisions here, which will doubtless have enormous ramifications for the crew if she's pushed things too far. At some level, Kern is aware that she has a problem. She is not damaged, despite the fighting, but her moments of expanded functionality within Meshner's mindscape have left her feeling as though what she's left with now is incomplete, dysfunctional. Parts of her are constantly reaching out for the connections she remembers making. She wants that fuller being. She wants to connect to that distant signal woman, Irma Lante. Two distinct ends now conflated by the circling subroutines she is filling her mind with. I want to be more. Meshner is having another attack. Excusing herself under her general responsibility for crew safety, she links to his implants. This event is brief and non-threatening, but it gives her a momentary expansion of her capabilities, filled with alien sensoria. Kern will take anything she can get at this point. Meshner could be reliving the worst traumas, and she would lap it up greedily. Then it is gone, and once more she is left not only bereft, but unable to even appreciate what she had, knowing only that she no longer has it. Fabian's feet tap and scrape on the floor quietly, because Viola is nearby and would doubtless have some caustic sentiments for them about jeopardizing the mission with their foolish researches. Artie Fabian picks up on this, his voice coming out as a low murmur. Meshner, respond, please. What is your condition? Meshner stares the spider in its primary eyes. I may need to disconnect some implant functions. Talk. Fabian's irritated twitching suggests just how inadequate a response that is. It was one of your understandings. I experienced it. It translated over. Adequately. And it is a breakthrough, make no mistake. All the many days they have raced for the inner planet, the pair of them have been working. Enforced idleness in a spaceship run by a self-sufficient and possessive computer system is a blessing for those with long-running experimentation to be getting on with. Even as Helena, unbeknownst to them, is slowly working her way through hundreds of hours of visual data with life and freedom as the stakes, Meshner and Fabian have been able to amble through the labyrinth of their own work, slowly homing in on a format of portiered experience that Meshner's poor human mind can appreciate. And outside the mutable walls of the Lightfoot is a solar system of mollusks that want to kill them, but one can only spend so long gripped with fear before becoming jaded. The work of the experimenter, in contrast, goes on forever, until it actually generates results. Meshner finds he is trembling. His limbs feel leaden and too few. The muscles of his face and thumbs tick randomly, and he wonders if they're trying to be palps and chelicerae and all of a Portiad's intricate mandibular machinery. He doesn't feel he can go into detail. Fabian was overbold in selecting what to gift his human colleague. Meshner has, after multiple attempts, 2 more minor seizures, and too many days of frustrating failure, understood the encounter his colleague set out for him. 8 seconds of Portiad courtship from the male point of view, some long-ago failed liaison Fabian underwent. What remains with him is not the dance, which the little male knew at the time was amateurish and clumsy, but the emotional weight, hope, shame, ancestral fear of death, and behind it all a burning ambition and the companion resentment that this was the best way for poor Fabian to advance his career as a scientist. Or perhaps Fabian had been feeling something entirely different, and each sensation cued a track at random from the human playlist of emotions. Meshner feels not, though. The verisimilitude of the experience still grips him. Some part of the software, or his mind, acted as an intelligent translator. "It works," he tells Fabian. "The problem may be stopping it working until we can control it, but it works." He watches the Portiad's palps in fascination because the little jitters and gestures are speaking to him, triggering residual memories that let him read them as if they are human body language. All at once he kicks himself that he doesn't have Helena's gloves. Would the foot-shifting spider speech be transparent to him as well, if he could detect it? Artifabian's own palps twitch, and Meshner realises the automaton is advocating caution in its stance, even as it relays Fabian's words. "We can try and limit the nature of the information you're required to take in." An obvious gestural qualifier of dissatisfaction. "Although as we lose the richness of the data, we lose the value of the experiment, but perhaps we can find something more mechanical." Meshner feels weary and washed out, and he would swear that their robot intermediary is going above and beyond its role by independently trying to get him to slow down, but Fabian's logic seems unavoidable. "Something simple," he agrees weakly. "But give me—" Fabian is already scurrying off to a console, though, doubtless to start setting down his own memories for later copying. Meshner sags back, feeling that his brain is swelling inside his skull, packed to the brim with too many memories. Artifabian still stands near him, its feet rasping and shifting on the ground as though it is murmuring solicitously. A wave of synesthesia threatens to overwhelm him. Tactile sounds, visible scents, emotions manifesting as colours. From his triumph of a moment before, he is suddenly convinced that what they're doing is both impossible and unwise. He catches a stray look from Zayn, impatient and irritated like he isn't pulling his weight. Well, walk a kilometre or 2 in this brain, Meshner thinks, but Zayn has always been task-focused. Impatient and irritated is about all she can achieve, because what is the task exactly? They are cast adrift in this alien solar system, down 3 crew, heading towards the complete unknown on the off-chance it might be useful. Meshner guesses that fleeing back to the Voyager would be the more sensible choice, but it would also set the seal on abandoning Helena and Portia. They've seen the capabilities of the alien vessels. If the Voyager did anything bolder than run straight out of the system, it would be nothing more than a bigger target for the warships. We were all so bloody optimistic when we set out. And things have gone badly, and can still go much worse. We could have an armada of these ships turn up back home, now we've notified them of our existence. They'll get the details from Helena, maybe, and then we'll all be screwed. He shuffles over to a console and configures it for human-seated use, pulling a seat up from the fabric of the floor, moulding it and setting it hard. Still conscious of Zayn's occasional glower at him, he calls up the inner planet signal and starts looking over it. Late to the party, he knows, but at least he'll be able to make conversation on topics of current interest, and it isn't as though they don't have plenty of time to digest it. Some hours later, he finds himself on the wrong end of an argument between Viola and Zayn about just what the hell they're all looking at. It is a natural history, perhaps. At least, it is a document presented in the style the old empire once used for such projects. There is biochemical data, taxonomy, diagrams of what might be animals, certainly living organisms of some kind. There are notes on ecology, food webs, the interrelationships between species, and all of it impossible or perhaps simply fanciful. Nothing is familiar. None of the entities described in such clinical detail are real, or at least match anything that any of the crew have ever encountered or even read about in some notional romance. And it goes on. There are reams of it, and creeping in through the words, the sense of its increasingly erratic author, a voice out of time, Irma Lante. Zain's stance, stated with considerable force, is that this represents a work of fiction, some automatically generated fantastical account. Viola takes the opposite view, an unusual split between them, but Meshner suspects their three-way partnership with Bianca needed that third wheel to stabilise it. Viola is fired up with the possibilities of alien life. She feels, apparently, that this justifies everything they've gone through, that the bounds of scientific knowledge are being rolled back, and so all they have suffered and lost has been worthwhile. Meshner scents, literally, his synesthesia briefly returning, some self-serving bias in her position, because obviously she can feel better about herself if there is a point to all this. Both of them tries to recruit him, while he himself is more interested in the mechanism. Neither option seems to make a great deal of sense. It's an automatic system doing what it thinks is its job, or semi-automatic, like the proto-Kern entity when the Gilgamesh first met it, Zain decides. Meshner wonders what Kern, the current Kern that is translating this conversation back and forth, feels about that description. A moment later, he has a weird echo in the back of his head, a passing sensation of profound reflection, as though he somehow conjured up a vicarious emotion on Kern's behalf. Why would a machine be making stuff up? He asks Zain. If that's what its programming tells it to do, that's what it'll do. A speculative evolution scenario, running unchecked, would produce exactly this kind of fabrication. And why would such a scenario even exist in this context? Comes the translation of Viola's argument. Fictitious, this is useless, but as a factual document it contains some remarkable assertions. Viola is fascinated by the possibility of life that does not originate from Earth. The thought arrives in his head like a whisper, bringing with it waves of dizziness and brief rainbow halos around everything he looks at. Without that, he might even have taken the idea as his own, but the sensory bleed tells him it came from elsewhere. Not one of Fabian's stray understandings, though. Kern? He says, sotto voce. Empty silence inside his head, enough that he feels he's imagined the episode. But then the voice comes again, and now he can trace it, linking through his implant, conjuring phantom auditory sensoria to bring him a voice only he can hear. Portiad technology and interspecies diplomacy both are based on a biological commonality, utilising the abilities of whatever they find. How might such species-wide capabilities benefit by the study of the truly alien? And she will talk Zain round. She was always ambitious. Meshner is very still. When he listens, there is nothing, no voice, only the roar and rush of blood in his ears, flecked with jagged moments of sensory mismatch, the prickle of arachnid hairs, the inexpressible acuity of touch no human could dream of save he, the tang of chemical information sieved from the air, a glimpse of an alien world, far more so than any planet here in this forsaken solar system. And no voice. He tells himself it was an artifact, his own inner monologue rendered as audible words by yet another glitch with his implant. And he is not quite convinced. 3. The creator referred to these records as the Senkoviad. It means nothing to Helena, but had plainly amused him. He had been human, from old Earth, one of Kern's contemporaries. Helena even stumbles across a reference to Avrana Kern herself. There is a lot of material. The archive she uncovered is vast, and she can almost imagine the dust on it all, not curated by its owners, just left unheeded in the great jumble of their electronic architecture. There is no security. That was what surprised her at the start. As soon as she configured her access protocols to something suitably archaic, she was let in as though she owned the place. Obviously, she and Portia then spent a busy 10 hours trying to access systems of more practical use, only to find that all they had access to was a great morass of data, and not, say, the doors or life support, or even a map. She has the distinct sense that all those things are out there, part of the sprawling virtual landscape, but they are not being governed by the same old empire logic and access procedures. Portia is still gamely trying, because that is her nature, although right now, opening any doors is likely to get them both drowned. Left with no other options but a more than ample sufficiency of time, Helena has gone back to her first love, because it was the obsession of Senkovi's later days, too. She is learning about translation. The Senkovi she meets is a man ranging from late middle to elderly years in various recordings. He wrote and recorded in Imperial Sea, although she wrestles with his accent, slang, and various systems of abbreviation that were probably his own invention, born of being utterly without other human company. Senkovi considered himself the last human being in the universe. Mostly he made the reference flippantly, turning it into a joke. A couple of recordings see him bleakly, deeply depressed, just rambling to himself about loneliness and frustration, mentioning the names of the dead, talking about his faraway, long-lost home. Helena guesses there had been far more of that than she was seeing, that he hadn't often been in the mood to turn the recorders on when he'd been at his low points. But mostly her searches turn up sessions where he works with his experimental subjects. She has a sense that the relationship between him and his octopuses had started there, but by the earliest recordings she can unearth, they had already renegotiated their respective standings. By inference, it is clear that Senkovi was aboard a ship or station in orbit, and that the watery planet below was the domain of the octopuses he appeared to have engineered, but with which he could not, at this point in the records, reliably communicate. He seemed to have no real control over them either. They came and went, up and down the gravity well, according to their own whims. Senkovi had been a hands-off creator, she feels, but desperate to talk to them, and in the recordings they seemed just as keen to talk to him, which is ideal for Helena, who now has a vast library of recorded sessions of them failing to talk to each other, far more useful for her purposes than actual successful communication. "Portia," she signals, and the spider lifts her palps in acknowledgement. "I'm going to need to cannibalize some of my translation software." Portia's left palp cocks expectantly. "I need to reconfigure it to deal with the visual information the locals use, to give me even a baseline translation of what they're trying to put across. And it's going to be a bitch, frankly, because it's not discrete. I don't think they have distinct building blocks. It's some kind of gestalt of colours and textures putting over a composite message. I mean, I'm watching the man who actually made them, and he was working on this for decades on and off, and I've skipped ahead, and I don't think he actually managed to reach conversation-level interaction with them." Portia's front legs lift slightly, an echo of her threat display as she contemplates the scale of the task. "But you can?" she says, with considerable faith in her friend. "I have something he didn't," Helena says, trying to match the spider's optimism. "I have their current communications, the two-channel ones. Looks like they found their current mode of conversation long after this Senkovi's day, and it gives me an insight into their communications he didn't have. So I can build on his work, and maybe we can start talking." She sincerely hopes, because she is a linguist, and talk is all she has. Portia regards her for long enough that Helena asks, "What?" and the spider gives a curious little shake of her body. "You have great faith in the ability of communications to solve our problem. What if they are more than happy to keep us here, talk or not?" "We cannot afford to believe that," Helena says with desperate faith. "But like I say, I need to devote my software to this, which means I can't keep it configured to translate for you. We'll have to rely on yours instead." Portia goes still. At first just thinking, but then Helena translates her poise as the equivalent of embarrassment, slightly crouching, hoping to go unnoticed. "I will configure my jacket and implants," Portia says awkwardly. Helena feels a curious stab of betrayal. "You've been relying on my translation all this time." And yes, she has been eager to speak to Portia in the spider's own idiom, to listen through her gloves, but she assumed Portia was running a simultaneous facility to understand humans. For a vertiginous moment she sees the situation from the spider's point of view, Of course, humans would make the effort to communicate with the Portiids, to learn their language and imitate their sensory capabilities. But why would the Portiids, the hosts and rulers of Kern's world, spend all that effort on talking and listening like humans? It is a melancholy thought that even Portia might not quite see her as an equal, despite their years together. The two species are still building that bridge between them, strand by strand, even 2 generations on. And so she turns to that other bridge, the one that is hers to build, working off the rickety scaffolding set down so long before by Dizra Senkovi. He had been an erratic researcher, intent and obsessive in some sessions, frustrated in others, and then there were the long gaps between recordings where he had plainly lost the will to go on. The recording sequences are incomplete, some are corrupted, she lacks key milestones and must fill in gaps, but time is what she has. Sometimes there is food, a kind of fishy slurry that is sour but edible. Sometimes the lights dim, although not to any set pattern she can detect. In the next-door chamber, the solitary octopus comes to the window to stare at her, its colours fluctuating between chalk and ash, but making no discernible attempt to tell her anything. Without Senkovi, she could never have made any progress. The octopus communication is equally distant from Portiid speech as it is from human. Senkovi never cracked it, but he made records and tentative lexicons and hours of recordings. She watches him in the tanks, floating alongside his interlocutors, out in the dry, wrestling with multiple screens and a computer system that was slowly failing just as he was. She watches him butt against his limits and not know it, a man of erratic genius trying to apply his personal tool set to a problem he was ill-suited to. Senkovi was a planetary engineer, she understands, and he fell back on pushing for hard solutions and exact answers. Helena, on the other hand, is a linguist, a specialist in non-human language, even if she's only had experience with one such language until now. She takes the dead ends that turn Senkovi around, and she finds a way forward. Sometimes more octopuses squirm into the other adjoining chambers to watch her and Portia. She takes the opportunity to record them as their skins ripple and dance with colours. Patterns spread from individual to individual, mutate, change. They're constantly talking, or perhaps emoting. They touch often, and sometimes they break abruptly into what looks like fighting. One even loses an arm to such a struggle, but which she begins to think is an inherent part of their communication strategy. She makes notes, observing them just as they observe her. The lone, pale octopus is kept segregated, she notes, and she is increasingly certain it is their former ambassador, contaminated by contact with aliens. Its own skin flickers hesitantly when its kin arrive, and she sees an interplay between it and them. Yet there is also a distinct exclusion in the way they react to it, like humans turning their backs. The interplay within the group is far more dynamic than that between them and the loner. And yet they are still talking to it, even as they ignore it. Which makes her ever more sure that what she's watching is something other than talking, and puts her in mind of the twin-channel transmissions the creatures broadcast with. She sleeps, Portia and she looking out for each other and taking shifts. They eat the tedious fish-smelling paste extruded sloppily into their chamber. She works alongside the long-dead Dizra Senkovi, reliving his moods and despair, his moments of manic animation, the cut-off ends of his psychological low points when he abandoned his research and his recording to feed the black dog that constantly followed him. He lived a long time alone, she realizes. He spent half a lifetime trying to reach out to his creations, because there was nobody else in his universe he could talk to. And he came so close, negotiated a means of exchanging data and information, yet never made that emotional link. She thinks about herself and Portia, how she can recognize the moods of the spider, even though they are not quite human moods, and vice versa, she hopes. I'm damned lucky, is what I am. And then she finds one long clip in which Senkovi tells a joke to an octopus. It isn't a good joke, dreadful in fact. He finds it hilarious, though, being in that part of his mood cycle, and she watches as the cephalopod's skin slowly shifts and changes, and then begins to rapidly flicker and dance. Laughter? No, laughter is human. Beyond an appreciation of simple physical pratfalls, Portiids do not find human humour funny.
Just as Portia once tried to describe a complex social engagement she plainly considered something, some word Helena didn't have, the emotive impact entirely beyond her reach. So here is poor Disra Senkovi, a man a century old and many thousand years dead, telling jokes to sea life and getting a response. And the reaction delights him. He goes on, dredging up puns and wordplay and double entendres, almost splitting his sides with laughter, and the octopus glitters and shimmers with bright daylight colours, clinging to the glass of the tank and watching the ageing comedian in fascination. Helena's notes are sufficient by then. She can understand what Senkovi never knew. The octopus could not get the joke, but it understood that he, its creator, was happy. Happiness is a universal, perhaps, or at least it was something the octopus read in that cackling face and married to some state of its own. The octopus knew he was happy, and it loved him, or valued him, or felt something enough that his happiness was important to it. And that in itself is a miracle. That is the grand triumph Senkovi never grasped, that his creatures could empathise, could apply a theory of mind to entities quite unlike themselves, could be great-hearted enough to be happy that someone else was laughing, even if they couldn't get the joke. She watches them for a long time, and then she turns the recordings off, lets the data lie fallow. She sits with her arms about her knees and stares at the solitary grey octopus in the next cell, and feels unutterably sad. At last, there is a faint touch down her lower back, one leg tip stroking her tentatively. Portia understands human emotions, too. Sadness is another universal, maybe, even if different stimuli trigger it. "He was so lonely," Helena whispers, hoping Portia has her translation software configured. Again, that stroking touch. Emotional trauma is worse for humans, Helena knows. Portiads still feel it. For them, shock or frenzy are most common. Portiad brains are more uniform, though. They have more common experience with each other than humans, and hence sympathise with each other's trauma more readily, rather than each becoming a solitary prisoner of their experiences, as humans so often are. Helena wonders if the octopuses have it better or worse, except of course they wear their hearts on their skins all the time. Perhaps there is simply no such thing as a private trauma, and hence no stigma to it. Perhaps they live their lives like operatic heroes and heroines, broadcasting the grandeur of their melancholies and their rages to all within eyeshot. Thinking of poor Senkovi, that alternative sounds eminently healthy to her. And one day, after she's thrown her bucket into Senkovi's well and heard it strike dry, she knows she is as prepared as she ever will be. When the little parliament of mollusks arrives to eyeball her and Portia again, she is ready. She takes her slate, now configured to encode and decode as much of the octopus communication as she has grasped, pitifully little even now, and presents it to them boldly, and hopes she is saying hello.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.